Please rise and join us now as we honor the United Arab Emirates with the playing of the national anthem. Next, we invite to the stage His Excellency Rashid Abdul Karim Al Blushi of the AGM Registration Authority.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الشيخ زايد بن سرور بن محمد آل نهيان, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor today to welcome you to the Solana Breakpoint 2025 and welcoming you to Abu Dhabi. To us, this is a significant moment. For the first time that we see Solana 2025, the breakpoint comes to the Middle East. The vision of the UAE always around the digital age. And we always think of the blockchain and tokenization that are reshaping the global commerce, and why UAE in general is trying to be part of this transformation. We at ADGM, our role is to bring the national vision of life and an operational reality, to provide the regulatory infrastructure where innovation meets institutional confidence, where protocol can be built, scaled, and serve the global market with the confidence. If we look around us in Abu Dhabi this week, we are in the final stages of Abu Dhabi Finance Week. We are at the final stages of the 300 conferences with 800 speakers and 31,000 attending that conference. Out of those 31,000, we have 5,000 companies. The assets that are managed by those companies worth more than $60 trillion. That is more than 50% of the world GDP. At the same time, we are about to finalize the Bitcoin MENA, which is related to the digital assets community. The Formula F1, while I was coming here, I still hear the noise of those cars, and we still see the vibration of the cars around us. And that brought attention to Abu Dhabi. Now, we are enjoying our moments with all of you at the breakpoint, and we see thousands of builders and innovators around the Solana ecosystem, all present and available here in Abu Dhabi. This is not a coincidence. This is convergence. Traditional finance, digital assets, global capital, all at the same time and in the same place. Abu Dhabi is the capital of capital, and increasingly it is also becoming the capital of the blockchain innovation. At ADGM, we do not make promises about the framework we intend to build. We point to what we have already delivered. In 2018, ADGM introduced the world's first comprehensive regulatory framework for the virtual assets. No pilot, no sandbox. A complete operational regime covering the full spectrum of the digital assets activity. In 2023, we launched the DLT Foundation regulations, the world's first purpose, build legal framework to blockchain protocols, decentralized autonomous organizations, and emerging Web3 structure. For the first time, decentralized entities could achieve legal recognition while preventing the governance decentralized valuation. Today, ADGM provides regulatory clarity across the full range of blockchain activities: custody, trading, lending, tokenization and real-world assets, and utility token issuance. And we continue to evolve. This year, we announced strategic partnership to advance cross-chain compliance infrastructure. We have published guidance on staking activities. We are actively engaging with the convergence of the AI and blockchain. In addition to that, to ensure ADGM remains at the frontier of technology evaluation, this year we have established a dedicated emerging technologies function in ADGM. The team focuses on blockchain, AI, crypto, mining, and utility token issuance and support protocol. I encourage all of us around this area, whether you are a protocol considering international expansion, or you are a developer seeking regulatory clarity, or you are an institutional exploring digital assets integration, to connect, communicate, and take advantage of us being around you here. To the Solana Foundation, thank you for bringing Breakpoint to Abu Dhabi. This partnership reflects the shared ambitions to build infrastructure that connects blockchain innovation with institution finance and do the regulatory maturity that's sustainable the growth of the economies. I really encourage all of us to take advantage of such a reputed event and wish us all a best luck. Thank you very much.
The UAE doesn't test in labs, it ships in production. Every skyline is a live deployment. Every free zone a sandbox at national scale. Where others debate, the UAE launches. AI courts, crypto regulation, Mars missions. Progress here doesn't wait for approval, it's shipped in production. Speed isn't just a feature, it's the protocol. Uptime? 24/7. It's the same energy that powers Solana. No roadmap, no delay, just builders, shipping in real time. From skyscrapers to smart contracts, both fast-forwarding to the future faster. The country that ships in production. UAE, Solana. Put your hands together for the president of the Solana Foundation, Lily Liu, and the Chief Marketing Officer, Akshay BD.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Breakpoint 2025.
All right, welcome everyone. This is our first Breakpoint here in the Middle East. It is our fifth Breakpoint. We did our first 3 in Europe. Last year we were in Asia, and this is our first, certainly not our last, here in the UAE. First, why are we here in the UAE? Here in the UAE tends to see technological trends early and commit at national scale. One example of this was in 2017, when most countries were not paying attention. The UAE had its first appointment of a Ministry of AI, and those early commitments are paying off dividends today. What we see here in the UAE is a 1 gigawatt supercomputing facility, 200 megawatts of data center capacity being built out. And these are not just press releases, this is real industrial capacity. And this is what mirrors our spirit of building within Solana as well. We also ship in production. We ship products and we ship at real scale, real capital, and with a real community around us. And so this is one of the reasons why we've brought Solana here to the UAE. And we are really excited to be here. This is our largest Breakpoint ever, and handing it over to Akshay to talk more about that.
All right, well, this is the biggest Breakpoint ever. 5 years in a row. We have over 7,000 attendees for this Breakpoint. People flying in from all over the world, over 105 countries. The longest flight is, I think, from California, something like 16 hours. So all our friends from California, thank you so much for coming all this distance. And of course, everybody else who took a flight to be here. It is an incredible honor to host this wonderful gathering. All of us are terminally online, and it's always nice when we can download the entire social network to a physical location once a year. We have 1,700 founders. Establishing Solana is truly the Silicon Valley of the internet. And you'll see stats of where they are from around the world as we wrap up Breakpoint. But it's truly a global community.
All right, so let's talk about the state of Solana in 2025. Solana is not just one company. It's not just one product. Solana means many different things to many different people. To validators and core developers, Solana is a network. To application builders, Solana is a technology platform. It is infrastructure for applications. To asset issuers and investors, Solana is capital markets. And for Solana as an ecosystem to really thrive, each 3 of these parts of the network, the application layer, and also the capital markets part of Solana, all need to thrive, all need to be profitable. So let's dive into each part of that, starting with the network. This is the bedrock, of course, of everything that happens here in Solana. And a lot of people know that Solana is fast and cheap. That's probably one of the top things that people know. But what we are committed to here is always becoming faster and cheaper. We call that IBRL, increased bandwidth, reduced latency. IBRL is what broke the blockchain trilemma. And we're constantly pushing boundaries. On 10/10, when centralized exchanges around the world melted down, $20 billion of liquidations in just 2 hours, Solana didn't break a sweat. We cracked 100,000 transactions per second, and we're able to process 60 million compute units in a block. That was all handled by Agave. And what we have also been able to achieve is over 1 million transactions per second in a lab setting with the Agave client. We've talked a lot about in the past, FireDancer could get to 1 million. It's not just one core client now, it is both. Another big innovation this year has been from Jito, which launched the block assembly marketplace. So with BAM, applications can control their order sequencing, which is really important to be able to, for example, have Oracle updates on demand, be able to cancel orders without spamming the network, and to also pass value to builders, not to extractors. TradFi, runs on dedicated bandwidth, dedicated fiber around the world just to process transactions. And Solana now has that too. With 0.0, which launched earlier this year, we now have 3.3 terabits per second of capacity dedicated to Solana validators and RPC nodes. And 40% of Solana's network is now running on 0.0. And lastly, much anticipated, this breakpoint come here from Agave about Alpenglow and what the plans are for multiple concurrent leaders.
All right, and then the next layer of the stack is, of course, applications. If you remember and attended Breakpoint last year, you know that we made a very opinionated bet to make the entire conference around applications when the entire industry was largely focused on infrastructure. And thanks to our folks and friends at Blockworks, I don't know where they are, give them a shout out. They really advanced the adoption of this application-centric focus by shipping data that actually matters to the industry. And we've generated, this is truly a year of all-time highs in app revenue, all-time highs in REV, all-time highs in total developers in the network, total new developers in the network, all-time highs in spot DEX volume, all-time highs in new tokens launched, all-time highs, and of course, market cap earlier this year. And truly a testament for how this community that meets once a year is shipping stuff into production and winning in an adversarial business environment. And so one of the best charts I saw yesterday, which we thought we should include here today, shout out to Solana Legend, is that the companies growing to $100 million in revenue are the fastest growing companies are mostly in crypto, and most of them are on Solana. So when we say that Solana is the Silicon Valley of the internet, that is reflected in the graph, in this graph here, and the performance of teams shipping exceptional applications. There used to be two folks in a garage, and these garage startups in Silicon Valley. Then the garages got too expensive. But guess what? They migrated to Solana, and now they're 2 or 3 person teams from around the world shipping apps that gain $100 million in market cap, $100 million in revenue, and billions of dollars in market cap. And so we're so honored that this community sees Solana as a network to ship that.
All right, and now let's talk about capital. This was a year that institutions were unblocked by regulation. We as Solana were the first blockchain to start a policy institute, the Solana Policy Institute. And now it is imperative for every institution to have a digital asset strategy. And as those institutions come into blockchain, they are choosing Solana. Western Union processes over $100 billion of remittance volume every year. They chose Solana. Fiserv processes $2 trillion every year of merchant payment volume, and they chose Solana as well. Of course, ETFs have been a big theme this year. Finally, we got physical staked ETFs. They came onto Solana in force about 6 weeks ago, and in that 6-week time, we're almost at $1 billion of AUM. We had 3 straight weeks of inflows when the market was doing the opposite, and here are the 6 physical staked ETFs that are listed just in the US market alone. Of course, there's another big theme this year, a little bit controversial, DATs. A lot of people see DATs as short-term liquidity vehicles, but we think it is the opposite, because Solana is one of the few places where you can build a company on the infrastructure, and you can also build a company on the asset. So we think about DATs as being long-term ecosystem companies that are going to bridge Solana to public markets, to build infrastructure, asset management, and bring all of that into a single vehicle. And of course, one of our strongest DATs is here in the UAE, Soulmate.
All right, so the theme for this year's Breakpoint, we're going to walk through some of the logistics, things you should be aware of, how to make the most of your Breakpoint experience. The themes we picked are revenue and returns. Because we think team shipping applications, it's not sufficient, like it was last year, to just ship applications anymore. We need applications that generate revenue so they can become self-sustaining and grow on the strength of their own balance sheet into the future. And so we prioritize teams that generate revenue or teams that help other teams generate revenue. So that's one core set of our audience, which are founders, developers, folks shipping tooling. And then another core set, of course, are folks generating alpha, beta, gamma, and all the great Greek letters on our network. And so if there are investors or traders, individual investors, family offices, hedge funds, venture funds, trade prop shops, all generate various sort of return generation strategies on Solana, and we wanted to have a focus for them in this conference. And so those are the two key themes for this year that you can expect. And we obviously have 2 stages we'll walk through in a short second.
OK, so let's talk through our most prominent format. We've got 5-minute product keynotes. As you know, we eliminated panels last year. People loved it. We're doing that again. So we've got a whole series of 5-minute product keynotes where people ship all year and come here to make their product announcement. I'm just going to highlight a few. I won't ruin it. Please go to the talks. We've got Coinbase talking about building at the intersection of centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. DFlow is launching their new router. Erebor is a digital asset bank dedicated to American innovation. We've got Ellipsis, long awaited, building next generation perps on Solana. Be sure to check that one out. Sunrise is asset onboarding bridge to bring all assets onto Solana. And then MetaDAO, this is internet capital markets at its core. And so go check it out.
All right, the next format we have are debates. If you remember, last year we introduced the debate format because one of the core cultural tenets of Solana is having the ability to have hard conversations that involve trade-offs. There's no holy grail in Solana. Like we thrive on debates, online and offline, and we wanted to platform the best ones of the year. And so you'll see some of the faces you recognize here debated out, and we to give you an example, this house rejects political alignment as a growth strategy for crypto, as we've seen perhaps in the context of the US. This house believes that L1s are overvalued, something that you've been seeing on X lately. And of course, what model of tokenized securities is the one that wins out? And so you'll have exceptional speakers debated out. It's a 2-on-2 team sport this year. We got rid of the moderator because they were trying to achieve consensus too quickly. And so it'll make for a much more interesting dialogue. So be sure to check that out.
All right, and lastly, we've got fireside chats. Fireside chats are discussions between industry peers. Of course, Raj and Toli, our founders, are going to be on stage talking about the future of Solana. We've also got a fireside between Victor and Marco from Soulmate. You might have heard that they recently merged, and now collectively Solana Soulmate owns $2 billion worth of assets. So they're going to be talking about merging infrastructure, asset management, and market making. And also be sure to check out the fireside chat with JP Morgan.
All right. We've got 2 stages. The stage you're on is called Absolute Cinema, named appropriately, hopefully. All right, OK. Crowd's gone quiet. There we go. This is, and then on the first floor, we have a lock-in stage. They're actually pretty, they tell you what they exactly are. The Absolute Cinema stage is meant for us to go wide on the ecosystem. There are 5 to 10-minute formats to give you a sense for what is happening across the broad swath of all the verticals Solana has, from payments to deepen to trading to tokenization and all the other good stuff. And then a lock-in is a stage to go deep. So we have 3 days of programming. Day 1 is focused on the institutional adoption of Solana. This has been a large theme for this year. And so we have programming for that on this stage, as well as on the lock-in stage, which is on the first floor. Day 2 is dedicated to trading-related applications, because as you know, they generate priority fees for the network that pays for everything else, including cheap transfers when you pay a friend with USDC. So we have that on day 2, and then of course the developer stage at the lock-in, and then day 3 is a dedicated community stage on lock-in, and here we're going to have all of the rest of Solana's application layer featured in its full glory. Just the one innovation we made this year was, and we're open, we'd love your feedback at the end of all this, is we partnered with our colleagues from these allied organizations to do the programming. This is consistent with the foundation's spirit to decentralize more of what we do on a day-to-day basis and hand it over to the community. And so this is a collaboration on the lock-in stage. Today's programming is a collaboration with the wonderful folks at Bitwise. and XPAM, Raul Paul, if you're here, thank you very much, and as well as to the awesome Bitwise crew for pulling that together. And then on day 3, we have a community stage that has been programmed in partnership with Solflare, who also happen to be one of our sponsors. So thank you to the wonderful folks at Solflare. Please give them a round of applause. They're putting a lot of work into it. All right. Getting around, there's some fun spaces here. As you know, one of the joys of working with an exceptional team is that we don't have to do much. I certainly don't. And I have the joy and honor of working with someone like Ellie, who's put together a bunch of exceptional experiences for you in collaboration with the ecosystem teams. Give her a round of applause. If you have met her, you know that she's a force of nature. And if you haven't, you should do that right away. Some of my favorite spaces, we have a Solana history wall. This is 5 years of Solana. So starting from 2017 through 2019, we have key moments that all of you will recognize. And to match that, we have a merch corner. So depending on when you got into Solana, you can get a heat press of some of the iconic moments from those years on your merch. We also have Inverse Kramer, appropriately named because it's a media zone. This is something we take seriously. We want everybody here to be the CMO of Solana. Solana has thousands of CMOs. You're all marketers, and there's nothing more genuine than the founders, developers, and teams talking about Solana versus any of us doing it. So please go there, and you have the opportunity to create more media. And then we have if you want to look handsome like me, we have Bald Point, which is the official haircut of Solana Breakpoint. And you can go there at Solana Spaces and get one yourself. And of course, we have an awesome wellness space hosted by Qdis and Moonwalk, which are a growing set of applications focused on marrying fitness and crypto. So please go check these spaces out. This is an experiential event, and it's not one of the run-of-the-mill conferences where you just have a bunch of booths that do nothing. And then you have this map. This is pasted everywhere. It is a little bit confusing to get around the venue, so you want to have access to this map when you can. If you scan that QR code, it should get you a copy of that on your phone. It's also there in pretty much every major part of the venue, so make sure you have one of these so you don't get lost. And if you need to be in a certain place at a certain time, you have access to this. With that, we'll close with a final note. OK, well, this is not a conference. So we were thinking of what it is, right? And we were like, what is it? And for me, it is honestly, this is my 5th Breakpoint. And it's a big family reunion for me. For some of us old people who've been around for this long, it's awesome to see our friends, people we work with, people we debate with, people we compete with, all show up at the same place and have this camaraderie, which is so special because this is what makes Solana what it is. And the first Breakpoint, I made my first friend, which is Chase Barker. Went up and said hi, biggest regret of my life, shout out Chase. But that got me into the ecosystem. There he is. That got me into the ecosystem. I spoke at my 3rd Breakpoint. I organized the 4th and 5th one, and that shows you that you can just participate in an open source community and do your bit to contribute to the network, and the network will reward you back. And so take a moment to look at the people around you here. Those people building the $100 million startups, that graph, those people are sitting here. And the graph will show in 5 years from now of people building billion-dollar revenue startups are also sitting here. So my advice would be to just look left, look right, and try and talk to somebody next to you, because I've made lifelong friends this way and found work that's very meaningful, and I hope you do the same.
Yeah, for me also. For me, this is my 5th Breakpoint. It's my 11th year in crypto. I got into this back in 2014 when this was not hot, this was not popular, this was a very suspect thing to be doing, because I thought that this idea that you could build native financial infrastructure for the internet, 5.5 billion people, simple computing device, and you can access financial rails. And at a click of a button, you can access financial system, whether you're in New York or whether you are in a village in anywhere else in the world. And so that was really the vision that motivated me. And for a long time, I thought that's just going to be on a white paper. That's never going to happen until I found Solana. A lot of people know that Solana has good tech. It's fast and it's cheap, it's performant. But we get asked a lot, what else is it that kind of makes Solana special? There's other chains that can be faster, can be cheaper. And really what it is, we are a proof of stake chain, but we are a proof of work community. And it really is the culture and the community that makes Solana what it is. We always root for one another. We want each other to win. We cheer each other's successes. We don't have a central character in Solana. Solana is the central character. The community is the central character because Solana is everyone here, right? Solana is you. And so that is where we are headed. And also just as a hat tip to where we came from, another video for you, how all of this started, which is with 2 coffees and a beer. Thank you so much.
Let's go back to the very beginning. Where does the story of Solana begin? Where was the inception moment for it?
I had 2 coffees and a beer with a friend of mine, and I was up till 4 in the morning, and I had this eureka moment.
When I knew that I could generate a data structure permissionlessly that represented passage of time, I knew that I could build TDMA, and that means I can build a fast network.
The opportunity is so big to be the Google of finance. If you're like the one place where all of finance, all markets run, that is a massive opportunity.
I think everybody's been talking about the energy across the whole set of events as the beginning of something really special.
None of it good.
Solana has just suffered a major outage.
You're not going to believe this. It's having another outage.
News overnight, Sam Bankman-Fried is now in custody in the Bahamas.
What is your case for why Solana will make it through out on the other side stronger?
You just can't build the kinds of applications that you can't build on Solana anywhere else.
A meme coin known as Bonk launches on Christmas Day.
What made the difference for me was Super TM.
For developers, for creators, for anybody who really just wants to get involved in the space.
I personally can't imagine living in a world where crypto has 1 billion users and your phone is not your hardware wallet.
We converted a lot of the Bonk users into Saga device holders.
IBRL is like what you're trying to do to the highways and the road systems. So you want to increase bandwidth and you want to reduce latencies.
Solana's been through multiple cycles. I think that's what it takes for infrastructure to be trusted for issuers, for investors, for capital allocators, and we've now finally hit that point.
Why is Solana so exciting to you?
There is this massive global community of developers who have a vested interest in helping you so that we can all succeed together.
Got the best culture, got the best community, got the best tech. Where else would you build?
Please remain seated while the official party leaves. Please welcome your MC. Please welcome your MC. Alex Please Scott. Welcome your MC. Please
We got this.
welcome your MC. Alex Scott.
Thank you so much.
Now you go.
Good morning. Wow. Look at this place. Before we kick this off, I want to get one huge, massive round of applause and appreciation for the entire events crew and the team behind planning this massive event, unseen scale for a conference like this. Let them hear you all the way in the back in the hallways. They've been working extremely hard on this. It's incredible, really. So I'm Alex from Super Team UAE, and I'm thrilled to be your MC this morning. Thank you so much for being here. We're kicking things off with a very strong start. We've got a product keynote from the team at Solflare, which I don't know if you noticed, but they're one of the sponsors of this event. So when I introduce our next guest, I need you to be really loud, make them feel really welcome, give them the love that only the Solana community can give. Please welcome to the stage Filip Dragoslavic, the co-CEO of Solflare. Give it up. Thank you so much.
Wow. They weren't lying when they call it absolute cinema, this stage. You've heard all of you heard this 1,000 times, right? And in 2024 alone, and for good reason, in 2024 alone, $9.9 billion was stolen from users because simply because they willingly or unwillingly shared their seed phrases. Every person who lost funds or knows someone who did is far less likely to return to all of this. And while it's much harder to fight social engineering scams where users willingly but unconsciously share their seed phrases, we can drastically reduce the rest. How? With hardware wallets. The primary job of a hardware wallet is to keep your keys in an offline chip and sign transactions without ever exposing them. This drastically increases the security of your assets, and that's why they have become a staple of this industry. Today's hardware wallets, though, have expanded far beyond their primary job, and it kind of became a problem. As you see, most hardware wallets want to be supported by all software wallets and on many chains. And then they need to compensate for some of the weaknesses of these software wallets. As there are wallets because there are wallets like out there that, unlike Solflare, don't have reliable transaction simulations or constant threat monitoring, and hardware wallet companies stepped in to fix that. That's why clear signing is the #1 marketed benefit of hardware wallet companies today, something that Solflare users get by default. So what does this extra job they're doing actually require from them? The composite with clear signing. Unnecessary complexity. An offline chip needs to become a complex device. It has a screen, that needs to charge, that needs to be connected via cable or Bluetooth, and it's not truly portable. More device also means more things that can break, and lifetime degrades drastically. And having a whole device also makes it unnecessarily expensive. So just because of the shortcomings of some software wallets, all of us here are paying the price. And that price becomes an even bigger problem. When a safe crypto journey starts at $150, countless people are shut out before they can even begin. And that's completely missing the point. We believe there's a better way. And that's why I can present to you the Solflare Shield. The Sulfur Shield provides peak security with great UX at an affordable price. The Sulfur Shield does not need to compensate for other software wallets' shortcomings, as it works exclusively with Solflare, so it only needs to do its primary job. It can stay an offline chip that signs transactions without ever exposing your private keys. It's that mighty simple. There are no screens, no cables, no Bluetooth, no batteries, and it's truly portable. It fits in your back pocket at all times. Your keys are stored in an offline chip of the highest security standards, and using it is as easy as tapping your shield to the back of your phone. Lifetime, you're getting a 25-year warranty. And all of that starts at $49. Uncompromising security comes at the cost of 2 movie tickets and popcorn, or just half a cent a day over its lifetime. For $59, you can get a signature edition with designs from talented Solana artists. For $69, you get 2 shields. For $79, you get a fully personalized shield that matches your style. If you pre-order in the next 2 weeks, you'll also get an awesome promo deal. And before you head over to a web shop, there's one more thing to tell. Shipping starts now. You all get a free shield. So every Breakpoint attendee just needs to head over to a booth that is just outside and collect their free shield. You all deserve a mighty simple personal shield. Thank you.
Revenue and returns. So up next for a deep dive into the state of revenue on Solana, we've got Dan Smith, Head of Data at Blockworks. Please, a huge round of applause.
Breakpoint, hello. First and foremost, thank you to the Solana Foundation for hosting this event in such an incredible venue. It's truly an honor to be on stage speaking with you all today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I have no sense of time. I got in last night, bad decision. But today I want to be talking about the state of revenue on Solana. And so I want to focus on sort of 2 prongs of that, both at the application layer, so the businesses that are building on chain and generating revenue, as well as what that means for the base layer, so Solana itself. And when I think about that relationship, it kind of comes back to this idea of the everything chain. I think Solana has been called many variations of the blank chain, most of them not too kind over the years. But the everything chain is the most compelling thesis of a blockchain in my mind. And I would describe that pretty succinctly as being the hub for all of global finance. And so we'll dive into what exactly gets us there. But I want to kick things off by looking at the application layer. So in April of 2024, Solana overtook the pole position of becoming the chain with the most applications built atop of it that are generating revenue, and it has maintained that lead ever since. And when we look at the composition of the applications or the businesses and the sectors they reside in, it tells a very straightforward story of its trading. That is the use case that the users of 2025 have been excited about and participating in. Whether that's at the application layer and the trading and wallet side of things, so being like a terminal or anything that enables users to get a trading experience, whether that be the exchanges on spot or perpetuals. The asset issuers, so obviously Pump.Fund and meme coins have been sort of the talk of the town for the last 24 months, or even transaction landing services that enable traders and users to have a better transaction success rate. All of these things have really catalyzed a couple core principles for Solana, and that has brought in users, assets, liquidity, and all of the components to build a viable ecosystem that has really excited developers to come build here and expand beyond just the assets of today and start bringing in the assets of tomorrow, whether that be more professionalized, tokenized equities, credit instruments, or other financial instruments, or whether that be continuing to innovate on the crypto native side of things with the ICM Meta or things like MetaDAO bringing in ownership tokens onto Solana. And this relationship doesn't only exist at the app layer. For Solana itself, it's very interesting to see the impact of having a trading exchanges built on top of you. 60% of all transaction fees, so base and priority fees that occur on Solana, come from transactions that include a trade, right? So 60% of all transaction fees come from transactions that include a DEX swap, specifically on the spot side of things. This data is for the month of November, but the trend holds for much longer than this. And if you include perpetuals here as well, the number only goes higher. And when we zoom in on what that is meant for the base layer, prop AMMs, if you aren't familiar, we can dive into a quick definition, but I can promise you by the end of this conference, you'll almost certainly be tired of hearing this phrase. But real quick, prop AMMs are a DEX design iteration where market makers are able to provide proprietary liquidity and plug directly into DEX aggregators as opposed to having their own front end, and can service active liquidity management through a price oracle that responds to move the price of the pool without requiring a trade to pass through it. And these have been tremendously successful, especially over the last 12 or so months, where 60% of spot trading volume now moves over prop AMM rails. And when we look at how effective they are at avoiding toxic flow, which is the kind of the key to being a profitable market maker, you see that they are quite effective. So the top 3 prop AMMs are the purple line here, just took the average of their markouts over a 45-day period starting October 1st. And the green line here is the traditional DEXs, or constant product or concentrated liquidity AMMs. And we see on the Sol USDC pair, prop AMMs are able to perform at a much higher level because they're able to run flow segmentation and update their liquidity much more actively, and therefore avoid a lot of that toxic flow that has been harmful to LPs of the past. And when we look at that liquidity management, one of the most interesting things is how frequent they are able to do this. So 20% of Solana transactions today are from these Oracle updates. And that sort of translates directly into 175 transactions per second on Solana are being generated by market makers competing to provide users with the best price. That is what the everything chain is. And today, this is on about 30 or 50 different pairs of crypto-native assets. But you can imagine a world where that 10, 20, 50x's, and there's now 5,000 different assets that are traded on Solana, and market makers are competing to provide them the best quotes. And to me, that is a credible path to satiating the demand generated by the client teams. I think it was last Breakpoint where the idea of 1 million TPS really got exciting. And it's also interesting to note that while there are plenty of these transactions, they're extremely optimized and made to be extremely cheap, and that's why they're so effective at what they do. So those 20% of transactions translate to about 2% of total transaction fees and out-of-protocol tips paid to transact. And so when we look at putting this in the context of the base layer, Solana's 2024 and 2025, as this chart notes, is almost hilariously good in context to the previous couple of years. When we think about what has happened over that period, again, we see it has created this user base of users that are excited to be on chain and want to be on chain and want to interact with different applications and trade assets. And that happened in 2024 and was solidified as not a one-time event in 2025. But being pragmatic, when we look at this chart, there's kind of 2 things that jump out at me. One is the enormous amount of work that the client teams, Onza and Firedancer, as well as third-party teams building in the infrastructure layer as well, have done to do everything in their power to make the chain more efficient and more effective at landing and processing transactions. And the second thing is sort of the reality that if you look at the 6-month period starting in Q4 of 2024 and ending in Q1 of 2025, you see that is roughly 50% of all RAV generated over this 2-year period. And so when I think about, well, what is going to be the catalyst that pushes Solana forward from here, it's the idea of being the everything chain. Again, being the place where being the hub for all of financial activity across the world. That's every asset across every market in any type of financial instrument, whether that be spot, perpetuals, options, or anything else. right? And I think to me, this is the most compelling value proposition for any blockchain to be going after. And Solana is continually putting itself in the position to compete here. And if this is achieved, I think the native asset of this blockchain becomes incredibly compelling because you can imagine if all of the world's financial activity is happening on Solana, as the economic output of the world increases, so does the transactions that happen on-chain, and therefore the yield that the token generates, whether that's through a burn of transaction fees or a distribution of staking rewards. And that is what keeps me logging in every day. That is what keeps me coming back to the industry. And so I guess I would leave it here today with encouraging the Solana community to continue on the pursuit of being the everything chain. Thank you.
How are we feeling? How's the energy in the room? We good? All right. If you were told that this was called Bald Point and you were a little bit disappointed, I've got a treat for you because the next two gentlemen are following in that theme. Sorry, I've got to wait to make sure all the furniture is set up. So, our next talk is a fireside chat between Mike Novogratz, the founder and CEO of Galaxy, and a local legend, a Super Team UAE member, and the CEO of Helios, Mert Mumtaz. Please give them a huge round of applause. Welcome them to the stage.
All right. It's a good crowd. Yes, it is. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello. I am Mert, the CEO of Helium, and I'm here with Mike, my fellow haircut brother.
It's true.
And today we're going to talk about a few things, Solana, Galaxy, markets, and everything else. So, Mike, let's start with your big news of the day. Came out a few hours ago. So it seems Galaxy is launching this thing called Sweep, a tokenized liquidity fund, and it's on Solana. So tell me about exactly what Sweep is, how it works, why it's important.
Yeah, so Sweep is State Street's, $5 trillion asset manager version of BlackRock's BUIDL. It's a tokenized money market fund with some key differences. The biggest difference is instantly, when you redeem, it gives you PayPal's stablecoin, PUSD. So if you think about what should happen in the world, right, you should have interest-bearing cash. That's, in the US right now, illegal, right? The stablecoin bill is said not happening. But if you have a money market fund that redeems into a stablecoin, it's roughly the same thing. And so I envision a world where people, not necessarily in the United States, but broadly around the world, are carrying, U.S. Treasury money market fund, sweep, and when they want to spend it, they flip it into a stable coin and spend it. And so instead of carrying cash in your wallet that gives you no interest, you're getting paid on everything you own. And that is the trend in crypto.
Yes. And so that's exciting. And today, it is only on Solana. And you guys are actually quite, let's say, you're big fans of Solana. You have also tokenized your stock, right? You guys went public.
We were the first tokenized equity that the SEC approved. There's lots of forms of tokenized equities. There are X shares in some different exchanges. But working with the SEC in the US to get a SEC-sanctioned tokenized equity is what we did first. It trades on a thing called Superstate, which quite frankly is a walled garden right now. So it's exciting that we did it. It's not that exciting for liquidity because it's trade by appointment in some ways. What will happen soon, and this is the real exciting, is that the SEC in the US has taken a complete 180-degree turn from the old SEC. The era of Gary Gensler ended. this new administration says, we want everything to move on chain. I was like, excuse me? We want everything to move on chain. And I'm not even sure they knew what they said when they said it, but they're heading that direction. It is a radical, radical departure. It is awesome for this industry. And so we're hoping soon, and we're in discussions all the time. I was actually with Paul Atkins 2 weeks ago, is to get a, what do they call like the sandbox exemption to actually try to see, our stock, our tokenized stock start to trade on decentralized platforms. And that, I think, will be a radical shift. What's going to happen with tokenization, like there's a lot of talk about tokenization right now. There's two pieces to it. There's one piece which is efficiency. Yada, yada, yada. It's very important, right? There's going to be, for collateral management, for settlement, for all these things, you're going to tokenize equities. But the bigger piece, really, is for access. And it's mostly access in the rest of the world. I love coming to this place because I can I can put a pin in Abu Dhabi and then do a 500-mile circle, and you see what it encompasses, right? There's a tremendous amount of population in South Asia, in Africa, in the Mideast. It's those populations that are going to benefit most from both stable coins and tokenization. You're going to have the young kid in Paraguay who wants to buy some Apple stock or some SpaceX token that never had access to it. And so you're going to see companies like Galaxy hopefully be the banker, the conduit between these brands that you've heard of, big U.S. capitalized companies, big U.S. credit businesses or credit products, tokenize it and have it distributed to the 6 billion, 7 billion people in the rest of the world.
Right, yes. And
that's really crypto's best use case. It's unbanking, it's giving financial services to people that didn't have access.
Yes, increasing access to financial markets, internet capital markets. And yeah, I agree that Gensler is an abomination to baldness. I would say, okay, so one thing that's interesting here is there's a lot of other chains, and you've been around, you're a pro. You guys are very strong on Solana. You have a massive validator. You're collaborating with Jump and Multicoin on the DAT. You're doing this fund. How are you thinking about the state of different blockchains? Everybody's talking about, okay, L1's overvalued. Do they have no moat? Is Stripe just going to come in and take everything? How is your mental map on?
So this is a great, great question. So we're in a really an interesting transition in crypto, right? For the first chapter, the story broadly was, this is a really important industry. It's going to change everything. Pretty easy narrative. Everyone could repeat it. I could make a choir of it, right? That was the story for the guys that got on stages. Now, but you couldn't really build so much on top of it that was scalable because blockchains weren't fast enough, blockchains weren't trusted enough, they weren't scalable enough, and there was no legislation, there was no regulation, certainly in the United States, that allowed companies to feel comfortable, right? You build something, you build a token that makes sense, and you might end up with a Wells notice, or you're getting, sued, or worse than that, arrested. And so we had this stagnation period where the only thing you could do was tell that story about how important we are. And crypto was mostly used outside of Bitcoin as a store of value and stable coins as an experiment and a token gambling platform, right? So we had big exchanges like Binance and Bybit and Arthur Hayes, originally BitMEX, providing lots of leverage, which gave people a chance to speculate. We're now at the era where crypto has to work, where crypto has to make a difference to normal people's lives. And we have fast enough blockchains, and we have a regulatory environment that is coming in the United States. And I know I sound American-centric because I'm a Yankee. The US is 65% of global market cap in equities, right? You need the US regulatory framework for an industry to really be global. It just has too much power. It might not in the future, but right now it does. And so the good news is it's coming our way. Both Republicans, Democrats, and more importantly, the regulators are all starting to see it the same way. And so we're going to get good crypto legislation and more important, good crypto regulation. The tough news for the people in this industry is it's time to build shit that people use. And we're starting to see it. And so how is this blockchain war going to work out? So blockchains are valued two ways. Crypto is valued two ways. The most important valuation metric in crypto is community, right? People ask me all the time, how can XRP be the third most valuable crypto? Like, people don't use their chain that often. They have an unbelievably tight community and passionate community, right? All of these change at one level are multi-level marketing schemes. You've got to bring people in the community, you've got to tell the story. And so conferences like this help Solana tells its story. It's hard for new chains to get enough air to tell the story because most chains do the same thing. They provide block space, right? Blockchains are basically giant databases that are decentralized, right? Think about an Excel spreadsheet. We're all selling some version of the Excel spreadsheet with different features. And so I do think community is going to continue to remain important, but to have a narrative that the community believes, you're going to need to see real shit happen. You're going to need to see growth. The value of these chains will not be some fractional discounted value of future cash flows. Right? That's how we used to value everything. It's going to be partly that and a lot of community. And so I think you'll see a few chains continue to thrive. We love Solana because it's so damn fast, right? It was tailor-built to be the capital markets chain. So why Jump Capital became our partner in the data is they are a high-frequency trading shop and one of the best in the world. I did that deal because I wanted to be close to Jump, because I was like, those guys are so good at what they do, of building infrastructure. I want to see what I can wean off of them. And so I think Solana's future is bright. I do, but for it to really be bright, it has to win. It has to be a chain that people build cool, innovative products on. And that's what we're trying to do with tokenizing our stock, with tokenizing a money market fund. We got a couple other things coming down the road. And if more and more people use it, great. Listen, in the long run, most things will be compatible. There will be bridges. We will have this, think about, in the United States, you have a bunch of states. You have the Interstate Highway Commission. The Interstate Highway Commission holds the state, the highways together. You will have blockchains and bridges that hold them together. And so I don't think there'll be one chain or two chains. There'll be a patchwork of chains. But if you want value in your chain, you got to tell the story of the chain, and the story has got to be backed up by shit that matters.
Shit that matters. Excellent. Okay. Well, that was a great answer. Final question is going to be a selfish one from me. So the price keeps going up and then keeps going down and then keeps going up and then I can't quite understand what's happening. And you're obviously an expert in macro. How do you make sense of what's happening in global markets right now?
Yeah. So if you had told people at the beginning of the year that stocks were going to be on their highs, the Fed was going to be cutting, we were about to get a new Fed governor who was going to feel a little bit more like a Turkish central banker than a U.S. central banker, i.e. who's going to maybe do the bidding of the president. You would have never thought that Bitcoin was at 90,000 and Solana was at 140. You would have been much more optimistic. And, crypto prices this year have been painful. So what happened? I think a couple things happened. I'll start with Bitcoin. And I know I'm going to take now an extra minute, and they might run the music and get a hook and pull me off, but damn it, I came all the way from New York for this talk. What happened? First, Bitcoin hit 100,000, and it felt like we won the marathon. For all the people that bought it $1 or $10 or $100 or $1,000 or $6,000, it was a huge victory. And I remember the feeling. We put out a video congratulating the community on that great accomplishment. I actually think that sense of we did it triggered something in a few big owners to say, it's time to take a couple chips off the table. I've literally struggled and survived up and down for 13 years in this damn token. I'm now going to take some chips off the table. And so that became a little bit of a virus, right? Galaxy alone had one client that sold $9 billion of Bitcoin. $9 billion. That's 1/3 of everything that BlackRock bought this year. And so I do think we're going through a period of old people selling some of their crypto to diversify their portfolio and new people buying it. And the new people are mostly US wealth, right? US wealth is $45 trillion. When I say US wealth, money that is held by registered investment advisors that broadly is owned by baby boomers in America, they are starting to buy. It's a whole lot of money. And so it's that transition that's happening. In the non-Bitcoin space, in Solana and the rest, people are starting to say, okay, now that Novogratz and other people are saying it's time for it to be used and the regulators are allowing it to be used, well, how does it work? And when we got away from the story that we're just important and this is what's going to happen, to let me explain how stablecoins process on top of blockchains, the story got a little more unclear. You also had chains like Hyperliquid come out, where the token economics are really clear. They take the profits of what they make each day in the exchange and they buy back tokens. So it feels more equity-like. So lots of investors can say, hey, I can get my arms around that, as opposed to this more effusive idea of community, right? What does community mean even? And so we're in this transition, and I think prices are going to go down and up. I was more bullish. I've been here in Abu Dhabi for a few days, and I'm leaving more bullish than I came. And it's because at the Abu Dhabi Finance Week, they literally had a world-class group of investors from this region, but from around the world. And talking to lots of the kings of the industries, I am sure the movement into a future of blockchains and digital assets is accelerating, not decelerating. There's zero doubt in my mind that digital assets are going to be a far more important part of the world in 2 years and 4 years and 6 years. And so that will give our industry fuel. That doesn't mean in the short run, selling pressure, buying pressure is going to hit its equilibrium. And so I think it's more challenging today for me to make a 3-month or a 3-week forecast than normally, right? I see flows on both sides. It's less challenging for me to tell a young kid who's coming into this industry, dude, you're going to have a really cool job in 4 years, right? 8 years ago, when kids came into the industry, I was like, I think this is going to work, but you might spend 4 years and be shit out of luck. And I don't feel that anymore. But that's the disconnect we have right now.
Cool. Okay, so you're optimistic, bullish. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for the time. Thanks for listening.
Guys, I owe you all 4 minutes. Thanks.
All right. I hope you're impressed with the quality of the conversations that we're having today so far. I want to get a feel of the room. How many engineers do we have in the room? Whether that's software, hardware, networking, hands up where I can see them. Amazing. Yeah, very, very solid, especially considering that we have the two stages. So the next talk is going deeper into the heart of Solana, which is all about hardcore engineering. The network is solving some of the most difficult challenges, technical challenges in the world at the moment. And so for a preview into the protocol roadmap, we have the VP of Core Engineering, Brennan Watt. Please welcome him to the stage.
All right. Hello, Abu Dhabi. Hello, Solana. I'm Brennan with Anza. And at Anza, we are very influential in helping steer core protocol development for Solana. Most notably, we build the Agave client, which is the software that most of the validators on the network run. And so we can think of this as the base platform upon which all this other really cool stuff is built. And during the next, looks like 9 minutes here, we're going to go on a journey to recap a few exciting wins. But more importantly, we're going to illuminate the path of where we're taking the core protocol and explain why Solana continues to command the premier trading experience powered by Agave under the hood. And we're going to structure things by looking at these emergent themes that have dominated core developer focus at different times. And so we'll march forward in time and check in on how we're doing from a resiliency and performance perspective before we dive into the exciting new market structure changes that are on the horizon. Let's go ahead and start with resiliency. That's a lot of green. Almost 2 years of solid green and around 200 billion transactions. And not that anyone's keeping score, but if you were, that's more transactions than pretty much every other chain combined in their entire history, right? Solana is Lindy. Solana stays up and keeps servicing transactions. And that's been the case for a long time now. A couple months back on October 10th, and earlier this year with the Trump coin launch, serve as 2 proof points of really the maturity of not only the Agave client, but the Solana ecosystem at large. And at Anza, one of the things that gets us really excited is keeping those big economic event days super boring. And October 10th, it was a lot of things, but from an engineering perspective, it was super boring. And I think that's a giant W for this community. And not only has uptime been fantastic, but we have kept innovating and shipping at torrid pace, with quarterly releases coming out like clockwork. But we must refuse to get complacent. Right? We've seen giants like AWS and Cloudflare have issues this year that have brought businesses to their knees. And meanwhile, while this is going on, Solana has just kept humming along. And to get ahead of issues, Anza conducts immense stress testing, red teaming, and of course, situation monitoring. The invalidator team at Anza is attacking the Solana testnet with a unique set of tests every hour. And these attacks mostly fall into 2 major camps. The first one deals with network DOS. And so we're really trying to stress that back pressure handling and load shedding and things of that nature. And the second big bucket deals with crafting these curated blocks that stress the far corners of the Solana virtual machine and replay execution. We spend a lot of time thinking about what could the most malicious, informed, reasonably staked validator do to the network, and then what could some pretty well capitalized, very smart user dev do to break the network. And so we build out all of these types of scenarios and then build the defenses against them. And all of the major Solana network protocols, the internal ones, are covered and fortified under this testing. Here's just one example of us hosing down testnet nodes with gigabits of traffic. But meanwhile, the network is just screaming along, continuing to make blocks on time. And attacks like this used to knock us offline. Now they barely register. And it's only this level of paranoia and obsession that allows us to keep shipping quickly and survive while doing it. And we've been shipping a lot. 2025 has been the year of increased bandwidth, reduced latency, or IBRL for Solana. And there's a lot to cover here, so let's get into it. We've increased the transaction throughput. Block capacity is how we constrain the transactions going into each block, so we can keep those blocks flowing out to the network every 400 milliseconds, or sometimes faster. And we've increased overall throughput by 25% this year, which means more user transactions per slot without delaying confirmation time. And we also doubled the amount of throughput to the hottest accounts. These are the most popular assets or asset pairs that get hammered during those economic events. And this chart shows when that limit was doubled from 12 million to 24 million compute units, and how users immediately gobbled up that extra burst capacity. Programs and accounts that used to bottleneck the whole chain don't anymore. But we're not done. The next throughput increase will double overall throughput and take us to 100 million compute units per block. And the key feature enabling this is bypassing the Linux kernel at the network layer. Agave is too fast to be waiting around to copy data or waiting for threads to switch out. XDP increases the throughput of the primary bottleneck on the network by 200x. So this chart shows the latency difference between the legacy Agave code, that blue line at the top, and the new and improved Agave code, which is that purple line way down there at the bottom. And notice we had to make the y-axis log scale so that you would even be able to see this purple line at all. This thing is super fast. Okay, call your validator today, tell them to run XDP, let's make it rain block space. In addition to increasing the actual block capacity, we've increased the ingestion TPS, sustaining over 100K TPS during some periods on mainnet. And ingestion TPS is essentially a measure of how fast we can get bidders into the auction house. Making sure the highest bidders actually win the bid is essential for building an efficient market. And you can't identify the best bids if you don't look at all the bids, okay, obviously. And so Agave has taken a giant leap here this year. And finally, on the performance and resilience fronts, Alpenglow is coming. Alpenglow is the brand new consensus engine we're dropping in to replace Tower BFT. And it will take transaction finality times down to 150 milliseconds or less. That's a level of snappiness that your users can really feel. And it also comes with increased safety in regards to tightly controlling some of these timings and handling things like equivocation. We first announced Alpenglow in the middle of this year at Accelerate, but we've been running a 50-node globally distributed test cluster under load for the last greater than 4 months. So we've made huge strides here. We've had so few problems, in fact, that I've had to log into these machines and make sure that something's actually running, because we're just having not that many problems. I mean, this is fantastic stuff. And the team's working insanely hard to get it feature complete by the end of the year and rolled out on testnet early next year. And Alpenglow sets the foundation. Yeah, you can clap, that's okay. All right. Alpenglow really sets the foundation for a bunch of more exciting things to come. And this is where things get really exciting. Building the absolute best economics and market structure is the newest emergent theme. Solana showed everyone that blockchains can be fast and affordable, and now Anza and the core devs are going to show that they can be fair and highly efficient while remaining trustless. So how are we going to do it? It starts with multiple concurrent proposers, or MCP. We are ending the single builder monopoly. Users and dApps want optionality and regional network latencies. Traders want to have confidence that they're playing a fair game with censorship resistance and transaction hiding properties, and MCP will deliver all of these things. And we're already incrementally building towards this vision. We'll start shipping features to move closer to this end ideal state with each release in the coming year. And what I love about Solana is the developer community's ability to take these big, audacious ideas and translate it into shippable code in record time. Switching gears. We've heard the cries from the community. The rent is too damn high, and we are lowering the cost of state on the blockchain. Yeah, I know, a lot of people are very passionate about this. It'll be more affordable for projects to bootstrap huge numbers of users and accounts. And the devs have designed a simple scheme to allow us to adjust the cost on-chain in response to changing environmental factors. And this isn't some modest decrease that we're talking about. We're going to drop a 0 from the price, maybe 2. No. We're committed to making Solana the absolute best place for builders to build. And finally, we're making it simpler for validators to share revenue from different sources, with stakers and infra providers in protocol. Delegated stake directly increases the number of blocks that a validator can build, and we're going to drive a ton of trading activity to Solana. So it's important that those stakers have an in-protocol way of participating in those rewards as well. So let's revisit these overarching themes. Solana is resilient, with a track record of staying up and handling immense load while continuing to ship quickly. Solana is high performance and only getting faster, delivering high bandwidth and low latency where it counts. And now Solana is embarking on an audacious journey to build the best market structure in the game, where traders can compete on a level playing field and builders can be confident the chain and the economics will scale with their application. A single, global, unified state machine synchronizing at the speed of light, and facilitating the premier trading experience for any asset. This is the future state of the network.
Our next guest goes by Cat Herder at Solana's biggest DeFi protocol, Jupiter. We are also proud to call him a Super Team UAE member. Please welcome to the stage, Cash Danda.
How's it going? Hey, everybody. My name is Cash. I am the, let's make sure this works. Does this work? The slide thing does not work. My name is Cash. I am the podcast host over here at Jupiter. And today, I'm going to be talking about growing on-chain finance. Hopefully, my 54 slides will work. There we go. All right, here's the truth. Nobody ships like Jupiter ships. He said as he pressed this button as hard as possible. There we go. Nobody ships like Jupiter, which is great news for our users. It is great news for the ecosystem. It is terrible news for me personally right now. Because in the next 10 minutes, I have to go through 5 different launches, along with 2 announcements, a $1 million campaign, and a special surprise at the end. So I'm going to talk pretty fast. Please try to bear with me. Let's start with something we can all agree on. The shift to on-chain finance has already begun. You're going to hear more about this over the next 3 days. It is going mainstream right now. And another fun fact, no one is better positioned for this change than Solana itself. Solana uniquely has the appetite, the users, the builders, the capital allocators. It has the infrastructure that's actually needed for scale at the consumer level and composability across. And critically, it has a world-class suite of products that can help make it actually work. But with historical shifts become entirely new problems. And that's what we're really focused on over at Jupiter. We are right now we are building the future of on-chain finance across all of these different verticals, and it's going fairly well so far. We are the leading on-chain financial platform. We've done more than $1 trillion in volume this year alone. We're #1 by TVL on Solana, according to DeFi Llama. And we've had nearly 35 million wallets actually connect to Jupiter services so far. The reason for these numbers? We are the only team that has a full stack of applications, 12 world-class products across a full suite of services, web, mobile, and API. And as nice as these numbers might look on this slide here, the truth is that we are still tiny. In order for on-chain finance to actually go mainstream, we need to 10 to 100x from here. There's a lot that still needs to be done. And that's why every day at Jupiter, we ask ourselves, what does on-chain finance actually need to continue to grow? And that's what I'm going to go through for the rest of this talk. So let's jump into it. The first thing, what we know is that asset issuers need a trusted data layer for token information. 30,000 new tokens are created every day on Solana on average. It is a dark forest, as many of you actually know right now. And if you are trying to navigate that complexity as an actual good faith actor, whether you're launching a meme coin, an RWA, a commodity, or a project token, it can be very difficult. So today we are launching, I'm very excited to say, Jupiter Verified live into production. Thanks. Jupiter Verified exists to solve this problem of information across. It is built on the shoulders of our ecosystem strict list, which has powered Solana for the last 3 or 4 years, keeping millions of traders safe. That's the first part of Verified over here as well. It's going to continue. We have a full-time killer team that's evaluating all of this in real time to keep traders safe. But that's not all. We also are now adding, for the first time ever, metadata updates for your token. As your asset continues to evolve, your community continues to evolve, it's important that your holders have access to the best possible information, which is what they can get with Verified. And one last piece of this here, we are also launching Verified Insights so that you can highlight the canonical information that your holders need to know about what is going on with your project and with your asset over time. This is all live right now at verified.jupe.ag. And the best part is it's also available via our API, the Pro API in particular, which is going to enable any builder who's out there to bring high-quality data and content into their project as well. All right, that's the first thing. Next up, on-chain finance needs more world-class yield products. About 4 months ago, we launched something called Jupiter Lend. Does anyone here use Jupiter Lend? I see a hand. Yeah, all right, my guy. That's good to hear. It has been a raucous time. Yield is one of the main exports of on-chain finance as a whole, and Jupiter Lend, we believe, is simpler for lenders and better for borrowers, and it looks like the market agrees. In just 4 months, we reached $1.6 billion in total market supply, and the number I'm really proud of, 99,000 total positions created, a bunch of net new people coming on who've never used borrow-lend protocols before. And over this time, we've gotten tons of feedback from the community. We've been shipping like crazy, doing all these security audits. And that is why today, I'm incredibly excited to announce that Jupiter Lend is officially coming out of beta. Thank you. The product has gotten better. In just 4 months, we've done 6 different audits with 4 independent auditors, and we have 2 formal certifications on the way as well. So we feel very confident in the security and the stability of the platform, which is why we can also say that as of today, I think it just went live 2 minutes ago, Jupiter Lend is now open source as well. The code is available, jupe.ag/lend. Yeah. Let's give it up for open source. It's good stuff, right? This is just the beginning. We're out of public beta. That means that the shipping speed is only going to increase from here, not slow down. Please come to my talk tomorrow at the Money Summit, where we have a bunch more announcements that I could not fit into this 10-minute talk without Ellie and the gang murdering me. So, in addition to yield, we also need on-chain finance to continue to have more on-chain trading activity. I love ETFs and ETPs as much as the next guy. But if the end state of this industry is everyone trading ETFs on centralized exchanges, we have not fulfilled in our mission. So we want to bring more people on-chain with better trading experiences. That is why today we are launching Jupiter Terminal. This is an evolution on top of the Jupiter Pro tool that many people have used in the past. We're trying to build a Bloomberg-like experience for getting on-chain. This is the single best on-chain trading experience you are going to find anywhere. As of today, we are launching my favorite feature, wallet tracking, highly requested by the community, real-time streaming updates for any wallet on Solana on what they are buying and selling. You can get it right there and notified as it actually happens. In addition, using our world-class data infrastructure and our data indexing power, and shout out to the team on this, AlphaScan has gotten even better with more customizations across the data itself and the displays. Plus, Terminal also makes things easier for folks. We know that not everyone is a degen deep in the trenches, so there's now a toggle mode on where you can actually go between trench mode and classic mode to make trading even easier. Again, this is live right now at jupe.ag/terminal. And if that's not enough to get you excited, we've got a nice little icing on this cake as well, which is today we are also launching the Jupiter Rewards Hub. For the first time ever, you are going to be able to get rewarded for using Jupiter and referring your friends to use it as well. Trading, referrals, rewards, all put together in a single place to reward people for what they're doing and as they bring more people on-chain. And to kick it off, to show how much we believe that on-chain trading really matters, we are putting up, as Jupiter, a $1 million prize pool for the Rewards Hub. Anyone who trades on Terminal, who trades on mobile, or the wallet will be eligible to get a piece of this prize pool. Thanks. I'll share how this works very quickly. Basically, the more that you trade and the more that you refer, the more of these cards that you earn. Each card has a randomized value from $1 to $10,000, which means you don't have to trade millions and millions of dollars in order to be able to earn some really great prizes. Go check this out. The competition ends January 31st, 2026. jupe.ag/rewards. If you want to join the program with your own token, if you have an asset as well, please reach out to Joe Doe on X, and we can help co-incentivize and get more people trading on here. In the short term, this is a Jupiter product. In the longer term, we want to open this up so that anyone in the ecosystem who has a token who wants to use Jupiter's distribution will be able to tap into it, and so we can help grow the pie altogether. That's coming up as well. Speaking of some builders, though, we really do believe that building is going to be the future of Solana, right? It is builders who build apps, and those apps is what brings the users. I'm old enough to remember when there were only 72 developers over on Solana. As I look around this crowd right now, it seems like a little bit more than 72 folks, and that is why we want to continuously improve the API experience for builders. Jupiter's APIs are the most used, the most integrated across all of DeFi. Our partners have made more than $750 million using our APIs, and today that's getting another major upgrade. We are officially launching the Jupiter Developer Platform. For the builders in particular will like this one, I think, yeah. The Jupiter Developer Platform gives you all the information you need to know about the APIs and gives them superpowers. On top of the APIs themselves, which are world-class, you are also now going to have comprehensive real-time analytics on every swap, every API request, and so on that happens. This gives you complete visibility into what's actually going on with your application, and better than that, you're going to have detailed logs and debugging so that you can fix problems before they start. Building on-chain, if you are building on-chain, you really should be building with Jupiter. It is going to be the best place to do it. You can go check this out live right now, portal.jupe.ag. This just launched. Yeah, shout out to Anmol in the crowd here as well. All right, a few more to go through. Another thing that on-chain finance needs to grow, we believe, is stablecoins with deep liquidity, or with deep product integrations. Over the next 2 or 3 days, you're going to hear a lot of talks about stablecoins. The stablecoins are great, but you need to have a virtuous flywheel around the usage in order to make them sticky and adopted by large swaths of people. And so we believe that stablecoins with deep product integrations are going to be the ones that actually win in the long run. A little while ago, we announced our own stablecoin, Jupe USD, built for on-chain finance, built in partnership with the friends over at Athena. Now, Jupe USD is not a yield-bearing stablecoin itself, but what we're really excited about doing is finding ways to share some of those underlying economics from the Jupiter product suite back to people who hold it. So if you can use it in Lend, Mobile, and Wallet, you'll be able to share some of that economic upside. And integrations into the Jupiter ecosystem allow us to do really cool things like earning rewards while you wait for your prediction market to actually settle if you're using JupUSD for it. And today, I'm excited to announce JupUSD will be launching late next week with live activities in trading and earning. And then a third use case is going to go live in Q1 of next year. This one is going to be really fun. Yeah, JupUSD. All right, the timer is already red, so I'm going to go to my one more thing. As we are trying to grow on-chain finance, we need a team that is able to do that. We need more high-quality builders who understand Solana and being on-chain very deeply. And that is why I'm thrilled to announce that Jupiter has acquired RainFi as of just now. Yeah, shout out to RainFi, the best. A lot of fans in here. That's great to see. For those who don't know, RainFi is one of the most innovative DeFi protocols in Solana. They've been building for more than 4 years, 230,000 loans activated on their peer-to-peer lending marketplace. And together with them, we're going to be building towards a future where there's a money market for every asset. Borrow lend protocols like Jupiter Lend, have certain risk requirements. You need deep liquidity. It's had to be on there for a little while and so on. But we believe in a future where every asset on-chain is productive. That's how you make things 10x better than traditional systems, where every meme coin, every RWA, and every commodity can actually earn yield as well. And so together, we are going to be building Jupiter Offerbook, which is a peer-to-peer lending offering where you make loans directly to others. You set your own APIs around any collateral that exists. More details are going to come on this very soon. It's going to be launching in Q1 of next year, but we're incredibly excited about what it's going to add to the Solana DeFi ecosystem. So, in short, here's how we are advancing on-chain finance right now. High-quality data with Jupiter Verified, live today. World-class yield, Jupiter Lend out of beta. Trading experiences like Bloomberg with Jupiter Terminal. Builders like the Stripe for crypto with the Jupiter Developer Platform. A DeFi native stablecoin with JupUSD. And making every asset on-chain productive with Jupiter Offerbook. This is all stuff that's coming right now with us. I will say, if you liked this 10 minutes and you want to see 2 days of it, please join us at Cat Lumpur, our community conference in Kuala Lumpur at the end of January. It's going to be an absolute blast. You'll get tons of announcements, insights, community events. It's going to be super fun. And honestly, this is just the start. We are going to keep building until the entire world is saying the same 3 words when they want to get on chain. Just use Jupiter. Thank you very much, everybody.
And next up, we're joined by the Coinbase team. Sabs Sachdev, Solana Software Engineering Lead, and Andrew Allen, Solana Product Lead, who are here to demo DEX trading on Solana. Please give them a huge round of applause. Next one is also Voice of God, or? Okay, great.
Hello. Hi. I'm Andrew, Solana Product Lead at Coinbase. It's great to be here today, building alongside everyone on Solana. Our mission at Coinbase is pretty simple. Increase economic freedom in the world and bring the next billion people on-chain. So, millions of assets are launching on-chain every day. And we think that these should be accessible to all of our users. To enable this, we rolled out DEX trading on Coinbase. The same easy-to-use interface and app you may already be familiar with now allows you to trade any token on Solana. For our users, this means they get early access to millions of tokens, and they can trade these assets the moment they become available on-chain. For issuers and builders, if your token has sufficient liquidity, this means you can be accessible to the millions of users on Coinbase without getting listed. So, we're really proud to bridge these worlds together for users and builders alike. Now, let's talk about why we're here. Coinbase is specifically expanding to Solana. Yes, this means very soon you'll be able to open up the Coinbase app and see native Solana assets on Coinbase, maybe even your own. So with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Sabs and walk through a demo here.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Hi, everyone. I'm Sabs. I work on Solana integrations at Coinbase, including the upcoming DEX trading experience. So let's start with a quick demo here. As you can see, this is the Coinbase retail app home screen. The most important thing to most traders and issuers is obviously trending assets. So as you can see, we're going to click into trending here. We can now sort and filter by Solana. I'm going to click into Wojak. Going to hit buy over here. And as you can see, the whole trading experience is identical to the standard SEX trading experience. You can pay with USDC, USD, your bank account, debit card. Everything's handled in the back end here. The slippage, integrations with our routers. The order's been submitted. Now you can see it's popped up in our transactions page. And it's pending. We're going to click into it. You're going to see it confirm in a second. There you go. That simple. Now, as you can see, we're going to go into our holdings. And everything's together here. Your DEX assets, your Bitcoin, your SEX index assets, everything's in the same page now. The experience is essentially identical to what you're used to today with Coinbase. And yeah, one last thing worth calling out. I'm sure you all have heard about our new vector acquisition. So this is us signaling to you that we're going all in on Solana. There's going to be a lot new stuff like this coming out. This is just the start. We're really excited to be part of this ecosystem and doubling down on Solana. So yeah, with that, back to Andrew. Thank you very much, everyone.
So, thank you. This is a wonderful moment. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. If you want to be first, go ahead and set your calendar for next week, December 17th. We'll have a product showcase where we're sharing more details. And if you want to come find us here at Breakpoint to get exclusive access to a waitlist, please do so. Thank you so much for having us. You're phenomenal. We love Solana. Thanks, everyone.
All right, up next, we've got a massive product launch announcement, so don't go anywhere. Please welcome to the stage Eugene Chen, CEO of Ellipsis Labs.
Hi, everyone. I'm the CEO of Ellipsis Labs. I'm really excited to tell you about what we have coming next. At Ellipsis Labs, our mission has always been to build better markets, better than what we see on centralized venues today. You maybe haven't heard too much about us as a company, and that's really been by design. For the whole history of the company, we've really focused on being intentional about focusing on the work rather than focusing on the noise. And a lot of our products sit in the background. But we've been able to deliver some pretty remarkable things to the market so far. And if you've ever traded on Solana, odds are you've already interacted with some of our products without even knowing about it. When we started Ellipsis Labs, liquidity on Solana was dominated by passive AMMs. All the on-chain market structure innovations were happening on Ethereum, despite the fact that the design space on Solana was a lot less constrained. Solana's high throughput and low cost allows us to build products that are only possible on Solana, even though that design space has been quite unexplored. And so the opportunity that we saw was to build active liquidity on Solana, which would give traders better prices. So in 2023, we shipped Phoenix Spot, which is a fully on-chain order book on Solana. This was the beginning of Solana's transition from passive liquidity to active liquidity. Again, the whole point was to bring better prices to Solana's traders. So the core metric that we care about, because our users care about it, is cost. This chart shows the price impact on a $1 million Solana trade, fully on-chain. Before Phoenix, this $1 million trade would cost about 30 basis points of price impact. And after Phoenix came out, that same trade cost only about 15 basis points in price impact. So we were able to cut the price impact in half by improving the liquidity primitives, which therefore improves the quality of liquidity on the chain. So Phoenix taught us a lot about both building and trading on Solana. We're able to learn the pain points for Solana's liquidity providers, as well as Solana's developers, and we're able to deliver this positive outcome to the users. All those learnings led us to build SolFi, which began the prop AMM revolution in 2024. With passive AMMs, all the trading logic is very simple, and it lives fully on-chain. Whereas with on-chain order books, like Phoenix Spot, the trading logic lives fully off-chain. The key innovation with SolFi is to put some of the trading logic on-chain, some of it off-chain, and be very selective about it, depending on the properties of the trading strategy. And again, the core thing that this allows us to do is to quote tighter spreads and larger depth than what we were able to do on Phoenix Spot. SolFi is the first step function improvement in on-chain microstructure since Uniswap v3. Today, prop AMMs have eaten all the majors' market share on Solana. Here you can see the light purple of prop AMMs eating the dark purple of other AMMs on Solana, and we've been able to also still keep all the liquidity fully on-chain. And with SolFi and all the other prop AMMs, today you can trade that same $1 million Solana trade for just 5 basis points of price impact. So in aggregate, we saved retail traders tens of millions of dollars. And at the beginning, I mentioned the goal was to make on-chain trading competitive with centralized exchange trading. And it turns out we're actually already there. The same trade on Coinbase costs 12 basis points plus exchange fees. The same trade on Binance costs 5 basis points plus exchange fees. This prop AMM market structure innovation was truly only possible on Solana. On Solana, we're able to compete for order flow based on price, and we're able to build anything that we want to on Solana permissionlessly. But our work here is far from over. At Ellipsis Labs, we're still continuing to improve the spot market structure, which I'm not going to tell you about today. I'm here to talk about something else. I'm excited to finally announce what we've been working on in 2025. I'm excited to introduce Phoenix Perpetuals. What we've done for the Solana spot markets, we're now doing for derivatives. The reason we're building Phoenix Perpetuals is the same reason we built all of these spot products in the first place. Today, if you're making that $1 million Solana trade on Solana Perpetuals, you're going to pay about 15 basis points in price impact. This number is 3 to 5 basis points on centralized exchanges, and our goal is to bring that all the way down. Phoenix Perpetuals is a non-custodial, fully on-chain perpetuals exchange. We view the user experience as the #1 most important thing, which means building a truly best-in-class on-chain product. That means verifiable execution, all at the speed of Solana. It means gasless trading for retail traders. And of course, our specialty, an exchange, is nothing without its liquidity. So we're bringing the prop AMM market structure innovations over to Solana derivatives. On Phoenix Perpetuals, market makers can provide liquidity more cheaply than on other on-chain venues. And we've created a market structure that fosters competition between market makers to drive spreads down, while allowing them to dodge toxic flow from toxic traders. And that's all in service, again, of creating the best outcomes for our end users, just like we did on spot trading. Phoenix Perpetuals is a product that's only possible because of all of the great teams that make up the Solana ecosystem. At the base layer, we have Anza and FireDancer making the base layer more performant and more robust. We have teams like Jito making sequencing deterministic. We have the Phantom and Privy and many other teams allowing users to self-custody their assets without sacrificing UX. There is a robust asset layer that already exists on Solana, as well as a battle-tested spot margin layer. And Phoenix sits on top of all of these great teams. But the thing I'm personally most excited about with Phoenix is that Phoenix Perpetuals is fully on-chain and fully composable, just like all of our other products, which means that anyone can build on top of Phoenix. Anyone can build on top of our on-chain liquidity. Anyone can build on top of our on-chain risk engine. And that creates a lot of opportunities for the community to build on top of Phoenix. Some ideas that I am personally interested in seeing and personally excited about include vaults, perp-based options, some form of gamified trading, some form of social trading. But ultimately, it's really up to the rest of the community. When we started this company, we were just running market structure experiments on-chain. Solana was the best place for us to run the experiments. We had no idea what type of impact we would be able to make. Over the last 3 years, we've delivered these game-changing spot products, and now we're incredibly optimistic about the future of perps on Solana. And I don't think there's a team better place to build that future. So Phoenix Perps is actually live today. We have a closed private beta, and we're actively onboarding users off of the waitlist now. So you can sign up for the waitlist through the QR code on the left. And if you'd like to chat with myself or the rest of the team, please come to our happy hour this evening. Information is through the QR code on the right. Thanks very much.
And next up, we have the company responsible for issuing X stocks, tokenized equities on Solana. Please welcome to the stage Adam Levy, co-founder of Bakkt.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for Solana for organizing this great conference. I'm Adam. I'm a co-founder at Bakkt Finance. We are the issuer of X stocks. And I want to tell you about the revolution of X stocks and how we're changing financial markets. So we actually announced X stocks just in May on another great Solana conference at Solana Accelerate as a partnership between Bakkt and Kraken. But it was important for us that X stocks will not be just, let's say, one exchange or one wallet product, but an ecosystem play. So we have an amazing ecosystem of many, many partners that really make X stocks alive. And you see here players like Bybit, like Gate, like Camino, like Radium, Solflare, Phantom, Byreal. And in the past 5 months since we launched X stocks, because of this amazing ecosystem, we were able to grow so much. You can see that we've crossed $180 million dollars in AUM. We've crossed 12 billion in SEX and DEX volume. And for me, the most important metric, I think, is actually 50,000 unique holders. And that's really amazing and changing finance. So last week, we actually announced that Bakkt is joining the Kraken family. And Kraken acquired Bakkt. And we believe this will help us make the next big leap in order to change finance and give us the right resources in order to grow X stocks. And what I want to do today is I want to share with you our plans for 2026 and what we're building. And I want to start by splitting the market. I like to split the markets into 3 segments. The first is the audience that we have here, the crypto natives, the builders. They're the most important, obviously. On top of that, we have the underbanked or underserved, people that don't have good access to financial assets. And the last ones are actually the institutions. So I'll share with you what we're planning for each of these segments. And let's start with the crypto natives. So the first thing I want to announce is that as of today, we're launching XBridge, which is our bridge for XStocks to move between chains. And this is in a partnership with Chainlink based on CCIP infrastructure. And we believe this is one of the things that can make XStocks more usable on-chain. The next thing I want to share with you, and this is the most important slide, so if you take something from this talk, please take this one, is composed products. So you have vanilla XStocks, you can hold things like Tesla X, SpyX, you can trade them. But what we want to see is we want to see people, like the builders here, so building the second layer on top of XStocks, or products that are actually built on top of XStocks. And I have 2 great examples here. One is Camino Multiply, where you can actually build positions like 3x Tesla X or 3x SpyX. And we really want to see more of these kind of products. The second example that I have here that is actually launching today is Lore Mag 7. So basket, which is like a Mag 7 ETF on-chain. And you can actually get this via Jupiter or something like that. And this is really amazing. And we're starting to see this second layer of products built on top of XStocks. So if you're builders, as I know you are, and if you want to build on top of XStocks, please contact us, and we will do whatever we can in order to help you. Going back to the 3 segments that I spoke about, I want to go back and talk about the underbanked or the underserved. So these people, they don't have good access to financial assets, but they're like Web 2 users. They're not crypto natives. But many of them, they have Telegram. So we are doubling down on our partnership with the wallet inside Telegram. And for the first time, these people will have access to traditional financial assets. And we believe this can change their life. So I don't know if you've tried it, but the wallet inside Telegram has already these assets, and it works. The UX is really amazing. The last thing I want to share today and announce is export. So going back to institutions, until today, issuance and redemption of XStocks was only against stable coins or fiat. So people would send us, let's say, a USDC, and we would kind of issue them new XStocks. And together with Alpaca, we created a feature which we call export, where big players, our clients, institutions, can actually send us shares in kind, and we give them XStocks and vice versa for redemption. And we believe that this is really can bring the institutions into the XStocks ecosystem and change the world and what we call here in Solana, internet capital markets. And that's it, guys. Thank you very much.
Next up, I'm thrilled to announce the $300 billion asset manager Baillie Gifford, here to make the rallying cry for bringing traditional finance on-chain. Please welcome Theo Golden, tokenization lead and investment manager, to the stage.
Hello, Breakpoint. Wow, folks, thanks so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. I'm Theo Golden. I'm a portfolio manager and tokenization lead at Baillie Gifford. We're a 120-year-old partner-owned asset manager running about $300 billion of assets under management. We're probably most famous for backing the most transformative companies around the world, like SpaceX, Tesla, Stripe, Amazon, Baba, you name it. And we're just passionate about harnessing the power of creative innovation. And for years, we have seen that same power, creative disruption, and sheer velocity of innovation on-chain. And over the next couple of years, we're going to hear a lot of TradFi folks coming into your world and partaking in the value creation that is sitting right at the edge of your fingertips. But it's important that they understand personally the value that sits in the Solana ecosystem, and that's something we really do. Why Solana? Well, I could tell you the TPS stats, but come on, you already know them. It's the personal angle that matters. I've been in crypto for nearly 10 years. I've felt that intuitive joy opening up a Solflare wallet for the first time and asking why the hell my mobile banking app is so bad. And I felt that adrenaline rush sitting, trading on pump.fund and probably knowing that it's not for necessarily my financial health. And I've also put my own capital to work on Dupe and Camino. And guys, I love you both. I'm not getting involved in that beef. So why am I here? An institutional investor who's just a little bit too in the weeds in DeFi. Well, I'm here to deliver a very simple message, that our two worlds need to collaborate rather than collide. I fundamentally believe that the future of capital markets will sit on-chain, and together we can lift the financial outcomes of everyone in society through the technology that you are building. We can, we will, and we should do better. So we need to work together. And how are we going to do that? Well, we need to scale Solana DeFi through institutional flow. That comes with some regulatory conditions, and together we need to find where that place on the decentralization arc sits. We have a flourishing ecosystem, but we need to create convergence. Convergence to what? A fully native on-chain with no mirrors gold standard set for tokenization. And we need to make that as easy as possible for institutions. We need to reduce the all-in risk, the all-in operational risk, and not add new ones, so that the decision to hold value on-chain is an economically self-evident one. But what can TradFi do for you? And that's the important question here. And how can Bailey Gifford help? Well, primarily, we need to be present. We need to show up. We need to come and learn. We don't know everything. And we need to be part of the conversation. And to those already here, like the trailblazers like our friends at State Street, congratulations on the launch today, by the way, friends, or Apollo, you are brilliant. But we need to do more, and we need to do better, and we need to move quicker. Secondly, we need to build. We need to build, build, build. Our fundamental purpose as traditional financial institutions is to serve client needs. And that's a continual mission. It's not a discrete one. The first generation of projects and products won't be perfect, but we can get better. And the only way we're going to get better is by bringing things on-chain and actually using them. That way, we can iterate and improve. I say this very simply and to the industry as a whole. The age of proof of concepts is over, and the time to build properly has come. So you've heard me say it, but for those at the back, there are 3 things to take away. Number 1, building on-chain will become economically self-evident for all institutions. We can build this together. Number 2, this is a collaboration, not a collision. If we collide, it won't work. Number 3, TradFi institutions need to get off the sidelines, stop procrastinating, and build, build, build. Breakpoint, thank you for having me. I'm so excited to see what we do in the future.
All right, how are we feeling? Give me a show of hands. If you learned something new so far at Breakpoint Day 1, give me your hand in the air. That's pretty good. All right, we're doing our job. All right. Well, I'm really happy to announce our next fireside chat. Here to discuss all things stablecoins, we have Sergio Mello, head of stablecoins at Anchorage Digital, and Nick Dukoff, head of institutional growth at the Solana Foundation. Please give them a warm round of applause on the main stage.
GM, how's everybody doing today? Come on, you can get louder than that. Let's go.
Thank you.
So thank you all for being here. I'm really excited to talk to Sergio about all things stablecoins. So Anchorage, of course, is known for custody, but they're much more than that. Sergio, why don't you start by sharing a little bit about what Anchorage is up to?
Anchorage sits exactly in the middle between traditional finance and decentralized finance. Our founders 8 years ago decided that the only way to bring institutions on-chain was to provide a safe environment for their custody of digital assets. So Anchorage Digital started with custody in mind, developed with more line of businesses with trading and staking and settlements, obtained federal banking license in the US, which is a big deal for a crypto company. And it's also a big deal for a federally licensed bank to be doing crypto natively in the US. And more recently, we also expanded into stablecoin as a business. So we launched stablecoin as a service. Our first clients are Tether with USAT, Ethena with USDTB, Western Union with USDPT, which is on Solana first. There's going to be another announcement later today. And we are also expanding the stablecoin business as a perfect nexus to connect existing banks and traditional institutions to traditional finance and to bring their dollars on blockchain, to start using blockchain as a primary rail for their growth and expansions.
So what exactly does stablecoin as a service mean?
Stablecoin, first of all, are a beautiful instrument. They combine a payment rail with a treasury instrument with a payment token all together. So it's from the regulatory standpoint, it took a while before regulators started to understand it and really nail the path, which I think now we're onto. But from a user perspective, the beauty is that they can serve use cases for retail, for small businesses, and for the largest asset managers all at once. And so at Anchorage, what we want to do is to provide the full platform, the full stack can serve these use cases, specifically for institutions, because Anchorage Digital is an institutional-only platform. We allow settlements, cross-border, cross-chain, fiat to crypto, crypto to fiat, and this is really where the rubber hits the road. Most of the inbound that we have from banks that are curious about stablecoins have to understand this friction point first. How do I get on-chain? We will see a future in the next 5 years that will be very different from the previous 5 years of stablecoins, where most of the use cases were centered around arbitrage between pairs in different exchanges or dollar accounts for those who couldn't really be banked properly in their countries. Whereas in the next 5 years, we're going to see, I say, tens of trillions, and I'm not trying to be exaggerated here. We'll see tens of trillions of dollars of money supply. The broad money, the M2, that now is in bank deposits, will be shifting on-chain, on Solana, and that's where we need to provide the infrastructure for those banks to have the comfort to keep those dollars on-chain. So the problem of the friction between fiat and chain will be less and less felt, and the dollars and the currencies will keep staying on-chain.
So to get to tens of trillions, obviously you need distribution. A couple talks before ours, Cash from Jupiter was here. JupUSD has backing by USDTB, one of Athena's products. Can you maybe talk about that specific example, how it works?
Yes, absolutely. If you look at the building blocks, the first building block is issuance, so the minting of a dollar on-chain. Anchorage Digital is the only federally regulated stablecoin issuer as of today. We do it under our federal bank charter. This is even pre-Genius, even before the effective rulemaking of the Genius law. Over the building block, the USDTB stablecoin that will be minted on Solana as of next week or the week after allows for composable utility. And that's really the beauty of bringing dollars on chain, is that you can spin up applications, extensions, and utility with a few lines of code. So the great example here is that Jupiter can take a building block like USDTB, wrap it into their ecosystem, and provide a different type of utilities in their ecosystem using the hard work that Anchorage has done from the compliance and the issuance perspective, that Athena has done in the knowledge of distributing and creating liquidity and an environment for a stablecoin, and further adding the application layer for retail businesses and financial institutions to use it on-chain.
And what's the backing for USDTP?
USDTP is Genius ready, so the 5 or 6 or 7 allowed asset classes that are into fiat-backed stablecoins in the US. USDTP specifically is backed by BUIDL, BUIDL on Solana.
Which is BlackRock's money fund.
BUIDL is a Genius-compliant money market fund, so short-term treasuries mostly, issued by BlackRock and securities.
So JupeUSD is effectively backed by BlackRock's BUIDL money fund.
That's exactly the full composition of the stack. Yeah.
So you talked about Genius Act and the importance of regulatory clarity to help propel stablecoins forward. Can you talk a little bit about just how important the passing of Genius was, and maybe compare Genius with MiCA in Europe?
Yeah, so anecdotally, I was the one making the calls and tried to convince people to do stablecoins until July this year. And then from July to now, I'm the one who has to receive the calls to explain how to come to your stablecoin. This is pretty obvious. Strategically speaking, Genius is probably the best thing the US government has done in terms of power projection and assertion of their USD monetary policy globally. The results are immediate and measurable. The fact that Tether, which we all know here, is the largest on-chain dollars distributor in the world, immediately decided to onshore part of their activity and launched a US80 stablecoin issued by Anchorage, is really the tip of the iceberg. I can tell you that the demand for Genius-ready or Genius-compliant stablecoins is enormous. We receive a lot of inbounds from all sort of institutions and distributors and retailers globally that understand the importance of the transformation the blockchain allows in enabling existing non-finance business to have a stake in an otherwise unapproachable industry like global money movement.
So you talked about how you were making the calls and then you started receiving them. I think we've felt some of that pull too. At this year's Money 2020 conference in Las Vegas, the CEO of Western Union announced the Western Union stablecoin that's being built on Solana rails, and he said when they were evaluating chains to build on, they chose Solana because it was the institutional grade chain purpose-built for a use case like Western Union. Can you talk a little bit more about why businesses are choosing to issue stablecoins on Solana?
This is a story of two flavors, I think. There's the technical flavor, and of course Solana has proven to be institutional ready with a set of features that enable programmable privacy, programmable features into token and token transfers. That's essential. It's really the foundation. But there's also a story of advocacy and business development, and that's people that have been trying to bring institutions on chain for half a decade know how hard it was in the past, and having done all the groundwork to educate and advocate for bringing finance on chain for the past years is really what's now converting into those institutions having built the trust to come and build on Solana first. So we do see, because of this hard work by the Solana Foundation, we can measurably see how institutions that now come to Anchorage for infrastructure already have a choice for blockchain, and that is Solana.
So Western Union, of course, has users all over the world. Stablecoins today have primarily been US dollar denominated. What do you see as the future in terms of currency pairs? Will USD stablecoins continue to dominate, or will we start to see stablecoins in local fiat from around the world?
Yeah, that ties back to my previous assertion about the first phase and the second phase of the stablecoin eras. In the past, stablecoins had a different utility. Today, they really start to be part of sovereign monetary policy. And it is obvious that a sovereign state would not have control over its monetary policy with full dollarization of the economy. So it is obvious that the major economies in the world that can have control over their sovereign states will have proper stablecoin legislation that will allow their local currencies to be competitive. This is really a story of missing out. Any sovereign state and regulator that does not come together in regulating stablecoins within the next 6 to 12 months will be literally left out. I could probably compare it to the equivalent of not having your phone system connected to the rest of the world, or not having the underground internet cables to connect to the rest of the internet of the world. That it's as bad. So we are seeing the regulators making moves. ADGM has made great moves. The central bank of the UAE is very far ahead of many other states. But this is a word of advice to the other regulators globally, that if they don't catch up, that they're really going to miss out on their country. So to answer your question, the effect on on-chain currencies is that we will see dozens, probably hundreds of non-USD currency stablecoins. And there will be a very developed market for on-chain FX very soon. I think sooner than we expect. All these phenomena are exponential. They are slow until they hit the hockey stick moment, and then it happens very fast. I can see by the end of next year already having some mature market for some currency pairs on chain, and by the end of 2027 to have a solid alternative to the exotic FX market. Let's remember that stablecoins are beautiful, and I would say this many times today. Stablecoins are, I'm the head of stablecoins at Anchorage, so clearly I have to also defend my job here. Stablecoins are beautiful because they settle instantly in transfer. So like any token transfer on chain, the transfer equals settlement. The biggest problem in the FX market today, that has been probably the same for I don't know how many centuries, is that only few currencies, the hard currencies, are traded with a system organized by CLS that allows for quick settlement. But most of the exotic currencies instead lag behind with the actual settlement by a couple of days. And so the spreads are big, the cost is big, the counterparty risk is big, and someone has to take the risk, means cost. The ability to do those exotic currency transfers on chain means that the settlement risk goes away. And so it's a huge improvement to the global financial system. Therefore, it will make foreign currencies actually more powerful and useful.
And what do you think needs to be true for on-chain trading venues to win the FX market once it comes on-chain?
This is a story of composability. So as we saw from the keynotes just before this one, adding an app, a feature, utility on chain, it's just a matter of a few lines of code, and some developers and entrepreneurs that have a vision and want to execute it on chain. So the sky's the limit, really. This is like an early internet moment where you'll ask, what is the next website going to do? Everything.
So it's easy to kind of say, okay, in a couple of years we're going to have $10 trillion of stablecoins, and I do, like you, believe that. What does the world look like in 6 months? So a little bit out in the future, does it look materially different than it looks today?
In 6 months, we will see mostly the regulatory landscape catching up quickly. Genius rulemaking, so the Treasury and OCC, the bank regulator in the US, should finish their rulemaking for stablecoins in the course of the next year. Foreign regulators will start aligning very quickly and seeking reciprocity. Some jurisdictions, like Europe, hopefully will change their mind about considering stablecoins a second-class citizen in the financial system, and we will have that level of clarity that will make this conversation no longer a question on if, but when it's really going to happen. And it's only towards the end of next year that we will see the real institutional adoption. And that's where we talk trillions and no longer hundreds of billions.
So Solana stablecoins have grown this year from 4 some odd billion to 16 some odd billion. Where do you think Solana stablecoins are at the end of next year?
Trillions.
Trillions. All right, you heard it first. Trillions on Solana and stablecoins at the end of next year. Sergio, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, how are we doing? We're getting close to lunch, so I know some of you are starting to feel a little hungry, but it's coming up. It's coming up very soon. Just a few more talks left. So earlier today, we heard from Dan Smith talking about all things revenue on Solana. You'll remember the Blockworks presentation. So now it's time for the other half of that complimentary talk is with our friend Ben Nadareski, co-founder and CEO of Solstice, to talk about all things returns on Solana. Please give him a warm round of applause as he comes on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once in a generation, the center of gravity in financial markets move. Quietly, almost without anyone noticing, it moved to Solana. In financial markets, returns are the truth. And the truth is that Solana is now producing more real, verifiable economic returns than any other chain in crypto. My name is Ben Nadareski. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Solstice, the largest Solana-born and Solana-native stablecoin in the world, offering one-click access to institutional-grade yields. Solstice, along with all the incredible companies here today, are evolving at light speed in delivering the next generation of internet capital markets. And today I'm here to showcase the state of returns across the Solana ecosystem. We can look at the state of returns in Solana in a three-stage evolution. From 2020 to 2022, returns on Solana were driven by subsidies, not systems. Users were chasing token emissions, not market structure. And returns were externally funded, not earned. Capital was shallow but hypermobile, responding instantly to incentive changes, resulting in massive TVL spikes. Users bridged capital from other L1s into Solana to chase APY differentials. Yield behavior showed rotational opportunism rather than chain loyalty. From 2022 to 2025, Solana purged the free money psychology and recentered on durability. Capital began rotating towards protocols with real revenue, audited risk frameworks, and transparency. Liquid staking became the first credible chain-wide passive yield source with 7 to 8% base yield plus an MEV uplift. Jito introduced MEV sharing, pushing LST yields into the 8 to 10% zone with transparency. MSOL, JitoSol, BSOL, and later LST derivatives became the foundation for loops, structured products, and synthetics. Yield vaults evolved from farming into structured strategies. Camino pioneered risk-rated disclosure-oriented vaults that removed guesswork from leveraged loops. Yield became programmable, audited, repeatable. Stablecoin death turned into the true cost of capital advantage, deepening curve-like dynamics into tighter spreads, lower vol, and cheaper leverage. Institutional capital shifted from observation to allocation, and this was the period where the industry began recognizing Solana as a return machine. Users no longer looked for yield in protocols. They looked for yield through Solana's return architecture. Now, bringing us to the present in 2025, Solana's ecosystem is defining institutional scale returns. Let's look at some of the key figures driving these returns. We saw over $4 billion in spot DEX volumes per day, with over $320 billion in Q3 2025 from great partners like Radium, Orca, Meteora, and others supporting real spread capture, arbitrage, and routing revenue. Solana's liquid staking layer surpassed $10.7 billion with teams like Helios, Jito, Marinade, Sanctum, and others offering base yield plus MEV, becoming the risk-free rate on Solana. There are over $1.7 billion in perps open interest with teams like Drift, Zeta, Cypher, and others offering stable funding markets and real basis trades. Perps and funding markets are now core yield engines on Solana. There are over $14 billion in Solana in stablecoin volumes on Solana, with Solstice, USDG, Sky, Cash, Anchorage, and others driving the cost of capital down. Stablecoin yield opportunities offer returns such as structured stable products that combine funding rates, LST backing, and perps hedges to deliver stable target APYs. And lower volatility of stablecoin pools show more predictable returns. RWAs are beginning the next wave of institutional activity on Solana, with over $1 billion in on-chain RWAs across multi-asset class exposure, highlighting recent partnerships with R3, accessing tens of billions in RWA pathways over to Solana. At Solstice, we're doing our part. Since September 30th, we have grown to over 330 million in TVL into a Solana native stablecoin with one-click access to 15% yields over the last 12 months. This is an example of a composable yield-bearing asset that partners across the DeFi stack, as many companies are today, to enable a full DeFi unlock of returns on Solana. Taking a deeper look at the current return layer available on Solana, native Sol staking yields are at 7.1 to 7.6 APY baseline pre-MEV. LST yields at 8.5 to 10.2% APY, including MEV uplift. And MEV contribution to validator yields now at 120 to 180 bips annually, on top of staking rewards for high-efficiency operators. Next up in this stack is composability, liquidity efficiency, and routing-driven returns. Jupiter routing efficiencies improved LP realized APY by 150 to 300 bips annually from reduced slippage and optimized pathways. Atomic arbitrage opportunities deliver 5 to 20 bips per trade, compounding for bots and vaults into double-digit APYs. Liquidity providers' returns on concentrated AMMs are typically 12 to 30% APY on Sol pairs, depending on volatility, points incentives included. Solana block space cost stability offers near zero fees pressure with greater than 95% of strategy gross yield, unlike EVM chains where gas erodes returns materially. Next up in this layer is perps, funding markets, basis trades, and composing the derivatives yield layer. Average funding rates on Sol perps oscillates in the positive 8% to negative 6% annualized band, allowing real carry opportunities on both sides. Delta-neutral Sol basis trades annualize returns of 10 to 18% during stable funding periods with low volatility. Bitcoin and ETH perps on Solana offering 2 to 8% annualized funding capture, cross-venue funding arbitrage, CeFi to Solana, historically yielding 8 to 15% annualized risk managed with hedges. Market maker spreads plus rebate returns offering 20 to 120 bips per day on high volume pairs. Layer 4, as was just discussed, is the stablecoin yield, synthetic dollars, and cash equivalent returns. Stablecoin yields carry offers 7 to 12% APY with hedged with perps short. Unlevered stable vaults offer 5 to 7% APYs, driven by LST backing and liquidity fees. USDC, USDT lending rates on Solana are at 3 to 6% APY stables, with SolLend, Camino, and others as key examples due to the reduced borrow friction. And finally, on the top layer, institutional strategy performance, a performance risk managed yield layer. Institutional LST plus hedge strategies produce 8 to 14% APYs with volatility compared to TradFi short duration credit. Composite Solana's return stack portfolio, which is the LST plus MEV plus stable carry plus perps hedge trade, has historically offered 12 to 20% APY with low vol uncorrelated to Sol perps. All of the revolutionary teams here today have collectively created the Solana yield superstructure, such that institutional capital and retail capital can participate simultaneously. This is battle-tested and actively scaling to billions. We are here today because of Solana, and together, these return strategies are hyperscaling at light speed. The call to action is to scale into these new products and services with continued investment and active deployment across the Solana's DeFi stack. And with a little bit of alpha, one of those investments, including Solstice's own pre-sale, announcing on the winter solstice this year in December. Solana is positioned for large-scale net new capital from institutions, funds, retail investors, all experiencing crypto for the first time to deploy into the ecosystem with sticky capital. This is what internet capital markets is built for. The most exciting evolution in finance is not happening on Wall Street. It's happening right here on Solana. Thank you.
And next up is our last talk before lunch, and here with a heavy dose of hopium, please give a warm welcome to Raul Paul, CEO and CIO at XPalm and Real Vision.
So my job is the hopium dealer, and I've come to inject some hopium in your veins because you lose track of time horizons You all panic when something goes not according to your 1 hourly chart. And what I'm trying to do is zoom out as ever, take you through the journey. I've just given a talk, a longer version of this on the other stage, but really the idea here is to help you through understanding where we are, what's going on. And I've got a lot to get through in a very short period of time, so let's go. What we're all about when it comes to investing in this space is, yes, we're about the technology, yes, we're about the incredible things we can build. We're also about trying to unfuck our future and the idea of the debasement of currency and how it drives asset prices and how we need to get ahead. And crypto is that asset class. I use something called the Everything Code as my basic idea of framework of doing this. And I know many people invest in this space and they don't have a framework. If you don't have a framework, you really won't understand or have the patience and understanding of how to navigate this. The Everything Code is the one that I built over decades of work that came into sort of being back in 2022. The whole idea behind this is the problem we've got is this magic formula where population growth, productivity growth, and debt growth drive economic growth. They drive economic growth, but we've got a problem. The first driver of that is population growth, and that's been falling. The labor force participation rate, the number of people in the workforce, well, if we extrapolate forward, it's going to keep shrinking. That means the economy is going to keep shrinking over time. This is a structural problem in every Western country, also Japan, also China, not here in the UAE, but elsewhere. We've got this problem. This is the big one. Also, the important chart behind that is the fact that that labor force participation rate, i.e. the fewer people in the workforce, that demographic is what drives debt. This is the most important chart in macro. I talk about it all the time, and it hasn't yet been copied on Twitter, so therefore nobody understands it. But this is the chart that really matters. What it's saying to you, we knew from the previous slide that population growth is going to keep falling. And therefore, it's going to mean that debt to GDP keeps rising. There is no stopping this train, as Lynn Oldham will say. So that's the issue we have to deal with, this global debt. And debasement of currency has been the way of it. So debt to GDP, even if we just look at the main chart, we can see probably by like 2030 or so, we're at 160% of GDP, 140%, and we keep going. We keep going because there's no way around this population cliff until the AI and the robots take over as population. New demographics. Robots are demographics. But until then, we're stuck in this trap. And we're starting to see the signs of that yet again, where the Federal Reserve have to go back to their balance sheet to start thinking about how do we monetize all of this debt. And that is the whole process. This chart is a very important chart. It is the Fed net liquidity, or we could use total liquidity in the United States. And it basically is offsetting the debt. So the debt is offsetting the population shrinkage or the labor force shrinkage, and we are printing money to service the debt. That is the whole game. You see, the private sector and the public sector are both over 100% of GDP in debt, and so it takes up all of the GDP just to service the debts of one of those sectors. The government is the one that ends up either on the balance sheet or via printing of money through the banking system or other mechanisms. This is the debasement of currency, the mega trend. Here is global liquidity and interest payments. The interest payments are obscene going forwards. And the only way of doing this is printing money. So here gives you a chart of the money printing ahead. We've got about $8 trillion of money to print via liquidity in the next 12 months. And I know a lot of you think that the crypto cycle might be over and we can't have nice things. I'm going to show you we can have nice things. You just need to learn patience. And this is the chart. Will it map absolutely perfectly every time? Sorry, I'm one chart behind here. Will it match every single time? No, but it will match over time. So that's the really important chart here. I can't see the other chart on here. What's driving all of this? Sorry, this is very confusing because one of the screens isn't working. What's driving all of this is actually the cyclicality, not from the Bitcoin halving cycle, some mythical cycle Satoshi handed to us from the gods. It's actually driven by debt maturity cycle. The debt maturity cycle from 2008, what they did was issued all of the debt at 0 interest rates between 3 and 5 years, and we've been rolling those debts ever since. And the debts keep increasing because of the interest payments, so we keep adding liquidity to service the debts. So the interest payments are the thing that's causing the cyclicality. So when we look at the chart of the ISM survey, the business cycle, and we look at the 4-year sine wave, we can see the cyclicality of the economy driven by the debt cycle. It's perfectly cyclical until the last year. And the last year caught everybody off guard because we didn't get the massive liquidity injection. And I started doing the work thinking, why the hell didn't that happen? And I realized they've actually moved the debt out to 5.4 years. In 2022, they extended maturity because rates went back down to 0 again. They extended maturity, so it's extended our cycle. So it's not a 4-year cycle now, it's a 5.4-year cycle. So when you have a 5.4-year cycle, we get this. So we're through the trough of the cycle, and the next is the rise up. And the cycle should peak at the end of 2026, not 2025. And I've been stressing this a lot, and people haven't really got an understanding because they think it's just a magical cycle. But it's not. It's all driven by macro, it's all driven by demographics, and it's all driven by the debt cycle. And that's the one breakthrough that we had at Global Macro Investor, is understanding that crypto is actually a macro asset. Once you understand this, you understand what drives it. So it doesn't become this voodoo thing where you need your hourly charts. You have a clear framework of understanding, all based on the demographics, the business cycle, and all of those things. You see, once you detrend Bitcoin, it is exactly the same as the ISM survey, which is the business cycle that drives all assets. When you do it, it's actually, you can see it's actually discounted more than the business cycle right now. Now, do we get another weak ISM print? Maybe, because of the shutdown, but maybe not. But I'm going to show you why it's going to be more positive going forwards, and that's the hopium part. But the point being, it's all driven by the business cycle is driven by liquidity. And it does it for all other assets too. The Russell 2000 is the same. Crude oil is the same. Industrial metals, all the same. Every single asset is driven by the business cycle, because the business cycle is the earnings of the economy and where you invest. The industrial metals is driven by when corporations make more money, they start, if the economy starts booming, they start demanding more metals. Same with crude oil, same with all of this stuff. Same with the risk curve. You know, the Russell 2000 is basically small caps. Well, as the business cycle picks up, people have more earnings, they go further out the risk curve, it helps the smaller companies, their P&L goes up, and it's all driven by the same thing. But it also drives our beloved alts season. So here's the ETH Bitcoin cross, and it's driven by the business cycle. Why is that? Because when the economy picks up, we have more earnings. If we have more earnings, we start investing. If we start investing, we tend to go further out the risk curve. This applies to the same. I could put alts here. This is the ETH Bitcoin cross. I could put any variation of alts on here, and it works. It works in small caps. It works in the credit market. It works in all the same across all markets. So it's super consistent. It's just a macro asset that happens to have higher returns than anything else. Bitcoin dominance, same chart, driven by the business cycle. And when we see the business cycle put against Bitcoin, you can see the tops and bottoms pretty much match as well. So it's not voodoo here. You're looking for the tops and bottoms. Now, the question you need to ask yourself is, does it look like the business cycle is topped here, or is it still bottoming? It's a simple question, and the answer is going to be, well, it probably looks like it's bottoming as opposed to topping because it's still below 50, so the economy's not growing. And going ahead into an election cycle, Scott Bessent, who I've known for a very long time, a macro guy, and Donald Trump and everybody else tells you they're going to goose the economy, both with liquidity and fiscal stimulus, because they want it to grow for Main Street. Why? Because they want jobs. They want Main Street to feel happy, so they will vote for them. So it's the political game tied with the fiscal game, tied with the monetary game. That's all coming. That all lies ahead. So let's look at Bitcoin and the liquidity cycle to understand that. It is the most dominant factor. Essentially, it is the single most dominant factor in all of markets I've ever seen in global macro. It's the easiest macro environment of all time. It's driven by this one cycle. We know how long it is. It's driven by the debt cycle. And we know that they print money to deal with it. And Bitcoin has a 90% correlation. NASDAQ has a 97.5% correlation. We've never had a macro factor so dominant. Nothing else matters, which is why I always say it's all noise unless you're talking about liquidity. There's noise in liquidity, and we'll come on to that in a sec, but that's really the factor. Where are we in liquidity? Well, this looks a lot like the ISM cycle, doesn't it? It's a bit subdued still because we haven't needed to print the money for the final part of the debt refi cycle, which happens in 2026, not 2025. So we've seen liquidity picking up, but it's not accelerating yet. But we're seeing the changes to the plumbing system. We've seen the Federal Reserve cutting rates. We've seen the SLR, the supplementary leverage ratio rules being relaxed to try and allow the liquidity to come because they got to roll the $10 trillion of debt. We saw those interest payment charts earlier, $8 trillion just to service the interest rates. When we use financial conditions, which is our forward-looking indicator based around the dollar, rates, and commodities, it actually leads total liquidity. So we've got a forward look here by another 3 months of where total liquidity should go. So that's pretty useful. We know that probably the dollar is going to weaken, and that will drive financial conditions further, which means it pushes the cycle out even further. So the cycle looks like it's going well into late 2026. When I look at it versus the ISM survey, it leads that. So now we've got this perfect dominoes of which we understand. We've got the forward-looking stuff. We've got the liquidity that matters to us in crypto. And then we've got the business cycle, which matters to us here at Solana, because we'll be driven more by that than we will by the other parts of the cycle. So that's all to come. The economy is going to strengthen, liquidity is going to come, and it's all written. But right now, we're all suffering from these alligator jaws. Suddenly, something broke in July and double broke in October. And that was liquidity again. It's always liquidity. Liquidity is everything. And what happened was the Treasury refilled the general account. And that's their checking account. And that sucked liquidity out of the system because normally it's drained by the reverse repo. And the reverse repo was already drained. So that took liquidity out of the system. Crypto is the furthest out the risk curve. It gets hit. And so as they suck liquidity out, the thing that requires the liquidity the most, crypto, falls. The NASDAQ didn't do as much because people were underweight the NASDAQ. 88% underweight versus benchmark. They were all performance chasing, so that brought that. But Global M2, the famous chart, and I said this is not going to work all the way properly, but over time it will get right. We've got the alligator jaws because of what happened in July, and then the government shutdown. We've had no liquidity in the system. That liquidity is coming back because they've told you it is. The changes to the SLR allows them, the banks, to maybe create $3 trillion worth of liquidity, maybe $5 trillion. That's coming. It's all coming. But what we've got is a gap. And as I said before, NASDAQ doesn't have that gap. It followed M2 perfectly. It's a crypto-specific thing, not because we can't have nice things. It's because we are furthest out on the risk curve. So when liquidity is being drained from the system, we get hit the hardest. The reverse of that is when liquidity comes, we make all the money. That's the game we play. And so we create all of these narratives around this space, and it's somewhat ridiculous when it's so macro-driven. We can see another one of the alligator jaws, NASDAQ. They've had the nice things, we haven't. The probability is that when liquidity comes back properly into the system, we will play catch up. Gold lives in financial conditions world in the future. We've diverged from the gold chart, which has been doing a great job. Same issue. We've lost the liquidity. They're living in the future. Everything is fine. Historical parallels, which are working really well. Alligator jaws everywhere because of this one specific liquidity problem. It's not the end of the cycle because we haven't even really started the cycle yet. It's driven by this liquidity issue of the plumbing of the financial system. And I know it's a bit complicated, but it is basically just that. More historical parallels, more alligator jaws. Here we've got the economic surprises index. how economists forecast the economy's been okay. But Bitcoin has really not liked it. We've got an excess fear gap. We've got now the fear. And after October, we've really got the fear. We're pricing in terrible outcomes. We don't ever believe it's coming back. This doesn't make sense from the macro perspective. We see it versus financial conditions. The excess fear gap is still there. We see it everywhere. And that fear gap should close. And it should close in the direction of the economy going higher, liquidity coming, and crypto chasing that. When we last shut down the government, we had a roughly similar outcome. The market doesn't like it because liquidity goes. Bitcoin gets hit, and eventually it stabilizes. And what they did last time, exactly as they've done this time, is they went from quantitative tightening to quantitative easing, and they cut rates. Well, that's what happened yesterday. Bit of patience, and before you know it, the market starts taking off as the liquidity flows through to the market. So that's all lying ahead. And really why we invest in this is because in the end, this is the supermassive black hole. It is the most important asset in terms of performance we've ever been given. There's nothing that comes close to this. The NASDAQ does about 18% a year, and Solana, since its inception, has done 166% a year. It's not even close. If you divide the NASDAQ by Bitcoin, Solana, whatever, it's down 99.99% or 97%, depending which one you're using. So it's an extraordinarily powerful megatrend, and that megatrend is this. The chart's a bit screwy here, so you can't see it so clearly, but basically there's 800 trillion or $880 trillion of global assets. Gold is 30 trillion, and our little space in the world is 3 trillion. Yeah, we've memed a $3 trillion asset class into existence, and now we've got Wall Street to start adopting it, but they've only just started. We're still front-running all of Wall Street. We're front-running Web 2 moving to Web 3. We're front-running all of it, and we're only 3% there because when you actually extrapolate out the log trend of this space, by 2032 to 2034, we get to $100 trillion. That means we're 3% of the way there, and we've got $97 trillion of wealth to create. If we create $97 trillion of wealth, it's more wealth than all of the Middle East, every Russian billionaire, every American tech billionaire, every Wall Street banker, every real estate billionaire on Earth, times 3 or 4 or 5. And it's distributed amongst everybody. It's a fractionalizable, globally accessible source of wealth for people. This is the game we're playing, and it pains me to see the lack of patience that people have. It's a macro game. Macroeconomic data comes out 1 month at a time. And people worry about the squiggles on the chart. They worry about the odd alligator jaws. When you zoom out, the market goes up over time, driven by debasement and the adoption of this technology. And that tells you where it's going. And again, assume I'm a total moron, which would be the right thing to do, halve my estimate. It's going to 50 trillion. All the money, the game is to be played, and your game is to just keep hold of your tokens, have patience, don't overuse leverage, and just wait it out. It works over time. It compounds at an extraordinary rate. It's the greatest macro trade of all time. And then we come into the banana zone. My final thing, the banana zone itself, we didn't get it this year because of what happened to the Treasury General account. The reverse repo was drained, and then we've had the government shutdown. Is that a structural factor or a temporary factor? It's a temporary factor, because we know we've got to roll the debt. So when we roll the debt, that's when that produces that final year. We didn't get it in 2025. I thought it was going to come. I didn't see what was going to happen with the government shutdown, but we know it lies ahead. So it lies ahead, and we just need patience, and we can have our yellow fruits, and we can all be happy and be rewarded for the misery of this year. So anyway, I just wanted to give you some hopium, and hopefully that helps you with it.
All right. We are halfway through day one already. Can you believe it? Which means it's my pleasure to send you off to lunch. As you're leaving, one last round of applause for all the amazing speakers that we had so far today. If you liked what you saw, you'll give them thanks. You'll see a lot of them wandering around the arena. A reminder, as you're having your food and your drink, we come back here at 2 o'clock for our first debate. See you soon.
Hi, everyone. Hope you all had a good lunch break. I'm Anna. I'm the founder of Perenna. We're the creators of USD Star and Breakpoint's only flower cart. This is my 4th Breakpoint, and I'm so excited that you guys can join us for this experience. So we're bringing back debates this year again, but in a slightly different format. This year, it will be team sports of 2v2. There's the opposing team and then the forward team, and you can vote for them with a QR code up on the screen. So please vote. So this next up, our first debate will be, this House rejects any derivative-based models that tokenize equities. Tokenization has been a hot topic, so we'll see what the speakers bring on. We have Tarun Chitra, CEO of Gauntlet, Arush Sigal, head of crypto from Alpaca, Mary Gunarantne, co-founder of Loopscale, and Shrey Rastogi, CEO of Kyle. Welcome.
Purple. All right, hello everyone. We took a little liberty with the exact prompt because there's actually a lot of independence in how you define this. You could talk about this being derivative-based token equities versus not derivative-based token equities, like X stocks versus, say, superstate. But we instead chose to take the route of making this more a debate about the perpification of TradFi assets versus spot or collateralized TradFi assets, mainly because that's a more pertinent topic nowadays and people are more interested in it. So we're going to be arguing that you should be using the spot assets, and they're going to be arguing that you should be using the derivatives assets. So with that, I think we're all here at the Solana conference because we do think an increasing percentage, maybe all of the world's assets are going to come on chain in the next 10 years. The natural question to ask is, what happens to the world's largest asset class in equities? There's sort of been two main proposals for bringing equities on chain. So first, there's spot tokenization. So this is someone takes a share. Maybe it's at DTCC, maybe it's held by an SPV, whatever. We'll kind of ignore some of the details there. And they mint a token representation of that share. So it's sort of collateralized by a real share. And the other version is derivative tokenization. So this is sort of what you're seeing as being very popular in perpetuals dexes right now. And that is where you have a synthetic representation of the equity asset. So both methods have merit, and both are being used on chain right now. And we've seen a huge increase in demand for both of these products. But we believe that spot tokenization has better long-term properties for really bringing all these assets on chain. So let's go through a bunch of reasons just so that you can kind of see this. So first, the empirical aspect. If I look at other assets that are real-world assets that have been successful on chain, so stablecoins, tokenized treasuries, we've seen that the spot tokenized assets just do better on chain. If I look at the supply of USDC and USDT and I compare that to sort of a derivative tokenized stablecoin, USDE sort of being a proxy for that, there's obviously a huge order of magnitude difference. And I think on the bond and FX side, you basically haven't seen any derivatives until recently. I think Lighter added FX perps as well as Hyperliquid. So, if we think that existing real-world assets give us a roadmap, then we kind of argue that equities will be the same. The second thing is a more nuanced thing, but it's more about market microstructure. So crypto derivatives are really successful because they're able to aggregate a lot of different types of traders, some who are short-term traders, some who are long-term traders. But one really important type of trader is the basis trader or delta neutral trader. And that trader tends to be one of the largest liquidity providers. They tend to have the stickiest capital on exchanges. And these traders need a spot asset to trade against. And I think one of the reasons you sort of find this to be popular in crypto is because the availability of spot and derivatives assets at the same venue is very common. And you can kind of see empirically that the derivatives are sort of deviating from the spot assets when you look at the Hyperliquid perps right now. The third thing is mechanistic versus operational complexity. Now, bringing any type of off-chain asset on-chain involves some form of complexity, whether it's operational, i.e., I'm Tether and I have to custody a bunch of dollars at banks somewhere, or mechanistic. I'm a derivatives exchange. I have to choose how I compute funding rates. I have to choose how I compute oracles. And we've already seen with a lot of the HIP-3 Hyperliquid exchanges, the oracles have not been necessarily chosen really well. I think Venturals has changed their oracle multiple times. Trade.xyz has a lot of parameters for their oracles. And finally, I'm going to kind of bring two of the TradFi pieces that spot tokenization is very useful for. The first is governance rights. If I go buy XYZ 100 on Hyperliquid right now, I can't vote with it. I buy Google on Hyperliquid, I can't vote with it. But the underlying tokenized representations do allow you to have governance rights. And finally, dividends, stock splits, and other events. Dividends are really only given to the real share. And in theory, you could imagine that derivatives pricing and the funding rate would include the derivative. But this is a little bit like the AMM versus CLOB debate. It's just more inefficient to have to price it by arbitrage. So I think these complexities put together, especially when added together, they compound to make spot equity tokenization superior. Derivatives will always exist, but they need to be tethered to the spot asset. And with that, I rest. Oh, should I have gone there?
Oh, shit. That's what Raj was saying.
Hi, everyone.
I'm not looking for limelight. I just don't want to be in the center. I was nudged to be in the center. My name is Shrey, and I'm here to reject the false choice that my colleagues here are forcing on us, that this is a binary choice between tokenized cash equities or tokenized derivative equities. Our goal is to build internet capital markets. Our goal is not to build an internet cash equities brokerage. And that just goes back to the 3 points that my colleague here mentioned, the empirical evidence that spot tokenized assets operate better in the tokenized world. We're pointing to bonds. Bonds themselves are empirically way more illiquid in the TradFi world than they are compared to than cash equities.
Point of information. Oh shit, sorry. Point of information. US Treasury bond market, most liquid market in the world. How do you respond to it? Fixed income not being liquid.
Outside of sovereign debt, as soon as we get into credit and corporate bonds, we are talking about inventories that are way, way smaller than US Treasuries. I fully agree with you that US Treasuries are by far the most effective markets, which is why on-chain tokenized versions of Treasuries are looking to build repo markets, not just buy and hold tokenized Treasuries. So we are actively building derivative markets on tokenized Treasuries, and that is the cash part of it just makes up the base component that you need. And that actually leads me to the other point that my colleague made. You need the underlying spot asset as a reference for the tokenized derivative. I fully agree to that. But what you don't need is that underlying reference price should also be on-chain. The advantage with tokenized derivatives of equities is that they can benefit from the liquidity of traditional cash equities as well as tokenized cash equities and tokenized equities. How do we do that? If we have a perp market referencing equities, we can use the more liquid pricing from the traditional world during the weekdays and still rely on on-chain price discovery during the weekends to make sure that perp markets operate efficiently. We can get regulated price feeds from tapes to reflect that data on-chain and not run into the Oracle issues that my colleague mentioned as well. The last thing that I would also reflect on is why are we really building these tokenized markets? And the objective, or the key objective, is access. Tokenized cash equities are great for people who want to buy and hold on-chain. You can buy them, you can get economic exposure. But let's look a bit further outside of where we are operating. The US markets, cash equities, the ratio of derivative notional on cash equities traded in the US every day is 4 times on the derivatives versus the cash equities volumes. As soon as we spread out into markets like India and Korea, the notional traded on derivative equities is 15 to 20 times higher than the cash equities themselves. So if you want to allow access to retail from these markets, we need to be able to have all kinds of instruments. Cash for buy and hold, and derivatives for risk-managed, capital-efficient access to these products. And the last thing really is we go with the cash equities platform-led tokenization of stocks. We're adding another layer of platform risk, which we are all willing to underwrite and work towards making it as close to the traditional world as possible. Our colleagues here are doing some incredible work, making sure we work directly with the CSDs like DTCC, OCC, so that the tokenized stocks are no way inferior than the traditional world. But derivatives completely circumvent that platform risk that exists today. So we need to be able to have the tools in our arsenal to onboard the next billion users who want to transact on-chain. And I feel like I'm being nudged off and asked to wind up with the music, but the last thing is, I think we just have to look to prediction markets for an example of an on-chain market that works really well while driving its inputs and outcomes from the off-chain traditional world. The best solution here really isn't it's a cash versus derivatives battle. The best solution here is, let's bring all of the tools to market. Let's bring it for the people who want it to buy and hold. Let's bring it for the institutions who want to run volatility strategies, capital-efficient access. And that's how we make tokenized markets way better than the traditional markets themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your useless arguments. Just before I say anything, Alpaca is a regulated entity. Nothing I say here is reflective of my employer because this is a simulated debate argument. But I will begin with the comment that my colleague just made about derivatives circumventing the platform risk represented by the, I suppose you were referring to the centralized nature of DTCC. There are a couple of new risks that derivatives introduce into the system. One is how do you price these derivatives? If these derivatives are aiming to track the underlying, how do we need to trust that the derivatives contract market operators are sufficiently capable to deal with stock splits, mergers, three-way mergers, reverse splits, all the, calculating the correct split ratios. This is something that even the NYSE recently screwed up, resulted in billions of dollars of lawsuits. And then when the prices don't really exist on the weekend, we've seen Redstone, for example, come up with an EMA-based next tick prediction of the price. If the next tick can be predicted algorithmically, doesn't that introduce a risk that market makers get picked off? I mean, if you can predict the price, is it really a market?
Thank you for rebutting the platform risk. I subscribe to the view that I would rather take DTCC risk, but what if the platform risk is not DTCC or OCC doing their job correctly, but the issuers of tokenized cash equities who are adding another layer of platforms, not the underlying CSDs, but the issuers themselves?
Yes. So this actually gets to the heart. It gets to the heart of the wrapper model versus the direct DTCC tokenization model. And I've actually been working Alpaca. We've been working directly with the DTCC and Canton network to see actually how are they tokenizing these stocks. And when you get into the mechanics of integrating with them, it turns out that the DTCC is simply just locking the actual underlying share and issuing a token collateralized by it. So it itself, it is also a wrapper. It is also a derivative type wrapper. So I'm not sure that there is much of a difference. I'm not sure that answers your question either, sorry. Yeah, so another point that you mentioned was the volume is vastly larger through derivatives than the spot underlying asset. However, if you look into the data, it does seem that that volume is driven largely by indexes only and not the long tail. So we do reject that point. Yeah, I think that's all I have today.
All right.
All right, hello everyone. So I'm the second speech from the opposition, and so this should be the final kind of substantive speech of this debate. So I want to clarify a few things. First of all, the resolution states that we're rejecting any derivative-based model. So the only burden that the negation has is actually just proving one case where we shouldn't reject this model. And then beyond that, it, again, like my partner suggested, we're not suggesting that they're necessarily mutually exclusive. And so given that, I'd like to also clarify what it means or what would be grounds for rejection. And so kind of some of the things to clarify and like what I would define as better for crypto is something that's better for the short-term growth of crypto and activity, better for the users from a UX perspective, and then also better for the long-term like vision of crypto. And so one example in which derivative-based models are actually beneficial to crypto is for the tokenization of public equities. So there isn't really, if you think about who the users in crypto are today, they are folks that are looking to leverage and speculate on price. They are traders, they are not investors. No one who is buying NVIDIA on chain is looking to vote in shareholder meetings. And to rebut one of the pro team's points. And so that is the case where a perpification, in this case, or like a perp model for tokenizing these equities makes more sense because you have lower fees, you have greater exposure, and less capital requirements to bootstrap all sorts of new markets. It doesn't make sense for, as an industry, us to be competing with TradFi on execution when almost all of NVIDIA right now trades on like off-chain with all the liquidity there. We should be focused on places where we can actually compete. And so in that context, it's better for users and what users actually want to do on-chain. And so I want to address a couple of the arguments on the pro side. One, which was looking at anecdotal evidence today where spot tokenized assets do better. And the reference point was stable coins. But in stable coins, you're not actually looking for exposure to the underlying. No one actually gets treasury yield. You use USDC for payments, not for trading. And so what's that?
I would say that almost all the new stablecoins are passing through yield in the form of rewards. So like, actually, my real question is, you mentioned that there's lower fees in derivatives. I don't think that's true, like in general. Like, why should one believe?
I think that's irrelevant to the point. The UX of trading derivatives and for when there's not a lot of liquidity on chain, it's superior. A spot market where you're trading a perpified version of the asset over a tokenized spot version works better without liquidity on chain in the perp model or the derivative-based model. Like, I think fees are ancillary to the point.
Okay.
And then the other idea was he was talking about spot tokens being good for governance and stock splits, and so that was the one of the four arguments. And the point that Arush came and made around the kind of SPVs that are holding stocks, you actually don't get when you hold different tokenized stocks on Solana to get today governance rights and voting rights for most of the different variants. So I'm not sure that the tokenization use case actually works there. And then the other kind of argument that Arush had made was that derivatives circumvent, or was that derivatives hold the same platform risk. You're taking on a lot of counterparty risk in the kind of tokenized, you're a lot of the times investing into an SPV that holds these underlying assets. And so you are, instead of your risk being a smart contract and a verifiable decentralized set of smart contracts, you are instead taking counterparty risk and operational risk and legal risk that is less visible to the kind of the transacting users on that platform. And so kind of to close out the last argument is for the derivative-based models for tokenized assets, the kind of only thing you need to buy into is that it makes more sense for the user and for crypto to actually be able to compete on these different markets for us to start with a segment of the market that actually we have some sort of advantage, or the user experience is actually at least at par. If we have all these different markets where there's $100,000 worth of liquidity and you're trying to make $1 million trade, your execution is going to be way worse on chain. And so we need to start where we can actually make headway and have folks. And if you look at kind of some of those HIP markets right now, the HIP3 markets, you're seeing a lot more volume on those markets compared to tokenized equity markets that exist on chain today, where you're looking at the spot tokenization. And now I believe it's closing speeches.
Yep. I think you guys go first.
We go first for closing?
Yeah.
Do you want to close this out?
So I could spend the next 2 minutes trying to fundamentally dissect the fundamentally flawed points that my colleagues made here, but I'm just going to summarize why this is a pointless argument. My colleague said basis traders need cash equities to be able to have that part of the leg, but what he failed to mention and intentionally hid is that basis traders also need the derivative leg to actually run a basis trade. The second point is access. If you're really talking about access, let's talk about access more generally, more broadly. With just cash equities, we're not going to get any institutional adoption. We're going to shut out a very large part of the emerging markets, retail crowd as well. And we're building for a very small part of the market. The last thing on fees. Looking at fees in isolation is, again, a false choice. We really need to look at capital efficiency rather than just platform fees. With just cash-based models of equity access, you need to put up the whole amount of capital. Every dollar of capital gets you $1 of exposure. The only way to get capital-efficient exposure to equities is via derivative markets. And that's why both of these markets need to operate in tandem rather than in isolation with each other. Our goal is not really here to pull down the issuers and platforms that are doing the great job of bringing tokenized cash equities on chain. Our goal here was to prove the point that alongside that, you need well-functioning, liquid derivative markets that bring the best of tokenized cash equities and traditional equities to the on-chain audience. I rest my piece.
All right. I think our colleagues here have really redefined the notion of accessibility. It sort of reminds me of a US president redefining the notion of affordability recently. Crypto should be expanding access to US equities and worldwide equities. Derivative models expand access only to basically zero-day options, right? Everything is truly about pure gambling, more than real stocks. You're not going to get your dividend saver. You're not going to get your person who wants composite indices. And you're also just not going to get the overall ownership value of an equity asset. Now, I agree that many people in the world don't want to vote. But there are also many people who like to be paid for their vote. And in crypto, the actual equity, tokenized equity asset allows for that market to be created on its own. The second thing that our colleague here described is that to do a basis trade, you need derivatives. That's certainly true. But if the derivatives market is to have sufficient liquidity from basis traders, they need to be able to trade 24/7. They need to be able to have some price guarantees on the opening auction on Monday morning. And without the spot tokenized assets, you're effectively forcing people into the 9-to-5 regime or whatever the hours are in that jurisdiction. And that is not a true 24/7 internet capital market. That is a very restricted, time-bounded market. Finally, I think my colleagues pointed out that there's a lot of counterparty risk in tokenized equities. I would argue that a much worse counterparty risk is the oracle risk. The oracles for tokenized stock equities have a lot of parameters. They change a lot. They're not super interpretable. And in a lot of ways, that actually makes the risk of getting blown out, as we saw last week on Venturals, much more likely in derivative assets. And I'm not sure if we want the average retail user doing that. So, yeah, with that, I'll close. I think.
Thank you guys
thanks,
for the
everyone.
debate. I think we're done.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. So, did you guys think? Were you expecting the winning team to be green? Oh, it's changing. Vote still going. Is anybody gonna vote purple, green?
Are we allowed to vote?
I voted.
You voted.
Yeah.
Now everyone gets to vote.
Yeah, everyone's voting against.
Oh, man.
All right.
Are we?
So, yeah, I think you guys are good to leave. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Please give an applause to our speakers. We'll take a very short break for the team to move the stands around, and we'll be right back in a few minutes. Next up, we have Michael Mark Antonio giving a keynote on Galaxy. Welcome, Michael.
How we doing? Good to see everyone. My name is Michael Mark Antonio. I am the head of DeFi at Galaxy Digital. Galaxy is, for those who don't know, arguably the largest publicly traded company that actively trades on decentralized markets and that builds on Solana. We're incredibly proud about that. We made a huge commitment to Solana, and I want to talk a little bit about what we're working on and why it's really exciting. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it's working. It's not moving. All right. So thank you all for being here. Thank the Solana Foundation. Before, though, I really wanted to contextualize, from my perspective, what our mission is, why we're so focused on Solana, and why we're so focused on decentralized finance. Because right now, the economy for young people, for millennials and Gen Z, is just not working. Young people have no equity in the system. They're straddled with student debt. They don't own homes. They have no prospect of owning homes. They're not starting families. I mean, the current financial system, the legacy rails that we are looking to replace, that we, all of us together in this collective project, are looking to upgrade, that system has failed. And it has failed because it was not meant to protect young people. It was not meant to protect millennials, Gen Z, the next generation. It was meant instead to benefit those who control it. And Peter Thiel actually had an email about this in 2020 that I thought was really interesting. It recently surfaced. And he said, if you have no equity, if you have no stake in the capitalist system, don't be surprised if young people reject that system and overthrow it. And when I think about that, and I think about what that means, I'm faced with the obvious fear that young people not having any equity in this current system, not having any ownership in this current system, are going to reject it. And you're seeing that right now. In New York last month, in the epicenter of global capitalism, you saw New York, young people came out in droves, and they said one thing: we reject the status quo. We reject the current system. And so young people are faced with this dichotomy. They're faced with this binary choice: accept the status quo or adopt something like socialism, adopt something like government control. But what I'm saying here, and what we're so focused on, is there is a third option. There is a third option. And that option is decentralized finance. That option is not rejecting markets, it is upgrading them. It's not rejecting capitalism, it's making capitalism more inclusive. It's making markets more, it's making markets available and ownership available to young people. And so, right now, we're looking at this and we're saying, how do we get decentralized finance to bring millions and millions of young people into the economic system before it is too late? And this is very important for all of the builders here. The builders need to understand that we're not just building a better blockchain. You're not just building a better blockchain. You're not just building a more efficient system. You're not just building a faster blockchain. You are building a new social contract. You are building a new system that will empower young people if it works. But it needs to work. And how do we define working? We define working, in my mind, as moving the $500 trillion securities market on-chain. What I spend most of my time thinking about every single day is how do we move the legacy financial system, the $500 trillion security market that runs on legacy rails right now, onto Solana? And why Solana? Solana is the only blockchain, from my perspective, as the head of DeFi at Galaxy Digital, that can sustain, that can warehouse the global capital markets, that can warehouse billions of transactions a day. And if it does that, there will be two things that will happen. First, we'll have massive efficiency gains. And don't tell me about tick to trade. When transactions land on Solana, talk to me about tick to settlement. We're already beating the legacy financial system. But secondly, we will be moving from a closed system, a closed source system that does not work for most people, into an open source system, an ownership economy, a system in which anyone, young people especially, can have a piece of that system. Young people can actually buy in to that system. And we have to do it now. And so what we focus on at Galaxy is how do we move the legacy financial system on chain? How do we do it? And many people have many thoughts, right? Some people say we need to wait for regulators. Some people say we need to wait for institutions to catch up. I say we don't have time for that. We do not have time to wait. We have to do it now. We have to move the $500 trillion securities market that is waiting for us. We have to move it on chain now. We don't have a choice. When that system moves on chain, when it is opened up, when there are validators that are validating not just meme coins and Pokemon cards, but validating securities transactions and bonds and derivatives, not only will all the young people that understand these markets and that are enfranchised by them, not only will they have a leg up finally, not only will they have ownership finally in a system, but we will finally get to the next stage of what we are all fighting for, which is a system that is open for all. So, what is Galaxy's role here? Galaxy is in the vanguard of moving this forward. Many others are too, but Galaxy uses its position to push and get securities on chain. And the first thing we did was we tokenized Galaxy stock. Galaxy Digital is on the NASDAQ. That is a publicly traded share, but we went to the SEC and we said we are tokenizing these securities. And where did we do it? We did it on Solana, because Solana is the only blockchain that we believe can house, with the speed and the efficiency needed, tokenized securities. And so, Galaxy Digital stock is on chain. We are also working with State Street on a tokenized money market fund. This is, again, taking the legacy financial system, taking the institutions that existed for the last 50 years, 100 years, and moving them on chain. We're doing it now. We are also going to be building a prime brokerage on chain. A prime brokerage on chain, on Solana. This is extremely exciting, because everything that you need to run a prime brokerage is already on Solana. The risk engines, everything, right now. For those who don't know, we run two of the largest Solana validators. We're very involved in Solana. And in connection with our validators, we are one of the largest 00 switch operators. So these are the routes that we are currently running for 00. Why is 00 so important? Because if you're going to warehouse the $500 trillion securities market, you can't do it over the public internet. It's not done over the public internet right now on NASDAQ. It can't be done on Solana. In fact, this right here is so important to actually being able to efficiently price securities, bonds, commodities, derivatives, and 00 being able to multicast state updates, being able to reduce massively jitter, and working with Galaxy, we're really excited about it. Forward Industries. We sponsored Forward Industries, the largest Solana DAT. This is important. Forward Industries, from my perspective, is the canary in the coal mine. It is a publicly traded company. It is a Solana company. We are going to push the boundaries with Forward Industries on what is possible for a public company to do on-chain. This is very important. Forward Industries, most DATs, most publicly traded companies, when they want to raise capital, they issue shares on the NASDAQ. But what if you could issue them on-chain directly? DATs issue shares in exchange for cash, and then they buy SOL. What if we could issue shares on-chain in exchange for SOL? How much more efficient would that be? And that is just one of many things that we are going to be doing. And then in connection with that, Galaxy and Jump are going to be launching a Prop AMM. Now, this is interesting because Prop AMMs have dominated the news, rightfully so. For the first time in my career in crypto, on-chain prices are better than Binance prices. It's a massive success, and it's held largely because of Prop AMMs. What do you want to do with the Prop AMM more than just trade crypto? Well, what about on-chain token offerings, on-chain market making for equities? There are a million different things that a Prop AMM can do to actually bolster and provide price discovery for traditional financial instruments that will trade on-chain. So these things are very important. We want to provide more liquidity, we want to provide more price discovery, and we want Solana to be so dominant, and we want Solana to have such good prices that when you look at the NASDAQ price for Forward Industries and you look at the Solana price for Forward Industries, you want to buy on Solana. That is the end state. So, listen, young people are struggling. We believe DeFi is the middle ground. We believe DeFi is the way that we can enfranchise Gen Z and millennials who have been crowded out of this system. But it can only work if the actual real economy is on chain. Everyone has a role to play. Galaxy's role is playing is a forcing function to move it on chain. So we are fighting every day. We are building every day. If you're an engineer, if you're a trader, if you're interested in what I've said here today, please reach out to me. We are looking for everyone and anyone who is interested in joining this mission. But also, I want to just say, you guys are so important to this. If we don't succeed at building a better future through decentralized markets, through decentralized finance, if we don't succeed at that, the future for young people is going to be very bleak. It's either going to be the status quo or chaos. We are the rational middle ground. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael, for the inspirational speech. Next up, we have Lucas Bruder, co-founder of Jito, to talk about BAM. Welcome, Lucas.
My name is Lucas Bruder. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Jito Labs. I'm here to talk about BAM today. BAM is programmable infrastructure for internet capital markets. Solana is winning the speed war. This is pretty clear. We've seen a 6x increase in transactions per second over the last few years. This is thanks to the hard work of all the Solana core engineers from Anza, FireDancer, and all the great apps on Solana. On the right here, you can see the block space increase over the past few years on Solana. At the beginning of this year, we were around 48 million compute units. Went to 50 million compute units, 60 million compute units. I think early next year, we'll have 100 million compute units. Past then, I think it's going to continue to go exponential. Speed alone isn't enough, though. Markets need more. There's a few properties we think markets need. They need to be transparent. People need to know the rules of the market, how the market works. They need to be fair. This is very important. Same rules, consistently applied. It needs to be verifiable. It needs to be provable. Don't just promise it. They also need to be customizable. We think that different markets have different needs. We think that BAM can help solve some of these issues. BAM's a transparent, verifiable, and customizable scheduler for Solana. There's two main pieces for BAM. There's the BAM node, which schedules transactions inside of trusted execution environments. They produce cryptographic attestations, so you can get the verifiability that I mentioned on the last slide. And BAM validators will execute those transactions. The really cool thing about BAM is plugins. I mentioned different markets, different needs. BAM will support customized sequencing rules for those applications on Solana. This is commonly known as ACE, or Application Controlled Execution. And we're also exploring a lot of interesting and unique transaction primitives that we think will upgrade Solana. There's a few key properties for BAM that we care a lot about and that provide a lot of value to Solana. We talked about plugins, custom sequencing logic. Applications can define their own markets through ACE. It's provable. You can know how it works. You can get attestations from the system to understand the software that's running, understand the market, and anyone can verify the code that's running is what it says it is. It's private. Transactions are encrypted through secure hardware on the trusted execution environment. It's also very performant. Today, we're running around 7 BAM nodes. We envision tens or hundreds run by many operators. The performance overhead from BAM is very small, and we get all of these properties thanks to TEs. BAM's a sandbox for innovation. Mention application-controlled execution. This allows on-chain applications to implement their own ordering rules, create their own market microstructure. Common example here is maker priority. What this allows applications to do is provide better markets for makers. Ultimately, this results in better prices for users. ACE allows the market microstructure to become fully programmable. And we think that when any asset can be traded on Solana, any market and application can define its own rules, then Solana will become the best venue to trade any asset, including the securities that Michael was just talking about. Today, BAM's running on 8% of stake. It's processed tens of thousands of blocks over the past few months in hundreds of millions of transactions. We see performance comparable to other validator clients on the network. So where are we going with BAM? We've talked a lot about plugins, application-controlled execution. This is something that we're going to start working on very shortly. It's a most requested feature from applications on Solana, from prop AMMs to perp dexes and other trading intense venues. I mentioned verifiability. We're working on something that we internally called bars. This is the BAM attestation report service. This lets you understand the market and the software that's running inside of BAM so traders can understand how the system works. A very important part of BAM is open sourcing the software. This is something that we're working on. We expect it to be open source within a few months. Decentralization is extremely important, and we'll be working on supporting multiple operators to onboard to BAM and run it across the world. Finally, we'll be working on IBRL. So this includes faster software, better performance, Fire BAM, which is our Fire Dancer implementation of BAM as well. There's a lot of work to do. Job's not finished. If any of this interests you, if you're a validator, you can scan the QR code, take you to bam.dev to learn more. If you're an application developer, please scan that. Reach out to us. Happy to learn more about your needs, what you want to see on the market. And if you're an engineer and any of this interests you, if you want to work on very high performance systems, you want to help make Solana the best place it can be, the other QR code takes us to our job page, hiring a lot of engineering right now. So please apply. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lucas, for the keynote on BAM. Next, we have a fireside chat with the founder of Paxos, Chad Cascarilla, and Solana Foundation's non-CMO, Akshay Bedi. Paxos has been around before Ethereum started, and they're the issuer behind PYUSD, USDG. They power those, Paxos Gold, USDP, and many, many more stablecoins. So welcome the two speakers.
Oh. All right, good evening, everyone. Chad, welcome to Breakpoint 2025.
Great to be here.
Awesome to have you. Let's get right into it. What is the latest and greatest with Paxos that we should know about? For an audience here that is largely sort of skeptical of the institutional adoption in the medium to long term, and a lot of developers who feel like the focus should be back to grassroots developers. So sell us on the stablecoin regulations and why this is truly a watershed moment that's going to last longer than 2 years.
Yeah, well, look, I'm very sympathetic with that. I was just telling somebody, Paxos has been around before Ethereum. So we're certainly, in some ways, OGs and very much believe in the concept and the spirit and the ethos of decentralization. And actually, we just bought a wallet company called Fortify last week, which is purely for institutions who want to be able to access DeFi as an institutional self-custody wallet. And I certainly believe that is really the future of the financial markets. I love how DeFi and what Solana has been able to bring to the DeFi community is, and how on-chain is going to really fundamentally change the entire basis of financial markets, and I think capitalism too, all for the better. At the same time, there is about $900 trillion of traditional assets, not on-chain assets. They're traditional assets, and they need to get on-chain. And in order to get them on-chain, you have to do it in some way. And actually, that's why we built Paxos, which was, how can we take the traditional financial world and migrate it on-chain so that it can operate in a more decentralized, open, and transparent way? And clearly, the way that's happening most obviously is with dollars, which is how do you create stable coins and have stable coins be able to move around and be accessible to anybody. And with the passage of Genius, this is going to be done with a regulatory framework, by the way, that Paxos has followed now for 7 or 8 years as an issuer. And that's going to help be able to create trust and oversight and actually, I think, a common set of standards that's very important. But it's not just about stablecoins, it's about all kinds of assets getting pushed on-chain. That's what Paxos is about. How can we use our wallet infrastructure to help create issuance and create much bigger adoption of traditional assets in an on-chain environment?
Okay, I think folks have heard about your impact on stablecoin. I want to talk a little bit more about on-chain equities and sort of the broader class of assets outside of stablecoin. But before that, USDG do you treat that as a successful launch?
I think, anytime you're going from 0 to 1, it's not easy to do. We're at about $1.5 billion now, and so it's been growing. And the last quarter it grew 2.5x. I'd certainly love to grow 2.5x every quarter. That would start to become compoundingly impossible. But it has a great trajectory right now. Basically, every major exchange has listed it. It's now you can use it as collateral on a number of different places, from OKX to Kraken. Other places have been adding it. Bybit just joined, and so it's really becoming much more ubiquitously available. It's usable in Visa and MasterCard and Stripe, a whole number of payment providers. And so I look at this and think, to me, there are going to be a number of rails that major firms and different communities are using. I think it'll be maybe 2 to 5 of them. And then there's going to be something like hundreds, maybe even thousands of white labels. And I think white labels of all kinds have a very important place to play, just like rewards cards and branded credit cards and everything. But there's still only like 2 to 5 payment networks. And I think there'll be 2 to 5 stable.
Yeah, that's part of why, sorry to interrupt you, but that was part of why I think I was really excited about USDG being sort of, once it takes off, a lot of these companies that are part of the network can start to issue white label stablecoins. Is there a reason we have seen a delay in that, or do you think that's just, those are just conversations that take time to materialize, and we'll see more of those coming out in the next year?
White label conversations take a while because firms, there's a bunch of different choices you can make. Do you want to kind of roll your own, the entire thing from top to bottom? Do you want to use another stablecoin like USDG or the PayPal stablecoin or whatever it might be as an underlying rail? Do you want to kind of do something like M0? Do you want to have common reserves? There's many different mechanisms you can have to create your own white label stablecoin, and it also depends on what are you trying to achieve. Do you think you're going to compete as one of those 2 to 5 rails, or are you doing it for your community and you want the rewards to be able to go back to help with your token or to help with other users? And so I think there's a number of different ways you can build a white label, and once you start going down that rabbit hole, sometimes people have to spend a little bit more time than they really thought around the design phases. But ultimately, you could get a stablecoin launched if you wanted to very quickly. We could do it in a couple weeks.
Okay.
You could do it in a couple weeks if you wanted.
And if you're advising, say, a company like Starbucks to make a choice like that, or just a company with a lot of consumers that want to have eventually a loyalty program, what would be the design decisions you would make on the white label?
I think if you're really trying to do it for your own user base, I think you're almost just creating a branding experience. If you control the UI, UX, you might not even need to have your own stablecoin. You would just control what it looks like in the UI. So that would be like the latest version of a white label, which is we just control the UI. Guess what? You're using a Starbucks card, and it's USDG underneath. And then you can create whatever rewards mechanisms you want out of it. And then you can go a layer deeper, which is, you know what? It's actually, you know, S-bucks money or something, right? And then what is the reserve assets? Do you want it to be a stable coin that's underneath that, or do you want it to be like actual treasuries? Do you want it to be Genius compliant? How do you want to make it all work? And so if I was advising someone, I would say, if you don't think it's going to be a global rail, and by the way, a lot of people think they're going to build global rails, a lot more than will ultimately be global rails. So there's going to be a lot of disappointed people in the world. But if you don't think you're going to be a global rail, you should really piggyback off of the liquidity and the rails that other people have set up. Because it's not easy to go get yourself accepted in all the payment networks and all the exchanges and all the collateral frameworks and do all the lending and be on DeFi. It's just not going to be possible for everyone to do that. So I would always try to push someone away from that. But ultimately, we're an infrastructure provider. And we're neutral infrastructure. We're going to help our customers do whatever they want. Who am I to say whether they're going to succeed or not? I can give them some insights from how I think the market's going to be. But I'm not here to be right or wrong about exactly where the market's going to be. What I want to be is right or wrong about the infrastructure.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think startups can perhaps punch above their weight by investing in loyalty compared to performance marketing, where a lot of the juice has been squeezed out, and they're hyper-efficient advertising markets. And so I was curious if you're seeing small companies also test this idea of like a white label stablecoin paired with a loyalty program.
Well, you definitely are, because there's a number of companies where they have good networks, remittance companies or other ones where they might even have big on-the-ground presences, and they can create apps and they can create experiences. And in the case of something like USDG, one of the benefits of it is we're returning all the rewards, all the interest is being returned. We just keep an asset management fee. And in fact, in USDG, you don't just get the interest on your own balances, you get the interest on any balances you're helping to create. Now, we can do that because institutions have to join. They're the distributors. Under Genius, you can't pay direct rewards to the end user, so you have to do it through a distributor, in essence. And that mechanism is somewhat convoluted. I really think there should be interest-bearing stablecoins. We actually had one here out of the UAE, but you're kind of having to deal with what is the art of the possible from public policy. So I think eventually you'll get to that point. Everyone's so worried about interest-bearing stablecoins, but eventually you're going to have tokenized T-bills and tokenized repo, and the risk-free rate's going to be democratized. The cool thing about stablecoins is they've democratized access to the dollar all over the world, but it's even, I think, far more impactful when you can democratize access to the risk-free rate. And USDG does that, but maybe not totally perfectly, because you can't do it directly to the end user.
Yeah, On that note, do you think that we're moving in the same direction with equities, where you can democratize access to stocks and companies that are really the only instrument today to beat inflation for a lot of investors? And so democratizing access to that makes sense in the same way that we did for stablecoins, where if you have a wallet or a fintech interface, you should be able to buy a derivative of a stock just that gives you access to the price action, or perhaps the full stock. There's a plethora of experiments. How are you involved in that? Are you involved in that? And what do you see if, as Paxos gets into 2026?
So we don't just have dollar stablecoins. We issue the PayPal dollar and the global dollar. We actually also issued the Pax Gold product, and that is underlying gold that's held in vaults. It's about $1.4, $1.5 billion as well. It's fully regulated. When you own the token, you own the gold. You can actually put in your, you can come with your token, and you can see the serial number of the bar that you own. It's pretty cool. It's common law. You own the bar. You don't own anything to Paxos, owe anything to Paxos.
And where are the vaults?
The wall can be anywhere. You can. It's just issued on chain. Right. So
the gold.
Yes.
Where is it custodied?
It's called the actual physical gold is custodied in London. So there's a couple different depositories in London, ICBC and Brinks, where we hold the gold. And if you own 400 ounces, you can actually come and redeem a bar. Not many people do that because 400 ounces is a lot of gold. But anyways, we've done that 3 or 4 times. But it's the actual physical gold there. And by the way, our stablecoins are the same thing. We hold T-bills. It's not ours. It's our customers. And I think it should be the exact same way with equities. And we actually settled real live US equity trades. This is kind of forgotten in the mists of time here, but we had a no action letter from the SEC, and for 2 years we settled real live equity trades in pilot form for Bank of America, Credit Suisse, SocGen, Instinet, Wedbush, a bunch of broker dealers in the US. And after Gary Gensler came in, the no action letter lapsed, and kind of things went into a holding pattern. And we have now submitted an application to the SEC to be a clearing agency, which is a depository, but for stocks and for bonds. And in that way, we'll be able to hold stocks and bonds and issue them natively on chain, and you will be the holder of the stock and the bond. It won't be a derivative instrument, it'll be the underlying. Just like you should own the underlying gold, just like you should own the underlying T-bill, you should own the underlying stock. It shouldn't be a derivative instrument. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but you really want to have leverage and counterparty risk layered on top of the underlying asset, not be the underlying asset. Otherwise, you're just creating too many layers of fragility. Somebody fails along the way, and then you can have a problem. And you could easily have that with other instruments, and that's why I think the Genius Act was important, because it stopped that with stablecoins.
Do you think we'll get, if with that restriction, do you think we'll get to a world where people can own stocks without KYC, similar to how you own stablecoin without that?
I would love that to be the world. I think that's ultimately up to the regulators because there's securities law restrictions on what needs to happen and what a company needs to own.
Within the extent securities regulation, do you think that is a realistic possibility?
Yes. I absolutely think it's a realistic possibility. I think you're always going to end up, because every jurisdiction has an issue of who is an accredited investor or some version of that. And so you have to have some mechanism to gate a wallet, because there's limitations on who can own certain types of securities in certain types of jurisdictions. And so setting aside that layer of compliance that's needed, it should be able to move seamlessly, permissionlessly, on-chain, on a public chain.
Yeah, I mean, the US capital markets have been the deepest capital markets for a long time now, and they have a near monopoly in the IPOs of some of the biggest global companies. Do you see a world where, we actually did an analysis where we saw the volume of assets traded on different venues in the US, in China, and the long tail of regional capital markets, including the UAE, India, places like this. And if you remove Bitcoin and stablecoin volume, the internet is the third most liquid venue for trading assets, and that's all of the crypto trading that happens. So I'm curious if you think in the future, in the very near future, we can partner with progressive, techno-progressive governments like the UAE and the securities sort of regulator here to have IPOs in the UAE regional market, in the, say, the Dubai financial market. You tokenize that on Solana, and 95% of volume actually happens on Solana. And it's more volume than you would have had if this regional company had listed in the US, because a lot of investors just don't know about it.
I think that's exactly what the blockchain enables. It doesn't matter where you list, because you're on a public chain, and public chain is the internet, and it's open to everybody to be able to access. Whatever the restrictions are in some jurisdiction for someone to own it is a different matter. You've just created an open distribution mechanism. And there's an analogy of this, which I'm unfortunately old enough to remember, which you basically had trading that was on the floor. It was manual, it was done analog with people. And you traded in like eighths and sixteenths and quarters. And the amount of volume was very low. And then you went electronic and you traded in decimals, and everyone was so afraid, oh my God, if it goes decimals, we're not going to earn any commissions. And the amount of trading volume went up about 10 to 100x, right? And so the amount of price compression versus the amount of trading and access that happened completely overwhelmed the compression. And I think that exact same thing will be what happens when you go on chain, which is you're going to completely change the amount of trading that's possible and the amount of access that's possible on a global basis. So you can, again, 10x or 100x the amount of trading volume that happens. And there's like, I don't know, $250 billion a day that trades in US stocks, and it's really basically 7 stocks or something is a majority of it, or the plurality at least. And you're trading $250 billion a day. I bet you will look and we'll say, wow, it trades like $2.5 trillion at like, some period like 5 or 10 years from here. And we'll all be surprised. And everyone had been so afraid of it going on chain, and it actually was the best thing for capital markets and for liquidity and for companies to raise money.
Yeah, that's awesome. You betrayed your age with that example. But I agree. And I think the analogy I like to use is like, you were watching an HBO show. I don't know how many views you got, but now, if you're outside the US, it's hard to get access to HBO. Your cable operator needs to probably have a partnership with HBO to get it. But then if you have a YouTube link, you can click on that, and anybody anywhere in the world can watch the same video. And similarly, any asset listed, hopefully by Paxos, that's a reflection of the traditional financial market, can be purchased by anybody anywhere around the world, allowing them to create a portfolio that's resistant to all of the uncertainty and inflation that we're likely to face. So that's really exciting. We're very glad to work with you, and thank you for joining us today.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Couldn't agree more with Chad that we should have yield-bearing stablecoins be a thing, and that tokenized equities should be accessible to everybody. Next, we have Michael Lau from the Bullish Group to give us a keynote, and they are super bullish on Solana. Welcome, Michael. So I can take this off? Yes?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Hello, Abu Dhabi. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at Solana Breakpoint. It's been an incredible day, the energy outside, people building the future of capital markets here. So my name is Michael Lau. I'm the Senior Vice President, Group Head of Business Development at Bullish. I'm also the Chairman of Consensus, which is the flagship conference franchise of CoinDesk. After spending about a decade working in traditional capital markets, I made the switch over 6 years ago to join Bullish. At that time, it was just a prototype, 20-something people, and they said to me, hey, Michael, one day we're going to have customers. We need a customer guy. And I was like, great, I love customers. I'll be the customer guy. And in those early days, when we were thinking about who our target market was, I put together this chart that basically had 3 bars representing the difference between institutional versus retail-driven volumes. The first bar was US equity markets, 200-plus-year-old exchanges with about 80% of that volume driven by institutions. The second bar was the Chinese equity markets, 90-plus years old, about 60% driven by institutions, and at that time, us TradFi folks thought that was a retail-driven market. But then you had crypto, 10-plus years old, and best guess, probably 95% retail. And I made the point at the time that there are 2 primary drivers. The first, that people would, I think, realize that there's value in professional risk management. And the second is that our space will be more regulated over time. And those 2 factors would put us on a path to institutionalization that rhymes with history, like we've seen, for example, in other asset classes, for example, in equities. So with that being said, we decided to build Bullish on 2 pillars. The first was being a counterparty you could trust, but in a language that institutions could understand. That meant KYC, AML being regulated, having a Big 4 auditor. And the second was then identifying a problem that they cared about, and that was finding deep and reliable liquidity. We've been on this path now for about 4 years, and we're now one of the largest institutional exchanges for crypto. But it's been a crazy adventure. In particular, back in 2023, many of you might remember, Silvergate and Signature Bank went down. At that time, we were quoting everything in USD fiat pairs, and then all of a sudden we had to pivot overnight to quoting everything in stablecoin pairs. And that's been what we've been doing since then. The majority of our liquidity and our volumes have been driven by stablecoin pairs. Now, I'm an engineer by training. I believe that innovation takes root when it's driven by causality and also on a first principles basis. And when we had to figure out what network we were going to use to provide that faster, cheaper, constantly accessible US dollar format, stablecoins was the clear choice for the institutions that rely on performance, liquidity, and capital efficiency. And it's with this mindset that we started thinking to ourselves, what other networks are there that are purpose-built for financial primitives, that have that high throughput, that have that predictable low transaction costs? And that's what led us to Solana. And over the summer, we announced a collaboration with the Solana Foundation that we would make Solana native stablecoins the primary digital asset used across Bullish's exchange and clearing services. That's powering custody, transactions, payments, settlements, and other future product innovations. There's a really cool quote that our CEO gave at the time. Solana has proven itself as rails for next generation financial infrastructure, fast, efficient, and ready for institutional scale. But that's just talk. More importantly is what you do with it. And so some of you might know, for example, that over the summer, we actually IPO'd on the New York Stock Exchange at Bullish. That was an incredibly momentous occasion for us. But what's important to double-click into is the fact that we actually took $1.15 billion of those proceeds as stablecoins. And what's particularly important for this group over here is that the vast majority of that was done on the Solana network. So where do we go from here? At Bullish, we continue to push forward on this idea of institutional adoption. Since the IPO, we've gotten our BIT license and have launched in the US, and we've also recently launched our Bitcoin options trading. Our Bitcoin options product is now one of the top 5 of open interest in the world. But just switching gears a little bit, putting back my consensus hat on, I'm also extremely excited to point out that earlier this week, we announced the Solana Accelerate APAC will be coming to Consensus Hong Kong in February 2026, and I can't wait to see all of you there. And with all of that being said, there's just one line that I'll leave with you. I'm bullish. I hope you are too. Thank you.
Are more than bullish on Solana after the talk. Next, we have the CEO of Wormhole Labs, Saeed Budreg, coming to talk about one of the largest cross-chain communication networks powering Solana and other blockchains. Welcome, Saeed.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Abu Dhabi. I want to begin by speaking about the internet's original sin. The internet failed in one particular way, and it's really affected a lot of things that have happened since. The internet could move information, but could not move money. It couldn't really move money. Not the way that you could move a message or information. Instant, globally, and without permission. That single omission has really affected how things have been built over the last 30 years. And this industry specifically has focused the last 15 years to correcting that mistake. So I feel like it's an important point for everything that we work on here to kind of understand that there is a mission behind the work that we do and kind of fixing that missing piece. So when we talk about the things that are specific to Solana, and why we're starting to see some change over this work that's been conducted over the last 15 years, we are seeing some of that change on Solana, right? We're seeing the impact of 15 years of decentralized work that can actually be competitive with their centralized counterparties or their centralized competitors. I speak to a lot of blockchain companies, a lot of teams that are building blockchains, a lot of teams that are building products. They are always asking me, like, what makes Solana special? Why does Solana command the user base that it does? Why is it so popular? Why does it do so well on metrics that are important to blockchains, right? Whether it's bridge TVL or DEX volumes or unique wallets or any of those metrics. And it's really hard for me to answer that question because I do look at each blockchain as an economy. And it's very hard to just take one or two aspects of an economy and say, that's the reason for their success. So I usually kind of answer it with, it really comes down to the people. It comes down to the culture. If you can foster that kind of culture, you will have a lot of success. The way I describe Solana's culture is you've got these rebellious engineers who are mission-driven. They believe in a free financial system. They think that that's something worth pursuing. You've got unorthodox quants that are leaving a very lucrative or predictable path in HFT because they believe they can build better markets on chain. You've got unapologetic founders that are mission-driven and believe the world will be better with a free and transparent financial system. And you've got, unfortunately, yes, degens as well in there. All of those colliding together in the same ecosystem kind of give you, I think, give you the best shot at creating an economy that's as vibrant as the one on Solana. There are like 3 things that I think are not the only things, but there are important things that allow for these economies to work. 1 is how assets come into the space. 2 is how users are onboarded. And then 3 is how capital markets form. I think those 3 things within an economy are jet fuel for growth. So if we just look at wormholes data, we can see that 30% of transfers end up going to Solana. Solana is the destination chain for those transfers. That's almost $12 billion worth of value that's come into the Solana ecosystem. And behind that value are users, real companies and real people that are looking to use the technology and the services and the different products that are being built within that ecosystem. So, by our estimation, there's about 300,000 new users this year that have entered the Solana ecosystem just to use its products, transact on its markets, and hopefully get some value. The second thing is how users onboard, right? A way a user can come into the Solana ecosystem is by swapping its non-native assets into native assets. Mine is a protocol that allows for this to happen. And if you've ever used any of the major wallets, such as Phantom, Solflare, or Backpack, or you've used a DEX like Radium or an aggregator like Jupiter, likely if you've swapped from a non-native asset to a native asset, you've probably used Mayan. They've seen over $5 billion worth of value come into the Solana ecosystem just through their product. I think those 2 things are pretty table stakes at this point. You've got to be able to bring assets in, and you've got to be able to onboard users to those applications so that they actually have the right assets to be able to use the products. The last thing I'll talk about is Sunrise. Sunrise is a first of its kind. It was able to demonstrate the formation of capital markets competitively. And the operative word there is competitively. The first asset listing that Sunrise conducted on Solana was the Monad token. It took a non-native token that wasn't issued on Solana, brought it to Solana on day 1, minute 1, competing not only with all of the other venues on chain, but also competing with their centralized competitors, all the centralized exchanges out there. And within the first 24 hours, we saw Monad spot volumes surpass Hyperliquid's. We saw Monad's spot volumes in the first 24 hours surpass even on Monad itself. Now, that's not a knock on Monad. Monad was 1 day old. But it definitely shows us the power of the user base that's on Solana today. It shows us that tapping into that economy or that market can really make a material difference if you're an asset issuer. Now, for the statistic that I'm most interested in or I'm most excited about, if Solana were a centralized exchange, it would have been a top 5 day one centralized exchange for the monad listing. It's very hard to do. Anyone who's built decentralized technologies always knows that the centralized counterpart who has full control of the stack, that's living in a data center, will outcompete you with speed. And if it's a market-based platform, obviously spreads and liquidity and all of these other things. So for that to happen on-chain day one, minute one was not an easy thing to do, but Sunrise was able to do that and really demonstrate to the world that you can have on-chain capital markets form on the internet and be just as competitive as centralized competitors. And so when I say that top 5, it was a top 5 centralized exchange listing on-chain, but it beat out Kraken, it beat out KuCoin, it beat out BitGet, it beat out Gate. Like, these are very well-known exchanges that most of us know. Some of these exchanges have million-plus user bases, and it was able to be, quote, tighter spreads. It was able to do more volume than those exchanges, all with its native Solana ecosystem user base. So for me, I get really excited about all of the stuff that Sunrise is doing and these listings being possible today on Solana, because not because we're only competing with centralized exchanges, but we're also competing with everything else that's centralized. So if I can demonstrate that a crypto asset can issue on-chain in a decentralized way, and it can be just as competitive with its centralized counterparties, it's not just about the crypto token. It can be an equity, it can be a commodity, it can be any financial product. So that's really what I think the big first use case that we saw with Sunrise and with this listing on Solana. And lastly, I want to just say, like, the mission-driven approach for this, right? If you don't have capital formation happening on-chain, if you don't have price discovery happening on-chain, you're never really going to create that free, transparent, permissionless financial future. You have to have all of these components in a competitive way on-chain. That hasn't been the case traditionally. This was the first time that I saw an on-chain spot listing surpass centralized exchanges. This was the first time I saw an on-chain spot listing that wasn't on its native blockchain list on-chain in a minute one, day one scenario. So that being said, I'm very excited about what the Solana ecosystem is going to bring. I'm very excited about what Sunrise, the next listing that Sunrise is going to do. And I'm very excited about capital markets forming on the internet, largely based on Solana. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Saeed from Wormhole. Next, we have Kian, founder of Keel, coming up to talk about institutional grade infrastructure on Solana. Please welcome Kian.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very excited to be here today to share some of the updates from Keel. My name is Cian Brannock. I'm the founder of Matariki Labs, contributors to Keel. Just 2 months ago, I had the pleasure of introducing Keel to the world at Solana Apex in Singapore. Keel is a star within the Sky or MakerDAO ecosystem. It's an on-chain capital allocator focused entirely on the Solana network. At Apex, we shared Keel's big 3 ambitions: to bring DeFi at scale to Solana, to help improve rate stability and liquidity in Solana lending markets, and to be a catalyst for growth within the Solana RWA space. So in the first 2, I'm happy to share that we've made great strides. Keel's core infrastructure went live in November, and we've integrated with our first 2 lending platforms to date. But today's news really focuses entirely on number 3, how we start to catalyze 10x growth for RWAs on Solana. So today we officially kick off Keel's tokenization regatta, a public RFP for Solana native real-world assets, and a race to accelerate Solana's RWA landscape for both new and existing high-quality assets. With Season 1, We intend to deploy the first $500 million of Keel's allocation capacity, and this will be the largest single placement of assets on Solana to date. So what are we looking for? The entire RFP is available on the Sky forum for anyone who'd like to take a look. You can get there at keel.fi/regatta. But to summarize what we're looking for, high-quality tokenizations with bankruptcy-remote legal structures and thoroughly robust on-chain infrastructure. Dollar-denominated assets with low duration and no directional exposure, and highly liquid assets with a preference for daily NAV and T0 or T1 settlement, and low volatility with sustainable risk-adjusted returns. We split this process into two distinct tracks. Track A has a focus on assets that are already live on Solana, or where issuers can make a commitment to being live and ready to receive deployments by 31st of March 2026. And Track B focuses on building a pipeline of allocation for Keel. These are quality assets in development on Solana for consideration in subsequent allocations over the next 12 to 18 months. In particular, for Track B, we're working very closely with the Solana Foundation to help identify pain points and gaps that issuers are facing to try and accelerate the time to market for these high-quality assets. And I'm glad to say asset managers have really been leaning into this. In the run-up to the announcement today, we've had expressions of interest from more than 40 of the world's largest asset managers, and we've had dozens of providers in the tokenization stack leaning in as well. Some already support Solana issuance, but for many of these, this is the first opportunity for them to really drive the ROI and the opportunity to build deployments specifically for Solana. So why run an RFP in such a public way? Well, this is about more than just the first $500 million. The regatta is about creating a catalyzing moment for RWAs on Solana and to enable a stock take or a state of readiness survey across the market and identify those paths and opportunities to accelerate. Season 1's allocation will bring an immediate 60% in RWA TVL on Solana from where we stand today. But this is about opening dialogue between asset managers, between Keel and between the Solana Foundation for many more issuances and allocations to come. We're very thankful to all the contributors that are making this regatta possible. Sky, the Solana Foundation, Kinetica Research in particular. If you'd like to follow along, please check out Keel_Fi on X. And for more information on the RFP itself, you can visit that on the Sky blog by visiting keel.fi/regatta. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Anthony Scaramucci to give us a product keynote.
Thanks, guys. So I'm here to talk about my new book, which came out yesterday, called Solana Rising. And so I just want to spend a few minutes on the book because I think it's very important for people here who are Solana believers to convince the non-believers about Solana, and that was the purpose of writing the book. We spent time interviewing Anatoly and Raj and Lily and a whole host of the founding group of Solana people and the Solana family, and I'm probably the only person in this room that's wearing a tie other than the security people, okay? So I'm probably also one of the oldest people in the room. So I want you to pay attention to this message because the people in my demography, I'm about to turn 62 years old, they don't understand it. They don't understand crypto. They don't understand the blockchain. They also don't understand Solana. And I thought it was very important to lay out the story because I think 2026 is going to be one of these breakthrough years for this chain. A couple of predictions for you. The Clarity Act, which I think is very likely, even though there's some Democratic opposition right now, I think it's very likely that it's going to be passed next year. And this is going to create this wonderful pathway for tokenization of real-world assets. And so we could be sitting at the end of 2026. We could be at a Solana Breakpoint next year where you're seeing large-scale companies like BlackRock, Blackstone, JP Morgan, and a whole host of traditional finance people using this network to transact. And in the process of doing the research for the book, we estimate that there's about $4 trillion of transactions globally that are spent in, there's $4 trillion of costs spent on transaction verification. And so that would include credit card fees, wire fees, selling your house, paying the attorneys, the accounting fees, et cetera. And so I just want you to think about this global opportunity. If we can move things into this great operating layer and reduce those transaction costs, how much innovation economically, but also here for the people that are in this room. So for me, when I travel the world and I talk to people about Solana, they're not the people in this room. They're people who are older, don't understand it, don't like it, and you can feel that institutional resistance. And so I think it's very important for all of us here to be proselytizers of this great vision that Anatoly and Raj have put together. And so the title of the book is Solana Rising. I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak about it. It's on Amazon. I like to tease people and say it's an international bestseller, and if you don't believe me, you can come into my basement. I'll show you every copy I bought to make it that way. But I hope you guys will buy the book and pass it on to your friends. And I think 2026 is going to be a phenomenal year for all of us. So thank you very much for the time and the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, do I just go up? No, okay, well, hello. You guys heard a little second of the backstage chaos. 2025 is undoubtedly the year of stablecoins. Next, I'm super excited to introduce the CEO of Circle, Jeremy Allaire, having a fireside chat with Solana Policy Institute's Kristen Smith. Welcome them both.
Good afternoon, everyone. You should definitely all buy Anthony's book, and if you're not convinced, look at the back, because I wrote a little something on the back of the cover, which was cool. So, but hopefully everyone in here is already a huge Solana fan. I think this man needs no introduction. Jeremy Allaire with Circle, he's the founder and CEO. They had the top performing IPO of the year, which is super exciting, not just for crypto, but across the board. And we only have a few minutes, so we will dive right into the questions. So it's been a big year. You IPO'd, we had the passage of the Genius Act. It seems now that something is different. Are we at an inflection point? Have we hit our mainstream moment?
Yeah, this is, it's a question that I've been asked for about 12 years. Like, when is this going to be mainstream? And along the way, I've always talked about, several things that were necessary. So some of it is technology, some of it is product execution, some of it is legal, basically. And I think, those three were, hey, we need the technology to actually be at a point where it can scale, where it can support great user experiences, where in some ways the crypto infrastructure of it all could move into the background and people just experience better utility. And my view was actually, in particular, over the last year or two, like we were hitting that. We're increasingly hitting that. And so that was like very positive. Not 100% there, but really making great progress. And so that's sort of the infrastructure and UX side. But the third piece was, we need to kind of move this new system of monetary infrastructure and literally a new form factor of money to be legal, and to legalize it and enshrine it in the laws of the financial system everywhere in the world. And now we've done that. And that is just truly extraordinary. And I mean, the Genius Act itself was 5 years of work, as you know. The stablecoin bill was like 5 years of work. And what landed is actually pretty close, but like obviously some changes along the way. But that's an incredible moment. And so we now have this kind of legal framework, and covered stablecoins like USDC can be treated essentially as a new form of M1 electronic money in the dollar global financial system, fully reserved, very safe, with I think the right kind of safeguards around them, supervised by national banking regulators and the like. So all of this combined, those were the things that I was always looking for, and we hit those. And I think the market was experiencing its own organic growth, and obviously Circle's IPO, I think, was a catalyst in other ways. And all of a sudden, like, yes, this is very clearly the inflection point that we've all been waiting for. And for us, it's been this extraordinary expansion of major companies that are actually now trying to build and invest in this. There's still lots of work to do. But like the other point, though, is that, well, what does it mean to have an inflection point to the mainstream? Is that right now the market for digital assets, stable coins, tokenization, smart contract-based finance and applications is tiny. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny little market. And the TAM is obviously extraordinary. And not only is the existing TAM extraordinary, but the internet tends to make TAMs multiply. And so the multiplier effect of this is huge. And so as I said to every investor that we talked to when we went public, is Circle's an early stage company. This is an early stage market. You need to be thinking about this over the next 10 to 15 years at a minimum. And that's exciting. That's like, for anyone here who's building, like, that's incredibly exciting to know that we have that in front of us.
No, I think you and I were both at the White House for the signing ceremony of the Genius Bill, and I think it was actually 6 years in the making, because Congress started talking about it when Libra, Libra.
I mean, that was the genesis of the Libra hearings. Yes.
Yeah.
But we actually built something.
It takes a lot of time in the U.S. to do that. But no, I do think that was a critical moment. But obviously, we have things going on in the EU. Here in the UAE, there have been a lot of progress on the regulatory front. Do you think in sort of a post-Genius world that we've kicked off a global race? Because there is a natural tension there, sort of between the dollar being exported around the world and what other countries might do. How are you looking at it from a global perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. I never thought that, building a business in this space, building a business in this space has this intersection of geopolitics and geoeconomics, as well as changing law and fascinating technology, and it's pretty interesting. But I thought for a long time that eventually, when this sort of got to this moment, right, that governments around the world were gonna wake up and be like, whoa, what does this mean for us? And I think it's similar to other epochs of the internet, where kind of the internet as an infrastructure swept over communications and media and content and software and commerce and all these other industries, and now it's sweeping over the financial system, and governments are having to react. And there's geopolitical considerations, there's monetary and fiscal policy considerations, and then there's just how do you regulate the sector. But I do think it is now accelerating. We're seeing more governments at every level, like every government in the world, frankly, is now actively working on policy in this space, actively trying to figure out how to deal with dollar stablecoins, how to deal with local stablecoins, how to deal with digital assets more broadly, how to make it work with the fact that this is an internet scale phenomenon. This is not, there's not the Kazakhstan blockchain and the Kazakhstan thing. Everyone's in a global economic system. And so I think it's an exciting time to work through those issues, but I think, it's going to require some very significant changes in fiscal and monetary policy for countries around the world over the long run.
I want to talk about Solana for a second, because we're at a Solana conference. I think I've told you this before, but it was actually your son, who I was working with in my prior life at the Blockchain Association, who every day would come to the office and talk about Solana, which I assume he got from you. I don't know he got that from you, but he was a huge Solana bull. I should have listened to him back then.
It was $1 back then.
It was $1 back then, yes. But, Circle was very early in building on Solana. And I think, you've been one of the big advocates for the ecosystem. Where is Circle today with Solana, and where are you guys going in the future?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, we got introduced to the team by the multi-coin guys, thank you, and got to know Toli and Raj very early. And actually, it was right at that time. It was in 2000. I think it was in 2000, and we were just starting to think about how to bring USDC onto other chains. And we were very focused on, to the other comment, like, how do we get on a higher performance, more scalable infrastructure that's like made for financial applications, payment applications, et cetera. And were super impressed with what we were seeing, and the team and the speed and everything. And we had one other chain that we launched before Solana, but we had a contract in place to do that, and so we did it. But like Solana was the next one, and I would say, it's been a huge investment theme for us, and I know we work with a lot of projects in the ecosystem as well. And I would say, when you look at on-chain transaction volume of USDC, actually, the on-chain transaction volume on Solana dominates all other chains. And the maturation of the infrastructure is just making this more and more compelling. We're seeing more and more major consumer-facing and merchant-facing platforms adopting USDC on Solana as a primary infrastructure. So, I mean, we're thrilled with what's happened. I mean, look at this. Like, this is pretty awesome. And I think, for us, we keep launching more and more infrastructure. There's obviously native USDC. We're building more and more protocols for cross-chain infrastructure. CCTP becomes a really key infrastructure for how liquidity can move between different networks and Solana, which is important. We have wallet developer tools and other things for Solana devs. And we have something that we've talked about coming soon, which is something called Gateway. And Gateway, I think, is going to be really, really powerful. It's a permissionless protocol that will run on Solana. It lets people have essentially a unified balance where they have essentially a USDC balance, and they don't need to think about like what chain it's on. And it may be if you're in like a Solana wallet or whatever, you can hold it. But if you're in a wallet that has different support for different networks, you don't actually have to have balances on different networks anymore. You can just have a single unified balance, and then you can do sends and spends to any network on Gateway with minting on the other network in less than a second. And so to the UX problem and to dealing with capital efficiency and cross-chain liquidity, it's a huge step. And so that's something we're rolling out soon. And actually, when that rolls out, it gives us tools to build deeper commercial partnerships with firms and projects in the Solana ecosystem. So stay watching for that.
Final question. We only have 2 minutes left. You've spoken a lot about the intersection of blockchain and AI. What is your vision there?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of experimentation happening with agentic payments and sort of enabling AI to consume and transact with stablecoins. Obviously, doing that on an infrastructure like Solana is very great because of the speed and capital efficiency and low fees. But I would step back and just sort of say, what I'm doing at least, and we're doing at Circle, is we're thinking about 3 to 5 years from now. In 3 to 5 years, if you look at the arc of what's happening with AI, and you just kind of continue to extrapolate that over 3 to 5 years, it's not unrealistic to imagine that in that period, that there will be hundreds of millions, if not billions, of agentic agents basically working continuously on behalf of people and institutions. And there'll be institutions that are all operated by AI as well. And in a world like that, we need new infrastructure models to support the economic activity of that. And so AI infrastructure, AI agents, and the like will be performing more and more of the economic activity of the world. And so we need to marry that with blockchain network infrastructure like Solana. And so my own view is like we need to be designing towards that future. This isn't just about like how do you do high frequency trading better. This is about like all economic activity in the world coming on chain in a world where effectively AI is intermediating and executing a huge amount of work. And last thing I'll say with 10 seconds left is the internet, as new infrastructures and new utilities come online, has a tendency to unlock kind of multiple orders of magnitude increases in output in whatever the thing it is, whether that's communications or information published or media or software published. And my own view is that this is going to lead to probably many orders of magnitude, maybe a 1,000,000x increase in the amount of transactions that happen in the world, and we need to get ready for that. So,
well, I know it's been a wild ride over the past several years, but it sounds like it's going to be incredibly interesting going forward. Congratulations on your milestones this year, and thank you for joining us at Breakpoint today.
Awesome. Thank you, Kristen. Thanks, everyone.
We're going to take a quick 15-minute break. Just enough time to grab a coffee and...
Wow. Can we try a little bit more energy? Breakpoint 2025. Come on, we just had a coffee break. Let's try it again. Breakpoint 2025. All right, day one is winding up. It's an amazing day, and we're going to have a great afternoon left for you today, full of policy, pioneers, powerful people. And we're going to start it off right now with another debate. How did you like the first debate? Can somebody get Raposa Coffee Co. in here? We need some energy going on. All right. Well, your next debate is going to be this House rejects political alignment as a growth strategy for crypto. What I need all of you to do real quick, though, is grab your phones. Shortly behind me, a QR code is going to come up, and this is an interactive period here. You're going to get to play on which side runs the debate a little bit better than the other. So we need full audience participation on this, okay? So go ahead and scan that QR code for me, and as our teams come out, you're going to vote, and we're going to see who wins this debate. Now, I'm going to welcome our debaters onto stage with us real quick, so please give it up for Miller Whitehouse Levine, CEO of the Solana Policy Institute, Rebecca Rettig, Chief Legal Officer at Jito. These two will take our for side. And on the opposition, CEO of Soulmate, Marco Santori, and Greg Exathalis, Partner and General Counsel at Multicoin. Breakpoint 2025, are you ready for the debate? Let's do it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I hope the coffee break was entertaining and rejuvenating. My name is Miller Whitehouse Levine with the Solana Policy Institute, and this house rejects political alignment as a growth strategy for crypto for 4 core reasons. I'd like to introduce myself before getting to them, though. Again, my name is Miller Whitehouse Levine. The Solana Policy Institute advocates on behalf of anyone working in the Solana ecosystem in Washington, D.C., and soon to be around the world. If you have policy, regulatory problems, or opportunities, we're here to help you address them. Which brings me to my first point. Politics is relevant to crypto because crypto has been successful and has grown so much. Innovation drives growth. Policy and politics does not. Crypto is relevant in these debates. This debate is happening here on this stage because of the products and the protocols that the folks in this room have built. DC policymakers' laws are not generally the source of wonders and innovations that make the world a better place. In fact, they can be a major hindrance, and that is generally their role in society. I would hedge that a little bit and say they're designed to address negative externalities of growth, but again, crypto matters because it solves real-world problems, not because any politician or policymaker said it matters. Number two, I think aligning with any political agenda undermines crypto's promise to everyone in the world. Crypto is for everyone. It's not for any individual cohort of individuals or a specific type of person. Crypto is here to empower people to engage in transactions, custody their own assets, no matter their creed or code, and aligning with any specific political agenda undermines crypto's core promise. Number three, crypto is global, obviously. We're here in Abu Dhabi. I'm an American. I think we probably have over 100 nationalities represented at Breakpoint this year. And crypto is here, again, for everyone. If we, as an industry, align with any, in particular, political system or political agenda, we necessarily exclude others from that innovation and those benefits. So I think crypto should not align with any specific agenda because it's global, and alignment in any specific area will necessarily make the tent smaller, so to speak, internationally. Finally, and I think perhaps most importantly, crypto is here to build a new technology and a new financial system for the next few centuries, not the next few years. Politics is too ephemeral for us to align with any particular political agenda and expect long-term growth. I think that if crypto, for example, adopted a political platform that was out of power in a few years, we would come to regret it because there will be an equal and opposite reaction that will try and punish us for our alignment with any, in particular, specific political agenda. So to recap, this House rejects political alignment as a growth strategy for crypto because, someone didn't like that. Yes, point of order.
Point of personal privilege in order. I want to, I let you get through your arguments first because I think they're valuable to hear.
Thank you, Greg.
But I think it is reflective that we're here in Abu Dhabi with a global community, and yet we have invited to this stage 3 US lawyers and 1 US policy expert. And the reason for that is while crypto is global, unfortunate or not, the United States is the only country in the world that thinks its borders know no ends. So it is important to get it right in the US, not only because of the sovereign district of New York and the overreach of US laws with global extraterritoriality, but also because US policy often drives global policy.
Greg, I accept but reject that point because I think the evidence bears out that you're wrong. Between 2021 and 2024, US policy was extraordinarily hostile to crypto, as I'm sure you would acknowledge. And nevertheless, crypto grew significantly over that time period, and in fact grew more than it has over the last 12 months. So I think that the evidence bears out that alignment with any particular political agenda doesn't move the needle in the way that you're representing it does. Thank you for your time.
Oh, my sweet summer child. What you have just heard is a remarkably naive view on politics and how far we must have fallen since 2012 when I mined my own first Bitcoin. We've been fighting for individual rights and sovereignty, the freedom to transact since that day. And what you heard here is encouragement to not get involved, to back away, to step down from that fight. And Miller, I say this with love. I really do wish the world worked the way in which you just described. I want a world in which industries can simply stay above politics. I want a world where regulators can behave predictably, where governments just craft clear rules without anybody fighting for them. But that's not the world we live in. And after 14 years of litigating, negotiating, and surviving, to a certain extent, crypto policy, I can tell you with a little bit of confidence that neutrality is not a protection strategy. It's a permission slip for others to define your future. Let me start with the core misconception in the stay apolitical frame. Political alignment is not partnership. I should say political alignment is not partisanship. It's not choosing sides, it's choosing principles. Crypto must articulate those principles because industries that fail to do that have those principles articulated for them by their adversaries, in fact. And we now have in multiple jurisdictions political actors who this day, right now, as we listen to each other talk, are fundraising against us. They are advocating against us in darker rooms than these, more political rooms indeed. Now, Greg and I have 3 decades of combined experience across the US, in Europe, in emerging political markets, and here's what we've learned. Every single region has its center of political gravity. And crypto has to engage where that gravity is strongest. If we don't, we all get pulled into it. We don't define it. I want to come back to Miller's point that political alignment could be dangerous because it risks partisanship. And if we give power to one side, it might be used against us when another side takes hold and takes power. Well, I agree. That's right. There's a risk, but only if you do it badly. There's always a risk in engaging. And if you don't engage, yeah, you don't take risks, but you can't win the rewards either. I think principles-based alignment is the opposite of regulatory capture. I think it's how you recruit across ideologies, and we're already seeing that in practice. Across multiple countries, including the US, crypto has supporters on the left, it has supporters on the right. I've actually been on both sides myself, and even in the center. But in the past year, dozens of Democratic legislators, for example, have actually voted for crypto-friendly market structure frameworks. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because, well, we engaged, because we explained, because we won them over. We decided at the outset they weren't enemies. They were just friends we hadn't made yet. So yeah, I think it would be lovely if crypto could just be apolitical. But that world doesn't exist in the United States, it doesn't exist in Europe, it doesn't exist anywhere. I think crypto grows when it engages, and I think it shrinks when it hides. So yeah, political engagement can be risky, but it's more than just a risk. I think it's a strategy that makes every other strategy possible. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I was a litigator, so got up in court and argued my position for many years before I got into crypto. And I will tell you, Marco did what every good litigator does. He redefines the question because he knows he can't win on his side of the argument. The question was not, oh, should there be political engagement? If you look at what's up there, the question is, should you have political alignment? And alignment means, should you pick one side or the other? Honestly, Marco, take a seat over here because you did a great job advocating for our position. But I'm going to engage on the substance and with the question that was actually presented to us. And I was going to go point by point through what I thought Marco was going to say and rebut what he had to say, but I can't because he said neutrality is the way to go and engagement is the way to go, and we agree. But let's go through what the real questions are today. If you pick one side, you have to know that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So if we align with one side in any country and with one political party or political position at any time, you're going to have a strong and forceful backlash. And I'm going to use the example of the UK and the US to contrast each other. And what I'm going to tell you is actually going to surprise you because I think you're going to expect me to say something about the US that is different. But in the UK, we had very, very strong political alignment through Rishi Sunak. And crypto came to the UK in droves. That was going to be our answer. They were going to push the US, which was very hostile in the last administration, to crypto. People opened new offices, they made big splashes, they really engaged with the regulators there. There were lots of meetings at 10 Downing. Rishi's out of power now, and what's happening in the UK? Policy for crypto is slowly making its way through. What did we do during the last 4 years in the administration when crypto was extremely painful in the US? We engaged on both sides. We engaged, and we engaged neutrally, Marco and Greg. I know you're coming here. And what's the result of that? We have the Genius Act in the United States. And if we had not engaged on both sides, we would have never been able to have stablecoin legislation, Democrats voting for it, and even though there was a lot of resistance on many sides, on both sides of the aisle, we engaged on both sides. The next point is that the day-to-day reality of policy and law is completely untethered with politics. And the people that we are writing policy with, one, the staffers on the Hill, or the people in the regulatory agencies, whether it be in the US, the UK, Japan, wherever we may be, I am engaging every day with the same regulators I was 4 years ago. And it doesn't matter who's political in power, you need to continue to engage with those people. So politics may set a tone, but the implementation is apolitical. 3, crypto is bigger than politics. It is durable, as Miller said, so I won't belabor it. Crypto grew immensely between 2021 and 2024, and that was a very, very painful time. There was a lot of political pressure against, moving both in dark rooms and out in the light. It was politically attractive to be anti-crypto, and we all painfully engaged on both sides of the aisle. Crypto is bigger than one moment in time. It grows and it changes. Where we are today is not where crypto is going to be a year from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, 6 years from now. And we are lucky that we have all the builders in the room today who are going to keep pushing crypto forward. So engaging and picking a political side today is not going to allow our builders to continue on. And sentiment in crypto is completely uncorrelated with politics. Tokens are down, and we have a lot of really exciting building going on. We have a lot of really exciting political momentum. And so what's happening on the ground in crypto isn't what's happening on the political front. And so picking who loves us the most at one moment in time is not going to move us forward. So I submit we should reject political alignment as a growth strategy for crypto.
Thank you, Rebecca, and I also congratulate you on also not really discussing the topic for about half of the time I spoke. But I do want to say you are right about one thing, which is political engagement does come with risks and the potential for backlash. But what you've just described isn't a roadmap, it's a retreat. And retreat is not a strategy for an industry already living under policy fire. Let me start with the claim that I really take issue with, that political alignment can create backlash. Backlash is what happens when you don't engage. It's what happens when regulators have mandates from a small subset of politicians to set narratives in a vacuum that we refuse to fill. And backlash is a feature of disengagement, not a bug of alignment. And this idea that we're inviting politics into crypto, politics arrived years ago. We're just choosing to stop pretending that it's in the room with us, that it's not in the room with us. And political alignment is not how crypto became partisan. It's how crypto became legible. So let me be clear. Crypto did not politicize itself. Politics politicized crypto. One small faction of one party literally fundraises on being anti-crypto. They say they're building an anti-crypto army. That's not a hypothetical risk. That's a budget line item in a political campaign. And if a political actor is raising money by attacking your industry, staying above the fray is not a philosophy. It's an engraved invitation to keep hitting you. So if your playbook is take the punches, hope they get bored, and pray for technocrats to swoop in with perfect rules, I promise you this, that is not how industries survive. It's how they get ridden out of the future. Here is the truth. You can't de-escalate a fight you didn't start. So alignment is not partisanship, it's insulation. You know, you might warn about political capture, and so do we. That's exactly why the alignment that all four of us have been doing in DC is built around principles and not parties. It's pro-innovation, pro-open systems, pro-consumer protection through market transparency, and anti-regulation by enforcement. If you articulate those principles clearly, they resonate across ideologies and across sides of the aisle. And we've already seen it, as Marco mentioned, dozens of Democrats voted for clarity, voted for the CRA, and voted for even anti-CBDC, maybe a few, fewer there. But that is not partisanship, that's coalition building. And the best way to keep crypto from becoming partisan is to actually build that bipartisan coalition, not wishing for it by staying silent. Because silence is not neutrality. Silence is consent to be defined by your loudest critics. And backlash isn't caused by political alignment, it's caused by absence. You might say, if we get involved politically, we'll trigger negative reactions. No, the negative reactions already happened, and that's why we are political. They happen when regulators declared tokens securities without rulemaking, when enforcement replaced policy, and when entire ecosystems were denied banking services and innovators were treated as hostile actors via subpoena. Not talking about politics didn't prevent any of it. It allowed it, and we're stopping it today by talking about politics. We didn't land on Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill landed on us. So political alignment is how you build shock absorbers, not how you provoke earthquakes. And finally, political alignment is how you turn principles into policy. Rebecca just painted, and Miller as well, painted alignment as a liability. But the greatest liability in a democracy is a vacuum. Responsibility flows to the people who organize. Authority flows to the people who show up. And clarity flows to the industries that make their principles legible to policymakers. We want predictable rules, regulatory boundaries, operational certainty, global competitiveness, and consumer protection based on transparency and verification. Those are not fringe demands, and they don't belong to any party, but we must fight those who oppose it. And that would be the foundation of every modern financial system, including our own. And political alignment, in fact, is the bridge between principle and law. So clarity requires legislation, legislation requires coalitions, and coalitions rely on engagement and political alignment. There is no technocratic shortcut. If you don't articulate your values, someone else will articulate their fears about you. And guess what? They have. So yes, political engagement has risks, but disengagement has consequences, and we felt those. Crypto grows when it defines its principles and organizes around them, and crypto shrinks when it hides.
Okay, so time for closings. Where we are today, I think it sounds like people agree that political alignment is not a growth strategy, but let's really talk about why, and let's talk about where Greg ended up. But let me be clear to start. What Miller and I are arguing for is not neutrality, is not hiding. Miller and I are here to tell you to dig in. Every builder here should dig in. Talk about what you're building. Talk to the people wherever you live about what you're building. Breakpoint is here for all of you and all of us on the legal and policy front. As Greg sort of said, Capitol Hill came to us, and we care about protecting what you're building. So dig in on the building side, and dig in with the people in your own country to tell them about what you're building. But let's step back, because Greg kept saying, don't hide, engage, and we agree. But we also need to think about how and when financial regulations have ever come to play in the world. Something is built first. Innovation happens, growth happens, and then the regulations build up around it. And the only way we are going to ensure that the regulations build up around crypto and blockchain and everything we're building in the right way is by engaging with everybody who has a say in the political process. Everything Greg said is reactive to crypto's success. We grew without politics, and now we need to bring politics to us. So political alignment, what you're talking about, is to make everyone pro-crypto and find a reason to align with everything we've built. Bipartisanship, aligning with every party, is how we are thriving now. And although political alignment is not how you build shock absorbers are not growth. Growth is the engine to bring us all forward. And so we should be engaging, and not with any one party or any one system, but across the board to ensure that all of you can keep building everything you're building today and in the future.
Thank you, Rebecca. Lovely platitudes. Let me actually bring it back to where you guys began. You've said that political alignment is risky, it's partisan and divisive. It doesn't have to be. And what we've argued today is the opposite. Political alignment done right is how you avoid partisanship, not how you create it. They may like to frame the question a particular way, but that's not the reality that we've lived on a day-to-day basis. Crypto isn't picking a side. It's aligning around principles. It's the principles that allow all of you to experience this industry, build it, and grow it. And those principles have champions in both parties, yes. And they have some enemies on the Hill as well. And aligning against them is what is important. And, you know, you've both, particularly with the air, you're really talking about education, talking to everyone. Marco and I have been educating people on crypto for 14 years. I had the first meetings at the SEC on crypto. Went into banks, went into lawmakers, went into regulators. Well, I'll tell you the lesson I've learned is that education without political leverage produces exactly what we've had for the last 4 years. Innovation shaped by subpoenas and settlements rather than statutes. And warning that alignment could backfire. The real backfire, again, is pretending that neutrality protects us when a faction of one party is openly hostile. Again, silence is not a strategy. Silence is surrender on the political front, no matter what we do as builders and educators. In Europe, technocrats write the first draft of policy. In the United States, where we operate, politics write it. And if we want clear market structure rules, like we got clear stablecoin rules, we need to have political engagement to get them. And political engagement takes alignment among everyone in this room, including you two. We'll ignore that number up there.
That's it. Thank you all.
Wow, 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 Breakpoint. What a debate. You have about 3 seconds to get your votes in. So it looks like the people have spoken. They're still speaking, but we're going to close it right now. So does the House reject political alignment or not? Purple team is 1. We are pro. How do you feel about that?
I feel like we're buying drinks.
Can I come with you? All right, Breakpoint. Thank you so much. Give us just a couple minutes to clear the stage, and we'll be back with you in about 2 minutes.
You rocked yours.
All right, Breakpoint. Great afternoon ahead of us talking policy, politics, and on the heels of that debate, it only makes sense that we start to talk about maturity of our industry and what comes next. It's always on the edges of policy that we start looking at how to take the next steps in the industry. So I'm so pleased to introduce you to the Bank for the Innovation Economy with the Vice President of Partnerships for Erebor. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Suzanne Danheim. Let's go.
All right. Hello, everyone. We're going to talk about banks. So my name's Suzanne Danheim. I run partnerships at Erebor. Founded by Palmer Luckey, founder of Vanderroll, formerly of Oculus. Erebor is a preconditionally approved, federally chartered U.S. bank, and uniquely, a bank for stablecoin and fiat deposits with the capacity to facilitate payments on-chain and off-chain, supporting all major chains, all major stables. We bank global customers. We are facilitating payments and stable to fiat conversions instantaneously and free. Importantly, with a banking core built from scratch, Erebor will support institutional customers as well as our institutional customers' downstream customers via partner programs, FBO omnibus accounts. So that's Erebor. I'm sure everyone here is intimately familiar with banks. And I'm sure everyone has had a familiar, frustrating experience with banks, maybe on more than one occasion. Possibly so much so that you've been driven to ask yourself, how is it possible that with such poor tech and service, in some cases, banks are such critical infrastructure, right? This is not a surprise or a secret in the crypto industry, right? More than any other industry, crypto has pushed back against banks and called out these flaws. Crypto poses the biggest threat to banking and the traditional finance sector than any other industry, right? It's crypto that demands better global financial infrastructure. And yet, it is indisputably and simultaneously true that banking solutions we have today are largely poor, but also that most of the world still relies on banking as critical infrastructure, right? I think, in fact, it's this paradox that creates the frustration, right? And so the argument that I'm here to make today, as I introduce Erebor, is that the gap between banks are abhorrent and banks are critical infrastructure is if we want our critical financial infrastructure to meet today's needs, we as a society and as an industry, we have to rethink what a bank actually means for us as evolved users with access to on-chain rails. In a world where everything you need is accessible at a click of a button, everything is financialized, access to financial products are highly democratized on a relative basis, what purpose or value does a bank actually serve, right? So backing up a bit. I spent the last 6 years at Goldman Sachs, where I built the crypto institutional business. And in this context, a crypto institutional business means cash-settled derivatives, lending against crypto, other bespoke products that offer crypto exposure in a compliant format pertaining to the regulatory regime under the Biden administration. So I had a front row seat to what companies in crypto, fintech, TradFi, the innovation economy want and need from their banks. And there are 4 broad categories that I saw a lot of pain in over those years. I'm going to share them, and if you'll indulge me after kind of listing them out, would love to see hands, and I'll call for it, for who has experienced those pains. So running through the 4 groups. First is high-growth companies. They are raising larger rounds earlier. They have longer run rates, more diverse treasury needs. They demand access to debt financing and better financial infrastructure that allows their treasury and operations to move as fast and effectively as the business itself does. And so because they're young, big banks either don't open their doors, or if they do, it's only for taking deposits, and the process of onboarding is excruciating. So group 1, high-growth companies. Group 2, institutional financial markets participants. We're talking about hedge funds, asset managers, pensions, retail aggregators. they have FOMO in multiple flavors. The first is that they have missed out on a long bull run, right? For various inaccessibility reasons. They lack the rails, they lack the ability to assess or to take on counterparty risk native to the space, they lack the patience and endurance to handle the on to off-chain ramping and bridging to do a trade. They also have another form of FOMO, which comes from the fact that more and more people are investing in crypto instead of stocks or trad financial assets, right? According to FINRA, which is the primary regulator for US broker-dealers, 55% of Gen Z owns crypto, 40% own stocks. That's just Americans, okay? But the point being that for a large asset manager whose whole business is to facilitate exposure, passive exposure across a variety of asset classes, this is a serious trend that cannot be missed. And furthermore, like, it's not just about Gen Z buying coins. This is about Gen Z and everybody else who is building wealth on-chain and who is appreciating the rails and the efficiency that live on-chain, the user experience overall, and wanting to keep more of that wealth that they've built on-chain, whether it's buying a token or doing anything else that you do financially to move money or what have you. So that second group is trad players. And third is emerging financial market participants, crypto exchanges, market makers, takers, the like. Lacking a financial infrastructure solution that is comprehensive enough to maximize their business efficiency and operations, ramping from fiat to stable, converting to other stables where they can maybe get better leverage or better terms or what have you, over to another chain, and then to reach a final destination, whether that's a crypto asset or a tokenized product, right? The point is, in TradFi, you call up your prime broker and it's, I want this, here's a trade, done. And as outdated as that seems, that you're actually picking up a phone to do a massive transaction, as outdated as that seems, it still beats the user experience of doing 6 hops to get to where you get to your end state, right? And that's because of the lack of financial infrastructure here. And lastly is protocols. Protocols, financial technology providers, tokenized product issuers, right? These are in many ways the heart of crypto, the new thing, right? That is a high quality product or service, whether it's a tokenized product or a native protocol. The problem is that all of these businesses are constrained by the fact that there is a walled garden of fiat and there's a drip drab that gets to the walled garden of on-chain, and the extent to which these two intersect is so complicated because of the lack of a singular party in between. And so, meanwhile, we know these technologies in the on-chain walled garden are indeed technologically superior, more cost-effective. So those are the 4. Just indulge me here. If your business or you as a user has experienced any of those kind of friction points, let's see hands. Just, let's see. Yeah, so about 50%, I would say, if not more. So these are the problems that we are seeking to solve at Erebor. Being a bank with insurance for stable and fiat deposits and support for all chains and stables, we want to deliver the companies in this room and many others a world where there isn't a painful on-chain, off-chain separation. We want to enable every company, crypto or not, to hold stables, facilitate in stables, and have a seamless access, constantly instant and free conversions. Your banking solution should not create pain. It should be the invisible partner that allows you to keep up with the fast-moving, integrated, innovative business that you're operating. We are building the bank of the future, and we are going to embolden the companies of the future who have earned the right to demand superior global financial infrastructure. Thank you for listening, and please do get in touch.
Okay, amazing. All right, we're looking slightly more energized. Abu Dhabi, how are we doing? All right, we got one woo-woo. I'll deal with that's enough for now. Now, Solana is known for pushing the boundaries of decentralization and what decentralized networks can do. Can we agree on that? Yeah. Amazing. I have no idea who this next person is. I've never heard of him. I've never heard of his project. I don't know what he's going to talk to you about, but we were talking backstage, and he said it's something about putting cables in the ocean so your magic internet money can work. I'm not sure what he means by that, But give a warm welcome, please, to the co-founder of 00, Austin Federa.
Well, thanks for that intro. I'm an unknown individual here. So last year at Breakpoint 2024, we saw the FireDancer team demo 1 million transactions per second on the FireDancer client. This spring at Accelerate, we saw very similar numbers from Agave and the Anza client. And what we also saw there is this mission of IBRL really adopted throughout the Solana ecosystem. And so today we're going to talk about the natural progression of that and how we think about these things moving forwards. And to start out with, there's kind of a sad truth about internet capital markets, which is the ambition of crypto is still too small today. And that's why we created the 00 network, to allow the vision of internet capital markets and NASDAQ on-chain to really be a reality, because we've been playing this entire game with our hands tied behind our back. So to sort of lay it out, 00 is the internet in internet capital markets. This is a new high-performance blockchain infrastructure layer built for blockchains like Solana and the economies that run on top of them. The public internet, while it truly is a marvel of modern engineering, is not suited for the task at hand and allowing Solana to scale 10 to 1,000x from where it is today. This network at the 00 network is a deeply physical network. And the goal of this is to accelerate blockchain and Solana with new high-performant rails. All the optimizations to date in blockchain have been on the software layer. They haven't actually dealt with the fundamental problem, which is the public internet is too slow with what we're asking it to do now. So we are really talking about, to be clear, cables running on the ocean floor, over mountains, under cities, physical routers and infrastructure and switches. And this is an OSI layer 1, 2, and 3 network. This is far below the level we normally think of optimizing systems for or blockchain networks. So what does this look like in practice? So over the last year, contributors to the 00 network have built out a global fiber network. One of the fun things about doing your slides 24 hours ago is this number's actually changed. So we're at 3.4 terabits per second of capacity across the network. This is 70 different links of fiber in 28 different metros run by 72 different devices. And this is a purpose-built network for high performance, which is very different than the public internet, which is built for reachability and cost. This is a network built to go as fast as traditional finance allows it to go. What's nice, though, about this is not a fiber network run by one company. 00 is not providing all this fiber. And private fiber networks aren't anything new. TradFi's been using them for 20 years. Amazon runs a giant one. Google runs a giant one. OpenAI runs a giant one. Most HFT firms run their own private networks. What this is, though, is a new approach to building networks powered by tokens. And so we have many independent contributors. Again, outdated slides. We're now up to 15. And these 15 contributors are contributing fiber capacity to the 00 network. Again, these are physical cables that are being connected in to build this alternative pathway for Solana. And this is the first time this has ever been done. All other high-performance networks that exist are run by one central company with one central set of admin keys. That doesn't exist on the 00 network. There are 15 contributors contributing these individual fiber lines. And if you go to 00.xyz/dashboard, you can see this all live in real time. And so this is really a network built and operated by many individual community members, and that's really what sets it apart from anything else we've seen before. But I want to spend a little bit of time here on why this even matters. Fast stuff is cool, but there's a real, actual fundamental reason behind this. Traders bring economic activity to Solana, and traders need information. Markets can only move as fast as they're getting updated information. And so the faster you get information, the faster markets move. The better price discovery is, the better quotes are. And there's no internet capital markets without traders. So the reality of capital markets today is pretty far away from what any blockchain is able to do. So this is just US equities and just the lit market. And the average transactions per second across the last 30 days is about 350,000 transactions per second. This is no international markets. This is no derivatives or futures products. This is just lit equities. And so 1 million transactions per second isn't anywhere near enough to meet the levels we need to support this type of thing going forwards. And dedicated networking is going to get us a long way there, but not enough. So for the first time, 00 is bringing HFT-grade ultra-low latency circuits to blockchain and to Solana. So these are the circuits that are normally used by high-frequency trading firms. These are not commodity carrying. These are best-in-class fiber. And here's how they stack up against the public internet. So this is one of our most impressive new links we're announcing today. It's 40% faster than the fastest public internet circuit from Frankfurt to Tokyo. It's about 80% faster than the average time it takes on the public internet to get from Frankfurt to Tokyo. And this is at 134 milliseconds round trip, best-in-class fiber. And then we look at Chicago to Tokyo, 22% faster than the fastest public internet circuit. New York to London, 5% faster than the public internet circuit. 5% may not seem like a lot, but 5% can be the difference between landing your transaction on the current leader and having to wait 60 to 90 milliseconds for leader rotation to getting it to the next leader. And in markets moving this quickly, these type of small time differentials really matter. And so high throughput networks with low latency are the new standard for blockchain performance. This is where we stand today on the 00 network. About 40% of Solana by stake runs on it, about 50% by validators, and we have over 3.4 terabits per second of capacity by 15 independent contributors. I want to talk a little bit, though, about some of the technology that's not available on the public internet that is available on 00. And multicast is one of those coolest technologies out there. This is hardware acceleration for packet replication. This has some really nice properties that allows for faster communication and offloading a bunch of work from validators. And this month, we brought multicast to crypto for the first time. And here's what the results look like. So this chart's a little complicated, but the vertical lines are multicast shred distribution, and the solid lines are through turbine. The important number here to look at is 100 millisecond advantage over turbine for shred propagation just within Europe. This is London to Frankfurt. This is not even when you're looking at across the world where these advantages even increase. So we're not just working to reduce latency, though. We're also working to increase bandwidth and make more bandwidth available. Multicast has another great property, which we tested with Jito, which is reducing bandwidth usage in Jito's shred stream by 99.96%. This is a massive reduction in bandwidth needs, which can help. You can clap, sure. So what this does is this not only reduces the cost and the size of pipes needed for validators, it makes much more space available to IBRL Solana even more, scale capacity, and advance into the future. It's approximately the reduction between this swimming pool and this bucket of water. So as we think about this, we really want to think about shrinking the globe. Now, we obviously can't do that, and we can't break the laws of physics and violate the speed of light. But what we can do is we can build fast fiber connectivity out to many different regions across the world. And so we're in 2026, network contributors are adding locations in Argentina, Brazil, Hong Kong, India, mainland China, South Africa, and here in the UAE to the 00 network. These are all areas where, historically, it has been either not economically viable or latency viable to run Solana validators. And so this is a huge improvement on this. We'll be launching full multicast functionality as well as these new ultra-low latency lanes. But we still have another problem. Solana's stake is fairly concentrated. You see this big center on Germany and Amsterdam, and there's a reason for that. Connectivity is quite good in continental Europe. It's good in the United States. It's not as great in the rest of the world. And so one of the things is we can build new connectivity lines out to these areas, but we also need to make it possible for validators to move there, which involves effectively dragging the center of gravity of stake further out from this core to allow validators to operate in more of these areas. And so you can think about this as expanding where it's possible to run validators. And today, we run a delegation program which delegates to validators on the Solana network. What we're announcing now is an expansion of that program targeted at specific geographies in the world. You can think about this as when there's new fiber connectivity that comes into a specific market, say it's the UAE or Buenos Aires, there's now going to be incentives for validators to move to those locations and receive delegations to allow them to have enough leader slots and enough shred originating there to make that work at a truly global scale. Thanks.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, so I think I have a little bit of a better idea now about who he is, but I'm still not sure. I'll have to talk to him here in a second. Who is loving Abu Dhabi today? You guys, we've got beautiful turquoise water. We have beautiful sandy beaches, and all I'm getting out of you is a woo. Let's try that again. Who's loving Abu Dhabi right now? I don't know, I'm coming from Germany. I appreciate the sunshine. So, Abu Dhabi is not only beautiful, it has not only been an amazing host city, but it's also a great place to build. They're really on the forefront of bringing blockchain out. And we're going to have a little bit of a fireside chat now to talk about what it actually looks like to build here in Abu Dhabi. So at this time, I would like to welcome Dimitri, the head of emerging technologies from the ADGM Registration Authority, and then Mr. David, founder and CEO of R3.
One, two, three. Hey, why is everybody leaving? Come on, come back. We're going to have a very fun conversation.
Well, yeah, we should start by thanking all of you. It's been a long day, so we appreciate you you hanging around. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I think some people are making their way back. So, shall we start with personalities?
Yeah, I'll start with you if you don't mind. So we want to make this a little bit fun. I just met Dimitri. As you can tell, he's a buttoned-up regulator. And by the way, this is the first time I've worn a T-shirt to an event like this. But he's like, oh, I'm just a boring regulator. I'm like, oh, really? What do you do for fun? He goes, well, I fly helicopters, I fly planes. I'm a professional sky jumper. I was a Formula 3 racer, and whatever the motorcycle thing is called. And I thought to myself, what a great way to start a conversation about why should you be considering Abu Dhabi when a regulator is not only forward-thinking, but takes on that kind of personal risk and has that much fun and is that cool. So he's immediately became one of the coolest regulators I've ever met.
Oh, thank you so much. So there is a twist to this. It's all about risks, both in regulatory space and in my fun activities. You don't jump out of the plane without a plan and mapping out all the risks. Same as you don't go into registering a company or supervising a company without getting all your risks and all your ducks in a row. But David, you are not a boring person either. You're an American living in London.
Yes.
How does it feel?
That doesn't make me exciting, but I like to think I'm not a boring person. No.
Obviously, yeah. So are there any cultural differences that you have to face every day? Does it reflect on performance of R3?
Well, and this kind of leads into our discussion, which is why be in Abu Dhabi. So R3 got off to a really hot start. We were very early into the blockchain space, focusing on real-world assets. And a lot of activity before there was regulatory clarity in the US was in Asia and here. And so, you know, we were early to move here about 5 or 6 years ago. And, you know, we've had a great experience. We've hired some great people. I've had an opportunity to learn about the culture. Clearly, it's a great place to live. We've transferred a lot of people here, and they're all extremely happy. It's a little hot in July and August. But I think it's a great place to do business. And I really think it was very prescient, and I'd like to get your view on this, that, you know, this Abu Dhabi and ADGM, with the support of audio, which I think you should talk about for the young entrepreneurs, We're pretty prescient in thinking about, okay, what do we need to succeed? We believe in the tokenized economy, the digital economy, and clearly regulatory underpinnings is super important. And you were very early in that space, so maybe you can address that, because I think having that regulatory certainty here is drawing a lot of businesses to the region.
Indeed. So we have quite a few principles in our approaches. Number one is we are industry agnostic. So if you are in staking, lending, let's say borrowing, we will assess the business same as in TradFi. If there is an analogy in TradFi, we will apply same principles. Obviously, there will be some unique points like custody and management of keys, but general principles apply in the same way. Number two, I guess it's worth mentioning the history. So for those of you who have been in the industry for a while, you may remember this great migration. So a lot of exchanges, for example, started off in China, migrated to Hong Kong, then to Singapore, then Malta, then Europe or over that, wherever. And we in ADGM, we were the first jurisdiction to come up with comprehensive virtual asset regulations back in 2018. So for those of you who remember 2018, it was a bloodbath, obviously. So this lady from OneCoin, I don't remember her name at the moment, disappeared. BitConnect collapsed in January. All ICOs were dying left and right. But we took this proactive approach and we created regulatory certainty. And we have stuck to this ideology up until now without diverging. We have not changed our position. And that helps a lot because well, one of the benefits of UAE is political certainty and political stability. We have no 4 or 8-year cycle where you have different leaders having different opinions on crypto. But my question to you would be, what is your experience? So, like, you have been here for a while. You had experience with us as regulators. You had experience with sovereign wealth funds. Obviously, it's one of our major, let's call it sales points, right? You have access to capital. You have access to the regulatory certainty, infrastructure. What's your take?
Well, we've talked about having that foundation is really key. And while I've seen so much growth here the last 5 years, I'm really excited about the future for the following reasons. We talk about how we have 17 billion on our platform.
Exactly.
That's a pittance, guys. It's really about the 17 trillion, the 35 trillion, how we tokenize the real world economy. And if you look at this region, it's first off, geographically, the location is ideal. There's a ton of capital here. They talk about how they are the capital of capital, but it's smart money, and that money is deployed in industries across the globe, okay? So if we look at the international investments that originate from this place, and you believe in a tokenized economy, we're working on some really cool stuff with shipbuilders. A lot of the ships are $100 to $300 million to build. They're funded by sovereign wealth funds. We look at real estate, gold tokenization, and other hard assets that are being tokenized. And I assure you that the sovereign wealth funds and investment is coming from this region. Then if you think about just the growth here, and ADGM continues to expand, we were talking about that earlier, I look at the tokenized economy is, let's say I believe in Abu Dhabi real estate, I can invest in an equity of a company that builds here, that's fine, but it's rather imperfect. If I'm wealthy enough and I'm part of a private equity and have a family office, I can take part in a loan syndication specific to a building, but they're already tokenizing land titles. So in the future, I can create a source of new capital for those that are building these amazing buildings, but I can also benefit in the returns, which I think is amazing, and that's going to happen here. One of the reasons it's going to happen here is these capital markets are developed, but not as developed as they are elsewhere, and there's an open-mindedness that I think is going to drive the token economy, and a lot of it's going to be done right here.
Amazing, amazing. Good to hear. What's on your roadmap for the next 12 months in the region?
So in the region, first off, you know, Abu Dhabi is an amazing place, but the entire Gulf has a number of opportunities. You know, one thing about doing business here is you really have to invest the time. The relationships still matter, and for someone of my age, that's important, you know. And you have to really invest the time. Think about your roadmap. For us, R3 has gone through this important transition where we worked closely with banks and CSDs and other TradFi institutions that move rather slowly. We had this relationship that we announced with Solana in May, and we are now all in on driving assets into the Solana ecosystem, but in a way that makes sense for on-chain investors. And that mismatch occurs today where people think, okay, I'm just going to put some yielding assets onto on-chain and everyone's going to eat it up. That's not true. We're really focusing on understanding the drivers from the on-chain investors, understanding how Wall Street, you know, chases the money, how they can build a product that is available and interesting to folks on chain. So that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to continue to work closely with sovereign funds and industries because we believe in the tokenized economy. It goes way past money, goes way past bonds. You know, it's all of real world assets, and so much of that exists in this region.
Amazing. So quite a few announcements were made in the recent days during Abu Dhabi Finance Week. One of the biggest is Binance migrated to ADGM, and by that I mean Binance Global, that was kind of domiciled in Caymans for a while, but not really regulated anywhere. So 300 million users are now regulated out of ADGM. I literally just came from a ceremony where we signed with Tether on enhancing the programs that enable transactions in virtual assets. So we essentially enabled, as of now already, retail, B2B, B2G transactions in more or less all top 100 by coin market cap assets in our jurisdiction. So you can buy properties with virtual assets, you can pay your taxes, do whatever you want. And this is really the focus of Tether. So, and this and other announcements, will this enable you to reach $1 trillion in tokenized assets, and when?
Yeah, I like I said, I think it's the foundation upon which you build, and that clarity really helps. We still have some wood to chop, but you know, I hate making predictions, but it's not going to be that long. And also, as many speakers addressed today, it's kind of exponential growth, right? We're still, the money market funds and everything else that are tokenized is still really, really small, but we will normalize that. It's one of the things we're focusing on, making it super easy to come online. And you know, just doing another pitch for doing business here, I can tell you, so I was the CEO of Broker Tech and EBS, a couple regulated exchanges, and early in my career, engagements with the regulators were quite friendly and open-minded, and then we went through this period where you'd get a briefing every time before you go to talk to someone. I think one of the things here is that they're really open-minded to new ideas. They're really they're willing to try new things, and so I think that's going to help us and anyone else who's considering doing business here. You know, importantly, there is competition now. Like, you know, the United States is evolving rapidly with their, well, not as rapidly as we'd like, with their regulatory regime. But I think the perfect balance is the U.S. and New York and seeing Abu Dhabi as the two centers that really drive the token economy over the next decade or so.
Amazing, amazing. So. One last question for you. What can we do as a regulator to enable you to get to this $1 trillion?
Well, I think you're off to a good start. I think continuing to work with us directly, understanding the direction of travel, understanding what not just our ambition is, but the hundreds of startups out here that in many of these people, they have, you know, incredible ambitions, and they're trying to create a democratized capital markets that makes investable products available to everyone. And I think understanding that mission and supporting them all is all you can do.
Amazing, amazing answer. And just closing remark for myself, I see we're a bit over time already. For those of you who are considering establishing your presence here, whether you are in crypto or blockchain-related business, or you are playing with AI, any sort of emerging technologies, look me up. I'm very proactive on LinkedIn. And feel free to drop me a line. I'm really very, very accessible.
Awesome.
David, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Let's go, Solana.
Let's go. Thanks to Solana. And have a great event ahead. Thank you.
Cheers.
This way.
Okay, amazing. So who's ready to come build in Abu Dhabi? Wow, one hand. Who's ready to come build in Abu Dhabi? Couple hands. All right. We're going to move into something that I know a lot of people are really curious about, and that is tokenomics, or not tokenomics, but the token economy, as we're coming up with tokenization of everything. And how many times can I say token in one sentence? We can try. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the stage the 2WA team with Xiaoyun and Kit. Everyone give a warm round of applause to our next two speakers.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Kit, and this is Tracy. We're here to present our idea 2WA to you. So XAI, Anthropic, and SpaceX, these are very successful companies, but this private company only issue new share to large institutions or the private equity funds. Average investor, they have no access to it at all. So we, 2WA, we want to build a platform to provide this investment opportunity to everyone. So we build our platform on Solana, and we partner with private equity funds, and we try to source the best private equity deals globally and make it accessible. And we build our platform in a very compliant way, so our investor and our partner trust our platform. So, so we believe most of the financial assets from Wall Street will be tokenized and traded on blockchain. And our mission is to empower everyone with the top-tier tokenized opportunities. So this is our deal flow. XAI and Anthropic, those are the best LLM company in the world. And Airwallex, it is a fast-growing fintech company in the world. And 1X, it is one of the most advanced humanoid robotic company in Silicon Valley. So we try to make this available to our investors. So I'm going to introduce our product feature to you. You know, if you want to be an LP of a private equity funds, it takes a lot of time, and the minimum investment amount usually to be $1 million US. So what we do is we partner with private equity funds, and we try to what we do is we partner with these private equity funds, and we try to minimize the investment amount to $10 US. So if you go to our website, you can see the price per share, and you can see the latest valuation on our website. And you can also see the company overview, and you can also see the industry competition and the product performance on our website. If you like the idea, if you like the project, you can just click the purchase button, and the transaction will be completed on Solana. And you will get your token in your wallet. So we also have our reward program on our website, and we also have our leaderboard on our website. So you can see your PE token in your profile very easily. So this is basically what our product looks like. Without a very strong compliance support, all of this is very hard. So from day one, we have Alpha Ladder with us. Now I'm going to pass my time to Tracy to talk about the tokenization process.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Kit. Hi, everyone. I'm Xiaoying, or also go by Tracy. I'm from Alpha Ladder Finance. We also name ourselves Metacom. Metacom serves as crucial regulated backbone for 2WA, and we ensure a compliance regulated foundation being a financial institution based in Singapore, regulated by Monetary Authority of Singapore, with multiple licenses, including CMS, RMO, and fund management. So this is our flagship project, tokenizing the XAI equity. Our involvement since day one, including conducting due diligence, verifying underlying assets, applying custodian framework, and utilizing fund structuring capability. This structure allows PE shares to be converted into 2 XAI token, which investors can then access directly via marketplaces like 2WA platform or other cryptocurrency exchanges. It gives investors a direct access to high-growth private equity markets while upholding the highest regulatory standard. Back to you, Kit.
Thank you, Tracy. So we 2WA, we are a team from the PE background, and we are the team from the Web3 backgrounds. So with the support from Solana and Alpha Ladder, so we want to provide this PE tokenization opportunity to everyone. We also work with our ecosystem partners such as Free World Global, ZoomX, Binex, and XT. So with their ecosystem, so we can provide our token in a very accessible and liquid way. So that's the end of our presentation. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
And now, bridging traditional banking and digital assets, please welcome Justin Payton, Chief Growth Officer of Singapore Gulf Bank.
Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Payton, Chief Growth Officer at Singapore Gulf Bank, and I'm here to give you all a sneak peek into some of what we've been building and some of the things that have us really excited as we think about the intersection of stablecoins and regulated banking and what we can do by building on Solana. So first, just a bit of background on Singapore Gulf Bank. We are a regulated wholesale bank. We launched earlier this year in March 2025. We have a mission of uniting digital assets, traditional finance, making interaction, interoperability seamless, moving us to a future of more fluid finance, right? And we're lucky. We can already count 70% of the VASPs in the region as clients, and what that unlocks for us is clients who represent a significant volume of the overall crypto trading flow, and what that gives us is significant transaction volume so that we can be the bank that's focused on a true mission, one bank to build for all of finance. So I'm going to now dive into what we're really excited about and what we're here to talk about, and that's what we're doing with Solana. And, we've got a headquarters in Bahrain, a headquarters in Singapore, Singapore Gulf. And when we look at that divide, right, that trade corridor represents $500 billion. That's a huge TAM. That's just one region. But there are challenges with that. And so stablecoin become a really interesting way to think about managing trade, to think about managing that process. And that's one of the things that we're really excited about. This is just one use case that we're going to talk about right now today. Obviously, there's many more. But what it allows us to start thinking about is how do we just make it really easy to mint and redeem stablecoins on Solana in a regulated banking environment. And then obviously, we want to support the Solana community. So we want to do that by supporting the community with incentives and making sure that we don't have gas fees. We don't have banking fees. We look at that so that we can ultimately make trade cheaper, faster, easier, and create the most seamless element we can. So let me show you how that works real quick, right? I'm going to show you a personal banking screen. You'll get the view on the quick flow, but this is actually working for both corporate and personal. It'll work for both corporate and personal banking when we launch, and actually corporate's going to launch just a little bit before, but you get the idea. So personal banking screen, you can see your available balance. You can add a wallet. You can click at the bottom. Let's say you do. We go, click mint and redeem, one click. Very easy. Brings us over here. We can choose to mint or redeem, one click. There we go. We're up to 2 clicks now. And then we select a network, right? And we are actually going to support many networks, but Solana is the only network where we're really driving that incentive, right? We allow you the network that you want as a bank, but we want to support the Solana community. So that is where we're offering to waive the fees and cover gas fees, et cetera. So you select Solana, and then you go and select a wallet. We're going to mint directly into a DeFi wallet. So you will have given us DeFi wallets in advance. We'll pre-clear them. We're a bank. AML is important. These things are really important to us. So we get all of that pre-cleared. You select the wallet that you want. And then, obviously, you have to confirm the selection. Really simple. We're up to 4 clicks now. Last bit, enter the amount that you want. It's personal banking. We'll go with 10,000 for right now. You can see USDC. You could also mint USDT. You could also... we'll also be releasing other stable coins in the very near term. So select mint now. We're up to 5 clicks in one entry. And there we go. And this is why we love Solana. It just takes a couple seconds. Done. Confirmation's there. You can click confirm. And when you click confirm, it opens up the DeFi wallet on your phone so you can see the balance in the other location. Job done, right? We want to come back and make sure that it was deducted too. There we go. Balance has been adjusted in the bank. So 5 clicks, 1 entry point. There we are. That is a very, very simple journey. 5 clicks to be able to mint, 5 clicks to be able to solve a major workflow, 5 clicks to be able to make this work. Simple experience, but more important than that, incentivized minting within a regulated environment for stablecoin banking, right? Minting fees are covered, gas fees are covered. This allows us to support this community and move forward by providing the fastest, cheapest, and easiest way to solve that use case. Thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun, and you can connect with me to talk about other use cases and as we build one bank for all of finance. Thank you.
Asia's leading digital asset platform has come to Solana, and now to you. Please welcome Eugene Chung, Chief Commercial Officer at the OSL Group.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to start with a simple idea first. So we all know money moves the world. But the world's actually still struggling to move the money. Remember last time when you tried to send some money to your cousin overseas, right? You tried to open a bank account in the new country. When you try to make a cross-border payment that need to be clear on time. It's not easy. It takes time, right? You have to pay a lot more than you have to pay domestically, so it's quite frustrating. So that's why we come up with the phrase that the investable tax on the money movement. So all the weighting, all the spread, all the intermediary, the manual check, all the costs, the friction, there exists. But not because the money is broken. It's actually because the system behind the money is outdated. So how are we going to change that? I think we all know that there's over half of 1 billion people, they already have a crypto. And the stablecoin are today able to trade US dollar trillions a year. and the speed, and also the global access is all possible. But there's one thing that there's not a lot of discussion about that, which is that stablecoins really advanced, but the system connecting to stablecoin actually did not. That's why we come out a vision. So we believe the world, the business, they actually don't need another currency. They actually need a new architecture. And the stablecoin, they are not a new currency. It's actually a new architecture for money. So I would like to introduce USD Go. So we just officially announced today we will release this USD Go. So we just want to make sure everybody understands that what we try to do, we are not just launching another stablecoin. What we try to do is like we want to launch a regulated stablecoin platform, which is represent a payment infrastructure, can allow the business institution, they can move the money quite easy with a better experience. So we have our partner. I think a lot of people quite familiar with Anchorage. So Anchorage, they are the first federally chartered national bank in US, and they will take care of the distribution, and also, so they will take care of the issuance and the custody, so that we make sure that all our stablecoin are fully compliant, and also is a one-to-one back. And OSL, so we will take care of the rest. We're focused on the distribution. We're focused on the liquidities. We also, most importantly, we will be try to do the real-world integrations. So one highlight I want to mention is like we actually not try to compete with any other stablecoins. What we try to do is like we want to build a stablecoin infrastructure that can work with everybody, that can make other stablecoin more usable at a greater scale. Why we can do that? We are the first license exchange in Hong Kong, and we also are the Asia and also global trading and the payment platform. With the acquisition of Banser, we have a 50 license and the registration across the 10 regions. So that really enable us to connect a lot of banks with the blockchain instantly settlement. And this new architecture of course, need a new highway. So that's why we've chosen Solana as our preferred partner, right? We believe the global infrastructure need a unique Solana feature, the high performance, lower fee, a strong community, and also a reliability at a global scale. And we want to put everything into a real applications, right? So we build this USL business play together at our stablecoin infrastructure that's powered by the Solana. So you as a business owner or you as an institution, you can easily just plug in our service and then enjoy all the future with a lower transaction cost, with a higher yield, and also with more liquidities. So we want to make a stablecoin so simple for everybody. So in OSL, we believe the next decade of finance is not defined by a single token or a single currency. It's actually defined by a new architecture that can finally remove the invisible tax when we try to move the money. And we believe that the stablecoin is the default trail that can move all the assets across payment, trading, treasury, and the custody. And we are building this future not only as a crypto exchanges, but as a licensed global payment platform that powered by the blockchain. Thank you, everybody.
And now, representing Kazakhstan, please welcome Renat Bektirov, Governor of Astana International Finance Center.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, some of you may know that on the other side of the city, on the Al Maria Island, Abu Dhabi Global Markets is hosting what's called Abu Dhabi Finance Week. And last year, 1 year ago, there on the balcony of Rosewood Hotel, first time I've met Akshay BD. Some of you may know he is a non-CMO of Solana Foundation Institute. And pretty much it was the first time I've heard about Solana. I learned about Solana. Babak has introduced me to him. But since then, in a year, we've created a Solana super team. We've created a Solana special economic zone. Lily was, I believe, twice in Kazakhstan, and once she even moderated a discussion with the president of our country. And this year, in September, one of the fund managers in our jurisdiction have launched, arguably, the first Solana ETF with stacking. Arguably, I say, because the one in the US came in October, so I think that the one launched in AFC was the very first one. So what is this place that has been developing this digital industry and working with Solana so actively? It is called Astana International Financial Center. Basically, it's a special economic zone, but also a jurisdiction based on a common law that is situated in the capital of Kazakhstan, in the city of Astana. It's similar to Abu Dhabi Global Markets, to Dubai International Financial Center, focused on capital market, but we're also very crypto-friendly. Today, we rank 68 among the leading financial centers by the Global Financial Centers Index. We're #1 in region of Central Asia and Eastern Europe. And it's a big, and we're the only ones. So we don't have any competition actually in the region. And now we are home for more than 4,800 companies who are registered with us. And I have to say that more than a half of them registered in the last 2 years, in 2024 and 25. But again, what makes us crypto-friendly is our regulation. So just quick overview. It's actually quite a new jurisdiction and new regulation. From 2024, basically last year, we have introduced so many new products, or the regulations and rules for the products. And prior to that, for 1 year, we had a pilot project with our central bank, actually, building this bridge for DeFi between the commercial banks and the crypto exchanges that are licensed with AFC. So Binance, Bybit, Whitebit, they have licenses with AFC. And we have 7 more our local exchanges. But now there are plenty of other types of licenses for digital asset service providers like crypto funds, crypto brokers, and etc. And we see that this industry is growing quite fast. One of the key elements of our regulation is FinTech Lab. And you have to create this environment, controlled environment that will help to launch products safely. As you can see from the stats, we have now 24 applicants in our FinTech Lab. You can see that in our regulation, we generally have 29 different digital asset service providers. And then a few stats again. As I said, like 23 was a pilot year. The full working regulation was 2024. And all the participants, all the digital asset service providers, volume exceeded $1.8 billion US. And you can see this year already in 9 months, it's almost 7 billion. That's a growth of 3 times. So again, this is a very active, growing market, and it has, I believe, a lot more potential. We also allow stable coins to be issued, created. You can see some of the requirements for those who want to apply for stable coin licenses. The only thing, it cannot be done in a local currency, which is Kazakhstani tenge. But otherwise, we already have one license holder for stable coin. And what I wanted to say is that our regulator itself accepts payments for its services and fees in stablecoins. So we recently have accepted first time with the facilitation of Bybit payments in stablecoin for the services or fees of the regulator, which is called Astana Financial Services Authority. And last thing I want to brag about is that our regulation was just recently assessed by the IOSCO. For those who don't know, it's an international organization of security commissioners. They have reviewed 20 jurisdictions who have actually in place regulation for digital assets. And AFC was among top who hit all the requirements or recommendations that IOSCO made. And we've been in few times mentioned as a role model. Of course, a lot of these things that we implemented still need to be tested by time, tested by the participants. But again, we are recognized as only 4 jurisdictions who tag all the requirements that IOSCO made. Again, thanks for your attention. I hope I have given just enough information to get you interested, but left you with a lot more questions so you can find us, write us, and learn a little bit more about us. Thank you.
And with exciting news coming out of the Kingdom of Bhutan, please put your hands together for Yu Dong Cheng.
Hello, everyone. So when we talk about the country of Bhutan, what are the first few words that come to your mind? Clean. It is the world's only carbon negative country. 70% covered by the forest, and majority of the electricity consumption is by the renewable hydroelectricity. The next word, someone said happy. It was perceived as world's happiest country because the country is pursuing, instead of GDP, but GNH, gross national happiness, that the country believed the economic development should prioritize the well-being of the people. And finally, safe. It is a Himalaya Buddhist country that advocates peace, harmony, and empathy, enjoy extremely low crime rate. But maybe you do not know that Bhutan is also into the transition of Web3, crypto, and digital asset. The country has been in the national scale of Bitcoin mining since 2019, and Bhutan today has one of the world's largest Bitcoin reserve among the sovereign nations. At the beginning of the year, the Bhutan also announced to include Bitcoin and some other cryptocurrencies into the national reserve. Bhutan is the first country in the world to enable cryptocurrency among the country's tourism system, so you can go to the country to travel without using fiat money to pay anything. And it is also a country that has put 800,000 people of national digital identity on blockchain to enable its citizens to access government services and information. And today, we're very excited to announce another development that Bhutan has with Solana to progress to the country's next step towards crypto-friendly and development. Bhutan is launching on Solana world's first sovereign gold-backed token on the 17th of December 2025, which is a national day of Bhutan. The token is named TER. TER means treasure in the traditional Bhutanese. And gold to the Bhutanese is a very valuable asset, not just to the Bhutanese, but also to the 2 billion people in the subcontinent, which is traditionally and culturally a very important asset. So for us, for the sovereign country to tokenize the most valuable asset on the public chain, that means a lot to us. And that also says our trust that we place in Solana as a public chain. There are a few key differences between this token versus other tokens. First, this is a sovereign-backed token. And number two, we launch it with a purpose. The country would like to have economic development blended with the most advanced technology, but to preserve its culture and tradition. And in order to do that, we have made this token extremely accessible. 1 TER is equal to 0.01 gram of 9999 gold, which is approximately $1.30. So we ensure everyday Bhutanese can access this token with minimum wealth that they need. And finally, we're working on this very exciting feature of physically redemption, where you just need to hold as minimal as 20-gram equivalent of Tether that will allow you to physically redeem into 9999 gold coin or gold bar. It will be securely delivered to you anywhere in the world. As an official custodian and distributor for the Tether token, DK is a bank where I'm coming from, founded by His Majesty, and it's the official bank for Galafu Mindfulness City. And the bank would like to leverage on the country's Bitcoin mining capacity and its favorable policy of cryptocurrency and offer all the crypto companies a global banking partnership. And finally, the 17th of December launch is mostly for Bhutanese, but we also have an open invitation for everybody who is interested and to pre-register with us. And we'd love to have you experience the world's first sovereign-backed gold token. And finally, I wish to see you in the Tether community or in the beautiful country of Bhutan. Tashi Delekla. Thank you.
From one of the world's largest crypto platforms, please welcome to the stage Park Kwan, Global Head of Digital Asset Partnership at Crypto.com.
It's great to be here. I'm Kwan Park. I'm the Global Head of Digital Asset Partnerships at Crypto.com. So, Crypto.com publicly set forth a very ambitious roadmap this year. And, thankfully and fortunately, we were able to deliver some of these products earlier than we expected. Some highlights include the growth of our stock and ETF trading, the launch of credit cards, sports and event contracts, and custody in the United States, the Level Up program, and a revamp of our main app to improve our user experience. And this year, we continued to expand our support across the Solana ecosystem. Specifically, we added many Solana-based projects to our main app and exchange, allowing our users to have access and to help raise awareness for the Solana ecosystem. And we're committed to continuing that trend into 2026. Crypto.com has also powered Solana in various ways across our entire product suite. We continue to raise awareness through marketing campaigns, through our main app, exchange, and our earn programs in eligible jurisdictions. Crypto.com supports SPL native support for USDC, USDT, and PYUSD stablecoins on both the main app and exchange. Solana can be used to pre-fund our flagship debit card and to pay credit card balances where cards are available. Custody and OTC execution services are available in eligible jurisdictions for Solana and its ecosystem projects. And regulated products such as Solana Strike and up-down options are available in the US under our designated contract market license, DCM, with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Looking ahead, Crypto.com Derivatives North America, which is a CFTC licensed exchange, we were able to pioneer the compliant crypto derivatives and event trading products, and the company became the first major crypto platform to secure a futures commission merchant, a DCM, and a clearing license in the US. For the DCM, we've partnered with many companies, Hollywood.com, Underdog, Truth Social, MyPrize, and Fanatics, and we'll continue to look for opportunities to work together with the Solana ecosystem as well. Further, With our launch of institutional-grade custody services out of the US and Singapore, we hope to become a trusted partner to many in the Solana ecosystem looking for secure custody and execution. And finally, as we continue to build into 2026, we'll look to find ways to explore how Solana can fit into our product suite, infrastructure, and new product development. All right. Thank you.
Get ready for institutional liquidity to meet Solana. Give a warm welcome to Alize Carlet, Senior Advisor at B2C2.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alize Carli, Senior Advisor at B2C2, and it's really a great honor to be here today with the Solana community. So B2C2 and Solana have been partners for a long time. Indeed, we share a similar view about the future of stablecoins and the role that we want to play together in that future. So today, stablecoins make up about $300 billion in market cap, with tens of billions of dollars moving globally. But they started really as an on and off ramp for crypto trading, and now they're transferring into a global financial asset. Why? Well, I don't have to tell you. By design, they move instantly, they're global, they settle instantly, and the cost of issuing and operating them is cheaper than ever, as the technology has matured significantly. Regulatory clarity is also progressing, including here in the UAE, which really supports that adoption. Our second shared belief: we think the number of stablecoins will increase dramatically. So what you're going to see is banks, payment providers, fintechs, even global retailers eventually operating their own stablecoin. But here's the catch. That diversity of stablecoins come with operational complexity. Indeed, protocols like Solana, companies, they will want to trade in as many stablecoins as possible, but they will not want to manage the treasury that comes with it. So in essence, what we believe is that we'll transact in many, but settle in a few. And that's why fungibility is so important to make this landscape really workable. For adoption and users in the real economy, you need an environment where you can swap between stablecoins at very low cost, instantly, and with deep liquidity. And this is where the alignment between Solana and B2C2 is the strongest. You have on one side Solana, which is the fastest, most efficient execution layer for global on-chain finance. And on the other side, B2C2, which provide institutional-grade liquidity for crypto and stablecoins. And together, they really make this whole infrastructure workable and scalable. So with that said, I'm very excited to introduce you our new product, Penny. So Penny is an institutional-grade, zero-fee stablecoin swap facility. It is designed for this world of multiplication of stablecoins and the need for deep liquidity and scalability. So what Penny offers is instant settlement on-chain, zero fees, so there is a bid-ask spread, but you have no hidden fees on top of it, 24/7 liquidity, multi-chain support, Solana, of course, but also Ethereum and Tron. Institutional-grade infrastructure, this is done via API, and a multitude of stablecoins being supported. And of course, As time goes, we're adding more and more stablecoins that are becoming prominent. So this is the world that we propose to offer with Solana and B2C2, a combination of a very efficient execution layer on-chain for global finance, that's Solana, and deep liquidity and institutional-grade liquidity for the scaling of stablecoins. Thank you for your attention, and don't hesitate to reach out to our team.
And now, real-time crypto market intelligence comes to the stage with the co-founder and CEO of Artemis, John Ma.
Who's ready for some alpha? We're going to be talking about payments on Solana. Cool. Yeah. My name's John, co-founder and CEO of Artemis. We are a very much fintech stablecoin nerd data team. We serve Tether, Circle, Visa, PayPal. And I'm about to unveil some really cool alpha for this room that I think you guys will appreciate. So question. How do we actually know that Solana is winning in payments? We see that Solana is partnering up with Cash App, which does $280 billion of volume every single year, and Western Union that does $150 billion. But like, how do we track that payments are actually moving on chain? So in the fintech world, we have this metric called total payment volume, and Stripe reports every year that they do, more recently, $1.4 trillion a year in total payment volume. So how do we actually get that in crypto? And the secret is you cannot get it on chain. So Artemis, we're the only data provider in the whole world where we work with payment service providers, exchanges, on the ground, stablecoin players to calculate how much of volume on chain is actually real payments. And this is not new alpha, but we released earlier this fall that there's about 120 billion of payment volume that's happening on chain. And B2B payments is growing the fastest, nearly 4x year on year. And this is a chart that you can find on stablecoin.fyi. So this is a report we did earlier this fall. So the question is, like, how do we calculate total payment volume on chain? Like, how do we take what Stripe is doing to on chain and calculate that? So basically, the TLDR of our methodology for total payment volume for blockchains like Solana, we look at payroll disbursements, so like payroll-like types of activity, cross-border payments, which is a big part of stablecoin activity, domestic transfers, card processor volumes, peer-to-peer activity. And what we remove are things like DeFi, trading, airdrops, MEV, that types of stuff. So that way we like actually get real payment volume on chain. And so here's the alpha. So first unveiled here at Breakpoint. If you look at Solana today, this fall, Solana is approximately 5 to 6% of all B2B payments that are happening on chain. And stay tuned for some more. We'll be launching an official dashboard out in Q1, so you can track real payment volume across all the different chains. And so what? Why are we here? Why do we care about what we're doing? I think this is a pretty important slide. The Western Union CEO was saying, hey, look, we ended up picking Solana because they were just the right choice. And I think we similarly view that in order to see that Solana is actually winning this war and winning payments and a lot of real activities moving on chain, the only way to do that is with TPV. If this interests you, shoot me an email. We're going to be launching in Q1. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And building the infrastructure for the next generation of payments, put your hands together for Arnold Lee, CEO of Sphere.
There you go. GM. Oh, I think this is like deep into the slides. But yeah, why do we need these fish bones? Here we go. Hello, my name is Arnold. I'm CEO and co-founder of Sphere. And today I'd like to tell you a little story. It, unfortunately, is a tragedy, but it's a beautiful one. And It's about everyone's favorite topic, stablecoins. And so, first a little bit about Sphere. We are a B2B cross-border payments company. We help you move money from country A to country B faster and cheaper. And where we specialize is that it's really fast. We get pretty low level with the banking plumbing. And you can see on the right, by the time I finish this slide, inshallah, you will have been able to completely finish KYC and get started moving money. But today we process billions of dollars, and we got our start on Solana back in 2022, which I'll loop to back in a second here. We mostly service emerging markets on various types of businesses. And there you go, the off-ramp's done. So, probably doesn't need to be said, but stablecoins are very big. Probably the more interesting point is that they've gotten big really quickly. By 2030, they're estimated to be the world's default way of moving money. And when we first started Sphere back in 22, it was like widely considered a bad idea to make a stablecoin company. Shortly thereafter, USD would depeg during the regional bank crisis, and frankly, due to luck more than anything, we've gotten an interesting perspective on everything from fintechs, early stage, mom and pop shops, all the way to some of the largest governments, financial institutions, and trade houses in the world. And so we've seen some interesting things, and I'd like to share one of those, I suppose, stories with you. What is everyone missing? This story is about Antarctica. And Antarctica is a fishbone economy. This is how people buy and sell things. Like most sovereign currencies, they have a fishbone printer. This is how they make more fishbones, and ultimately how they can control monetary policy. How much money is there, and how much money is coming in and ultimately leaving. The thing is, back in the 1990s, just like most emerging markets, Antarctica had a sovereign debt crisis. Post-World War II, a lot of countries came about, and eventually it became a great place to invest money. But unfortunately, the pace of investment outgrew the rate of infrastructural development. And so unfortunately, like many of the coins that we know and love, Antarctica had this crisis and had to institute capital controls to protect their economy. One day, a new idea arrives, and it's the gift of stable coins, or stable dollars, which is amazing. I don't probably need to tell you about the revolutionary unlock that this represents. You can move money whenever you want. It is a way to get exposure to dollars, the world's reserve currency. It's interoperable, and there are a ton of things that I'm sure everyone throughout this conference has been speaking to you about. The thing is, there are a couple of types of economies. One might have normal local currency. One might have dollars already. The examples maybe of being Panama, Costa Rica, Singapore, Hong Kong. Others might have strong institutions. These are all examples where stablecoins get injected and their economic after effects. But the ultimate question, the elephant in the room, is if you have really easy access to dollars through stablecoins, why do you need the old fishbones at all? And it turns out that you kind of don't. So the way that Antarctica was previously paying their teachers, their police, their military, their government officials, those fishbones are now worthless. And so what do you do when no one wants to work, when the money that they're getting paid in is not worth as much? What's happening underneath the memes of stablecoins, which is an incredibly innovative and great technology, is that fishbones are crashing. There's a mismatch in what people are earning and ultimately what they want to spend in. And for these countries like Antarctica, they start to lose control. The quiet part out loud, being mindful of time, is that stablecoins themselves are not the problem, but violent transitions are. And it's incumbent on us as an industry to think about what are the ways where we can deliver innovation responsibly. It's a separate question of whether or not there will one day be one currency ultimately for the world. But we've had an interesting peek into what happens to countries like Brazil, throughout emerging markets when dollar access comes too quickly. And so what we think about most of the, working days at Sphere is how do we help governments, regulators, financial institutions to get this responsible innovation, tap into the benefits of stablecoins without risking the collapse of their society over the coming decades. And if that's interesting to you, we'd love to talk. And hopefully this was a different, but hopefully interesting story about what stablecoins mean for the world. Thank you.
Amazing.
This way.
Well, that was an amazing hour of lightning talks. Who's still hanging in there with me today, Breakpoint? I mean, come on, we and all of us can get real loud, right? Come on. Who's in there with me, Breakpoint? All right, we're closing out the day today with two absolutely legendary creators. If you have touched almost anything in the Web3 space, you know their work. And I cannot wait to bring them on stage for you. So please give a warm round of applause for Animoca Yatsu, joined by Andrew Durkee, CEO of Republic, for your final fireside chat of Breakpoint 2025. Day one.
All right, we got a flower arrangement and everything.
Beautiful, it's great. Yes.
Well, thanks everyone for being here. We know it's the end of the day, and so happy that we can close out the show with you guys. I don't know if either of us have ever missed a Breakpoint. I think we've been to just about all of them, and so we super appreciate the Solana team and the community that continues to propagate this and just gets more and more impressive every year.
And shout out to all the last people standing here.
Yeah, they're holding, holding the fort down. Anyway, my name's Andrew Durkee. I'm co-CEO of Republic, but today is really not about me. It's about my good friend here, Yatsu. So, while Yat probably doesn't need really an introduction, why don't you give a little bit of background on just Animoca Brands and just the absolute stalwart that it is within the industry?
I think most people know Animoca Brands really, and thank you for the introduction, as really an investor in the space. But we're basically not a fund. Actually, we invest out of our balance sheet. Today, we have over 628 portfolio companies. A good number of them are in the Solana ecosystem. We've been known for Web3 gaming, back in the day. We still have 200 portfolio companies in gaming and growing, but we also invest in everything else, in DeFi, DePIN, AI, and that kind of stuff. And the way you can think of Animoca, since we've basically announced our go public plans, is essentially as a kind of altcoin index of sorts, right? Where we basically invest in the ecosystem for the long haul. And if you invest in Animoca, you have a way of playing the broader crypto Web3 altcoin space beyond Bitcoin, right? And of course, that means includes Solana, includes everything else in the ecosystem as well.
So maybe that's a great place to start. Why don't we dive deeper into, we're walking around, we're at a Solana conference, the alt versus Bitcoin conversation is pretty lively. And I think you have a really unique thesis, particularly how Animoca fits in.
I don't know if it's a unique thesis, but my general perspective is that altcoins collectively are going to exceed the value of Bitcoin by a really, really large margin. Right? And I think the perspective is really the stock market versus gold. So Bitcoin is basically like digital gold. Gold today is a $27 trillion asset. Basically bigger than Apple, Google, Facebook, all those companies. But put together, actually, the top companies in the world are roughly 50 trillion in size. When you include the stock market, it's 128 trillion. When you include the private markets, that's close to $250 trillion. So roughly 10 times the value of gold, right? And why is that? Because people use Apple, they use Google, they use Facebook, they use these products, these services, right? And so what do we see in the token space? It's the same, right? People don't use Bitcoin. I think you all know that. But they do use altcoins, right? You use your Solana for gas fees to buy something, right? You use some tokens for gaming, you use some tokens for digital identity, you use some tokens for DeFi, for DePIN. This is basically altcoins, right? So altcoins is actually the engine of growth in crypto because we use them, right? And as a result, it makes sense that altcoins, like the stock market, is going to exceed in aggregate value of that. But of course, which altcoins, that's a different topic, right? But just a question of basically the fact that we think altcoins will exceed in value in aggregate. So that means that we can expect a long way to go still for Solana in terms of value. Having said that, though, I think it's unlikely that Solana will exceed the value of Bitcoin because typically Bitcoin as the ultimate store of value has become almost like the crypto piggy bank, right? So you make money basically with your token ecosystems and you save it in Bitcoin, sort of quasi, right? So the growth of altcoins actually benefits Bitcoin. So for all the, I mean, obviously we're in the Solana conference, so we don't have any Bitcoin maxis here, I think. But for those Bitcoin maxis that are out there, right, the message really is that actually things like Solana and altcoins is actually good for Bitcoin.
And I think you even drove it further, right? You've started to look at all these different altcoin ecosystems and how to bring them together and aggregate them, maybe even as a further strategy, and to leverage a lot of the tech that's been built that maybe they just haven't been able to grow it and expand it in a way that they were anticipating.
And I think the unique perspective around, especially when you think about L1, L2s and the ecosystem, is the open, permissionless nature of crypto and blockchain means that essentially value can freely flow across each other, which also means that how do you retain value and network effects becomes more challenging, but also more competitive. So that means that there's true competition and true capitalism at work in crypto, which isn't the case basically when you think about Web2 companies. If you're building on Facebook or on Google or on Apple, you're building in closed ecosystems. They can shut you out any time, but at the same time, also you depend on them for value. Whereas over here, you can basically sort of move and transfer value even across chains if you wanted to, which necessitates that essentially the chains and the ecosystems in play have to do more to retain you, right? Which I think is actually a better outcome for everyone.
And just innately, chains don't die.
Correct.
Right? They just
Correct. The data construct is a great example. That's right. Yeah.
I think I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Web3 gaming and media. I mean, like you are top 3 in the space when it comes to investing and innovating, and through this variety of different breakpoints we've been to, sometimes gaming's at the forefront, sometimes less so.
Sure.
And we were just at lunch talking about this the other day as I was kind of picking your brain further, and I think like kind of sharing that even here is like really interesting. Is what's your view on it? He's insanely bullish on Web3 gaming, and so like that's like a really good Kool-Aid I think to pour around the table.
I mean, first of all, yes. I mean, we've been probably when it comes to gaming, we're probably the biggest investor in Web3 gaming. We've obviously cut our teeth early with things like Sandbox, Axie Infinity, OpenSea, and all that kind of stuff. But I would say the way to think about Web3 gaming, I think when we say GameFi, I think many people in the industry, particularly the ones who came from Web 2, Web 3, made a general mistake. And the mistake is that they're translating essentially Web 2 gaming experiences and just translating them into Web 3, sort of, let's call it direct parallels, which, from a skeuomorphic perspective is essentially a nice add-on. It's understood, but it's not the final product, right? By that, I mean, for instance, skins in gaming is NFTs, sort of virtual currencies like tokens, you sell them, sure, there's an element around that. But actually, it's much more than that, right? And when we say GameFi, we actually say it's more about the gamification of finance, of which you can wrap a gaming layer around it, but there's essentially that element. Like, for instance, things like prediction markets, right? Like Polymarket, for a lot of people, is a game in and of itself, right? And if you think about what's happened in the world of finance, if you look at Robinhood and eToro and all the other trading platforms, actually, it's a game. There's leaderboards, there's social rankings, right? And why is that? Because most of us probably in this room and people who are watching this are actually gamers already. Gaming is part of your culture. It's actually the way that we speak to each other, right? And my parents' generation would not look at trading as a game, right? And they would certainly not be looking at prediction markets other than from the gambling perspective. It's not necessarily fun for them, right? But for people who are on these trading platforms, it's fun, right? It's entertainment in and of itself, right? And that's actually what it means to gamify something. And so the lens of gamification as an extension of gaming culture into all products and services, which in crypto really means primarily finance for the time being, is essentially how you bring in Gen Zs into the world of finance, and thereby also teaching them about financial literacy. Now, that doesn't mean that crypto gaming isn't going to be big for entertainment purposes, owning your assets and trading them, but like NFTs, right? NFTs itself, for instance, is an expression of that as well. You have ownership, but what's the benefit of ownership? Well, you can trade it, and you can sell it, and you can lend it, and you can do other stuff. And that in and of itself becomes fun as well, right? Of course, you can do more, but that's kind of an example of that. While we're bullish on gaming, and I just want to give a macro picture on gaming, gaming has had a tough couple of years, right? I think post-COVID, everyone thought gaming would increase. It actually went flat and slightly low. And its biggest competitor, macro for gaming, isn't actually the sort of the fact that, well, there's some demographics, but the biggest actual competitor is TikTok. And what TikTok has really done is essentially...
Is it just attention? Is that what they're just competing for screen time?
It's attention, but ultimately what really gaming is a social platform. right? It's about social attention. There's something in gaming that we call Bartle's taxonomy, and that's how we divide essentially the type of people who play games, right? So, roughly 10% are what we call adventurers, 10% are basically achievers, right? Those are the people who want to level up and want to get really good. Roughly 1% are called killers. Those are the people who are psychopaths in games and want to kill everything. And then roughly 80% are actually what we call socializers. They play the game for social reasons. So you ask if you have kids, and they play Roblox, which is the biggest game in the world, but 340 million users. 340 million users, right? Why they play games? Chances are it's because my friends are, right? So then, and of course, it's UGC content that basically adds that additional layer of that social engagement layer. So it's social. And TikTok has been essentially eroding much of that social layer to them and essentially taking competition away, not just from Instagram, but also from gaming, right? So what tokens do is they represent, in many ways, the mimetic and the market of attention of gaming. Like AI tokens are a great example. They were really big last year, but it wasn't because AI tokens had massive adoption. It's because AI was hot as a topic, and it was reflected in the market prices of tokens, much like the stock market would reflect on topics like that as well. And so we need a catalyst for gaming as well that takes over macro market narratives, and that's GTA 6. So our prediction is that when GTA 6 finally launches, which has been delayed and delayed and delayed, now to November of next year, then essentially we'll see a big moment in Web3 gaming tokens as well. However, that won't happen until next year if they don't delay again.
So that becomes a very big catalyst moment then.
I think it comes in a catalyst moment for attention, right? And then from that attention come other areas. For instance, GTA 6 has, so GTA has RP servers, role-play servers. What it means is you can build essentially your own sort of basically mods on top of basically GTA 6. And there's a big other catalyst, which is basically the Clarity Act next year. And the Clarity Act, which most people will believe will be approved, I think you might think of doing it in US Congress, basically gives a very clear clarity, no pun intended, perspective on what is a utility token, as in essentially a digital commodity under the CFTC, and what would be a security. And this is the barrier to allow other gaming companies to go and think about, how do I launch a token? Like if you're a Take-Two or Activision or EA or one of those big companies, you're not going to launch a token until you have clarity, right? And think what happened about the Genius Act. The moment the Genius Act was announced, Facebook and Amazon and Walmart, we're doing a stablecoin, right? They wouldn't be able to do this before. And I think the same is with Clarity Act. And then that's where we'll see an impetus of tokens launching or being announced or being planned for, right? And that also means that you'll have a relaxation of many gaming companies, big ones, who will say, actually, we can now have a token because it's not actually something that is problematic from a legal perspective, whereas before it would have been.
We used to always tell our gaming advisory clients that a token won't necessarily make your game, but it could kill it.
Yes.
And you have to be very careful.
On the other side as well, exactly. Yeah. And I think that's also because when you look at the token as that speculative asset, which in many cases, because they've raised capital through that, it's part of the problem. But if you're a large gaming studio, you don't necessarily need to raise money from the token. It becomes a social engagement layer, and it becomes a way. I mean, look at, for instance, CS:GO, basically Counter-Strike skin trading, right? At its peak, it's a $6-7 billion sort of market cap, which they then killed themselves because they didn't like it, right? That's the risks of centralization. But the point is, people do trade them in high volumes because they do believe their gaming assets have value.
You had mentioned ownership, which is digital ownership, is something that both Yat and I, you guys are just experiencing me and him having lunch, by the way. This is just,
we're just having a
really
chat.
so much is happening. But you guys are probably seeing around the venue that Animoca is tokenizing their equity, which is really eating
on
your own dog food on Republic and on Solana.
That's right.
Which we couldn't be more excited about that partnership. But this is kind of the evolution of equity that we've all kind of been waiting for, I think, industry-wide, and you're often the leader in innovation. It's happening now again. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about why that's interesting to you, why you guys are excited about that, and why you're making that step forward.
So first, I just want to paint a general lens on tokenization, right? The message to the whole world is tokenize or die, okay? And there's a couple of reasons behind that.
I got to add that to the website.
Yeah, exactly, totally. Tokenize or die, right?
Yeah, that's good.
And by the way, this is no different than every evolution, right? I mean, most of you are probably too young to remember. I think you're all maybe under the age of 30, right? But in my generation, we used to have this thing called digital literacy. And for those people who were not going online, they lost against the competitor who was online. And for the person who actually used Facebook, they lost to the company that was using Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, social media, LinkedIn, whatever naming convention you would put. If you were not on Google, you were not discoverable. You had Yellow Pages. I mean, Do you know what yellow pages are, right? I mean, that's kind of sort of the lens, right? And now tokenization is doing exactly the same thing. If your competitor in your business tokenizes and you don't, you will lose to the company that tokenized, because they have new financial constructs, new elements they can grow from, and new possibilities that the competitor simply doesn't have. Now, also, it's market reach. Think just about stablecoins. Stablecoins today has about 150 to 200 million more people around the world in Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, Pakistan. Name the country that typically would be considered unbanked that now has a US dollar. That means that if you don't accept tokens, those customers cannot become your customers. But your competitor that is tokenized or has token economies can tap them into it. So that's one area of that potential, right? And the second point is that tokens and crypto generally is the asset class of the youth. For instance, young people in South Korea predominantly trade crypto, and they would prefer crypto assets over traditional stocks. That's not to say stocks aren't valuable, it's just that it's not the medium of their preference. And if we believe that we're all going to be basically having stuff in our Phantom wallet and MetaMask and whatever, then you want to have your stocks and your equities also in that form, which has to be tokenized, right? So in order to sort of, this idea of tokenizing our equity is actually just reaching to new audiences, to wider audiences around the world we would not normally reach, but also basically to the audience of the next generation. And if you want to know where the future is going, then look at what the young people are doing, right? So, because they're the youth. Old guys like me, eventually we're going to die. And the young people who are going to grow up are going to be in my position and whatever, right? I mean, it's kind of clear, right? Yeah. And we see this evolution happening time and time again. And the final point I would say, when you talk about agentic AI, basically, what is the asset class that they're going to be trading 24/7? It's tokenized assets. It has to be digital. It has to be digital, tokenized assets. And you're not going to trust billions of dollars of transfer on a centralized platform that can shut it off anytime. So the immutability, the permissionlessness, right? That's all critically provided by blockchains like Solana, and basically AI agents can trade with each other and do stuff basically through that format. So basically, that's why we are excited about what you're doing by tokenizing the equity, because it reaches those audiences, extends the market, and ultimately in the future, when an AI agent has to buy some equity and says, which company should I buy? Oh, maybe there's Animoca because it happens to be tokenized, whatever it is. I mean, it's no different than when you're a retailer and you decided to finally launch your product on Amazon, right? Or if you were a media company and you finally decided to launch an app on the App Store. Yeah. Why did you do that? To reach audiences and customers and stay competitive. It's the same.
I always like to say that every 16-year-old on the planet has existed in a world where Bitcoin has existed.
Exactly.
And that is, that's...
And they are digitally native.
That's right.
I mean, I'm a digital immigrant, right? But my children are digitally natives, right? And it's their culture, it's what they understand, and it's also in that gamified culture as well.
No. And if anyone who's interested, republic.com/Animoca, where you'll be able to have a piece of this unbelievable company. And maybe just to close out here, what does tokenization of equity mean, you think, for the Solana ecosystem, right? How will it amplify the Solana ecosystem?
I mean, Solana talks about the vision, internet capital markets, right? Yeah. And what is internet capital markets without equities? I mean, simply put, right? I mean, equities today, both public and private, represent something like, in total, probably $200 to $300 trillion, right? We talk about how RWAs is like, oh, there's $30 billion in RWAs, or maybe 40 billion. It's amazing. Yes, it's amazing, but it's a drop in the ocean when it comes to the entire equity markets in the world, which is like $900 trillion, right? So we're celebrating some successes, but it's still a very, very small sliver of where things are, right? So what it means for the Solana ecosystem is that you're growing up. Right? It means that you're going from, and meme coins and stuff will always be part of Solana. Right? I think of, by the way, meme coins and utility tokens actually as onboarding to financial literacy, right? Because securities in the equity side, just because there's a token, doesn't make it not a security, right? That means you have to do the KYC, the AML, the qualifications, all that kind of stuff. But you can do this at the wallet level. You can do this with Republic, with platforms. That'll all happen. But everyone in this room generally understands money and finance. But I would wager that within your network of friends that you have, if you were to query them, and if you're not a total degen only hanging out with traders, right, that probably 90% of the community barely trades or doesn't even know what a token is or doesn't own any equity. So the global statistic is that less than 10% of the world actually owns equities. Take away Abu Dhabi and New York and London, right? Of course, it includes people that are unbanked, right? And I think the statistic is that I think sort of 9 out of 10 people or 8 out of 10 people when they graduate from college feel unprepared for the world of finance, right? And it's clear. People around the world, the ones who understand money are the ones who invest, have done well. The ones who don't understand money and don't invest have done poorly. I mean, that's the statistic, right? It's as simple as that, right? And that's because they haven't been onboarded to the world of finance. And I think meme coins, utility tokens, are actually the onboarding mechanism. Maybe it's fun, maybe it's entertaining, but you learn from that. And then once you understand that, and you can then start to onboard into the securities areas and say, okay, so what is a PE ratio, or what's the fundamentals around the business, and where does it make profit, and understanding that, and then basically onboard them towards that path. And so the parallel I like to give is things like Pokemon cards. So how do children learn about money? Not from school and not from college, unless you go into economics, and that's even debatable. But if you have Pokemon cards, you start trading them, right? And you start learning about what's valuable and what isn't valuable, right? And think about your own experience of how did you learn about money. It didn't go because you went through a finance degree. That's reserved for a small sliver of 0.1% of the world. You learned it through some activity that you liked or were engaged in or did something, right? And I think that's basically what the future of tokenization does. And I think for the Solana blockchain, it was responsible and remains responsible for onboarding millions and millions of people essentially into some early form of financial literacy, even if the critics will say it's gambling, and some of it, of course, is, right? But people will learn about money because they're related and connected to that. And then from that evolution, you want to go to the next thing, and that would be basically equities and commodities and other things that you can obviously buy on Republic.
So the front door for financial education. That's really
and
what
financial
we're looking
literacy,
at.
absolutely.
Yeah, amazing. Well, guys, we really appreciate you. I know this is the last session, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Hold him up there. Good.
All right, everyone, that concludes day 1 of Breakpoint. How are you feeling? Come on, it's the very last moment. This has been the coolest thing I've ever done. Everybody together, how are you feeling? I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, please enjoy your side events tonight. We will see you tomorrow for day 2. And thank you so much for coming to Solana Breakpoint 2025.